join us as we kick straight off into ATE Volkswagen Challenge at the regional penultimate round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport at Red Star Raceway. You can see it's a pretty cool and breezy day here, completely different to what we had yesterday, and looking forward to some fantastic action here as ATE Volkswagen Challenge will kick us off for the first day's bit of action. As they head down towards turn one, we're going in a clockwise direction, as you can see, slightly different to what we would have done earlier on in the year when we came here and of course went the other way around. But now of course it's all about the action at the front end, and looks like Ian Walker has got the whole shot. He has got Lessing and Diavolteron along for the ride as they head towards turn two, but it is the Cycles United and Melavella car who's sideways out of turn two. Oh, good catch there from Walker the Stalker, but it drops him down into third place. So a little bit of chopping and changing there as they come into turn three. Stalker loses out there and Teron capitalizes on that opportunity. You'll see a lot of cars are running a pink ribbon on the back. Of course, that's in support of October and breast cancer awareness. So a nice effort there from some of the teams and some of the organisers. One of them will be in the studio with us a bit later on. Mel Spurs, she'll tell us all about that. But a lot of the cars have decided to go and take on that option. Stuart Mack looking for an opportunity to win out Class B if he can again. It's going to be a tough day because he's got a couple of competitors that'll be there, right there with him and pushing him hard all the way through this heat. And it's going to be pretty tight between the class battles as well as the overall. Lessing, Walker and Teron at the front end. Mac with Deleuze on his tail. Mara Deleuze, of course, man, not usually involved in this kind of category of racing, but good to see him getting a little bit extra seat time as the Volkswagen Rookie Cup competitor gets slowly but surely to grips with a couple of cars that he's not usually fighting with. Jaden Hurston's having a bit of fun of games as well as he comes inside, looking for a way through there on Stalker, but can't kind of find it as they head down towards the dog bone. As they come out of that dog bone section at the bottom end of the circuit, it's a little left-hand flick, and then they go along a little short straight and into a right-hander that's off camber, uphill, and up onto the back straight. The back straight here just over a kilometre long, so awesome to see these cars in full flight. It looks like by this stage it's actually the leading car from Class B coming in the form of, is that? I think that's the ATE car. Yes, it is. ATE car leading things out there, so a good start from Elna. Elna hangs on to the front end of Class B, Mack in second, and then coming along for the ride. Looks like it's going to be pretty tight stuff between the rest of those cars in Class B with John O'Koenig, Chris Davison, Francis Aldrich and Nicole Lombard. So as they come through, complete lap number one, they'll get themselves all sorted out. At the front end, it's Lessing. He's putting away slightly here, opening up a little bit of a margin over Diavolteron. Whole shot man in third place was Ian Walker the Stalker, and on his tail it's Wayne Masters. Masters has come along for the ride as well to come and have some funny games here at Red Star Raceway in ATE's Volkswagen Challenge. And of course this is going to be a bit of a tight battle between these first four cars, and then a little bit of an even tighter battle between the first three. Cruiser of course is a Class A car, so not really involved in the Class B battle. It's more between Stuart Mack and Mara Deleuze at this point in time, and Deleuze actually was the quickest of the two in Class B on that first lap and first task of asking these cars around the Red Star Raceway. Masters putting the pressure there onto the back end of Ian Walker. Walker soaking that pressure up, but he's going to be under attack now, under braking down into the hairpin at turn 6. He's got an inside line, but Stalker shuts the door. Doesn't allow him through, tries to close that gap down as well at the same time on Diavolteron, who sits in second. Teron losing lots of ground out front to Anthony Lessing. Lessing, quickest man on the track for Class A, getting down into the 2:18s off that first lap. So the Melavella and Cycles United car slowly but surely making its way back into the clutches of second place as Diavolteron. He made a small mistake into turn 2 there, maybe just a little bit of cold tyres as Ian Walker had a go. Looks like Masters getting out of shape there as well. A little bit of manoeuvring there from Wayne Masters as he came through. Got a little bit sideways and onto the dirt. But managed to stay ahead there of a man who had it all his own way, of course, in East London at the previous round. He was the only Class A car there, and that was Jaden Hurston. But Hurston at this point in time down in 5th. Elna's in 6th, but she's under attack from Stuart Mack in the background. Here comes Masters again, looking for a way on the outside of Walker. And finds it. Into the tricky little flick-flack here at the end, the little chicane. But unfortunately just losing out. And there goes Hurston. Hurston dives through and finds a way past. So stablemates fighting hard there. as Hussen finds a way through there on the Performance Masters car of Wayne Masters. So a little change up there in the scenery for third place and fourth place battle. Walker looked like he was about to be overtaken by Wayne Masters. Masters overcooked it on the brakes, and Hussen took the opportunity and dived up the inside. So we got Lessing who leads out. He's down to a 2:13 now, pulling away from this field. He's got about a 3.5 second lead. Lessing with clear air is just using that to his advantage at this point. Third place battle, Dia Volteron being closed down now by Ian Walker and Jaden Hussen. They have bridged that gap slightly, so it's about a car and a half length there between the second and third place cars. Wayne Masters will be looking to close that gap down once again on Hussen as they come down on the short straightaway now, heading towards the hairpin. Hussen late on the brakes again, tries to find a little opportunity to close the gap between himself and Ian Walker. Walker doing a super job to come out of that hairpin and stay just ahead of the younger driver. Lessing controlling things from the front and now opening up that margin to just under 4 seconds. So he's absolutely hauling around here as Anthony Lessing. He's found something special, and of course he's not only got to compete on the track here at Red Star Raceway, but he's also heading up to Mozambique directly after this for a massive national fishing competition that he's involved in as well. So he's getting the job done early so he can leave early. Oh, off track a little bit there, further back in the pack. This is the Class C. Nicole Lombard with a little mistake there. Lombard just running slightly wide, and that's opened up a chance now for Arjun to be at Bryce Pillay and Carl Peterson to sneak through. And it looks like Brycey is not going to have it all his own way like he did down in East London. He had a really good time of it down in East London, but this time out, Arjun de Beer seems to be setting the pace and trying to keep out the rest of this pack of cars. He's got Carl Peterson there along for the ride as well, so kind of a four-way fight that we could have there if Nicole joins the party. Nicole in a Class B car though, so she should be a little bit higher up, but I think with that little mistake that she made, it's dropped her into the clutches of the Class C competitors. Chris Davison, pretty easy to spot there in the GSI car as he comes up that back straight away with the big beast grille on the front of his car. Lombard just hanging on to the back end and the tail end there. Here's a move from Gerson into 2. He sneaks up on Walker, and is Walker going to give Masters a chance to do the same? No. He'll hold the inside line and keep Wayne Masters and force Masters wide. By forcing him wide, he's opened up the door. Wayne Masters saw that happening a mile away. And you can't do that with Wayne Masters. He will show you how to get around the outside of a racing corner, and he's going to hang on. Yes, he is. Wayne Masters sneaking through and finding a way past. Rest of the pack coming through to complete that first lap in anger, going back a little bit further back as well. Picking up on Dimi and Marco Zafiro. Back in the race as well. Great to have them both there, but particularly Mikey back in a race car in the Insure Risk machines. At the back of the pack for now, but just behind Andy Gossman, fighting for Class C honours. We continue to see what's going to happen here between Tehran and Gerson. Gerson closing that gap down and is now right there, looking for a chance. Might have a dive on the inside here towards the entrance of the dog bone. No, not quite good enough. But definitely looking for any opportunities that might open up. Dioval trying to keep him at bay. Two little talented drivers here going at it. And actually what's happening is they're starting to close that gap down on the leader too. So Lessing's gap has come down pretty dramatically. He had about a 3.5 second lead at one point in time. But that has now come down to almost less than a second, or just over a second I should say. So something must have gone wrong somewhere on track for Anthony Lessing. Well, the pace has just picked up, but it can't be the pace because Lessing is still the quickest car on the circuit. So he must have made a mistake on this lap somewhere out on track. Speaking of those Insure Risk cars, there you go. Great shot there of the blue one. That one, of course, would be Mikey's. Great to have him back on track, as I said, and looking forward to his progress as he's slowly but surely got back into the race car. Remember, we saw him return earlier on in the season and come back to the place of the big crash he had a season ago at Kyalami, and now back in the car full time as they head to the closing stages of 2025 Championship. Alma pulling slightly away now from Stuart Mack and Mara Deleuze. She's got a lot of room to make up in the ATE car. Try and close the gap down on the Class A competitors. There's Mac leading Class B. The loser's lost a little bit of ground. He's about 3.9 seconds back there in second. But Maro, of course, using this ATE Volkswagen Challenge as an opportunity to get some more seat time and a little bit more experience behind the wheel of a front-wheel drive Polo in 3 weeks' time at Swartkops. Remember that it's going to be the final round of Volkswagen Rookie Cup, and Maro Deleuze at this point in time sits third in that championship. So he's still got a chance of maybe closing things down on Chris Tate and John. That's probably why he's trying to get as much seat time as he can. Mac is seriously in control of Class B, having not been betted on hardly any occasions out in Class B this year in the AutoZone and Nathan's Motorsport Polo. What we've got to take into account is how is he going to finish up in the overall standings as well, because it's been a pretty tight fight between himself and the front end of Class C's competitors here in AT Volkswagen Challenge. He is a very, very talented driver, Stuart Mack, and certainly knows exactly what to do in that car to get it to work as well as what it's doing today, and as well as what it has done all season long. Masters under attack now. In fact, he's just squeezed through on Diego Taron, who's fallen back. So Taron must have made a mistake out on track as well, because he's dropped down to 4th place. Masters to 3rd and Walker up to 5. Trying to close down on Diervolt. Trying to see if he can find a way through if he can. But now at the front end, it's Lessing ahead of the hard-charging Jaden Goosen. Goosen on the last pass was actually the quickest car on track. 2 minute 13.141. So Goosen now trying to just get that 1.3 seconds on Lessing. Rest of the pack coming through there, Jono Koenig. As you can see, they're also looking good. But Koenig at this point in time sitting, what is he sitting? 3rd place in Class C. It's Deleuze and Mack who are up the road from them. So the gap in Class B's have opened up pretty dramatically compared to what we normally see. It's normally a lot harder on. Carl Peterson now in the mix as well, in the 3rd insurer's car. Apologies earlier on, I actually said it was Mikey in that car, but it's actually Carl that's in the blue one. Michael Zafiro, of course, they're just in there with Dimmy and his the two brothers fighting with Carl Peterson. Dimmy right on his tail. I think Mike might have gone into pit lane because we have lost him at the back of the pack. Masters here. Has he got anything else to try and close down on the top 2 ahead of him? Can he maybe catch Jaden Goosen? Can he possibly get up to Anthony Lessing in the latter part of this race? Watching that payback car out front. It's a super run so far here from the 22 car. Little understeer there, coming onto the back straightaway. Then gets the power down and starts to pull away. There are your first 5 cars in Class A, all in the same shot. That's the gap there from the front end to the back end. And that's how hard Lessing is pushing. He has to. Trying to keep that payback car out front. Stay ahead of Jaden Goosen. And coming to the flag by the looks of it. Yes, here they come. Checkered flag is out. And it's Lessing who takes the victory. Goosen in 2nd place, Masters in 3rd. Good run there from Ian Walker for 4th. He lost it there on that first corner, otherwise he possibly would have been a little bit higher up. And having a look there to see, here comes Mac to the line for Class B. Remember, with a slightly longer circuit, we've got slightly shorter laps to take into account. I forgot about that, so apologies on that one, getting caught out nearly. And then coming to the line behind him, Maro Deleuze. What a run there from him. Great drive from the youngster. As I said, getting a little bit extra seat time into the car. He won't be piloting that car, but of course he'll be piloting a similar car. And then to the line comes Class C, led out by Adrian de Beer. Other than a little slip earlier on, not many mistakes that we saw out of de Beer. He's going to win things out there over Bryce Pillay. And if Bryce hangs on, he should keep out Carl Peterson to the line as well. He's done that. Here comes Bryce in the background. And Carl Peterson should be in the insurer's car, the blue one. Should be coming through shot. There you go, the unofficial results right now as we see those cars coming through. Good run from Lessing, Gersing and Masters, your top three in Class A. It's Stuart Mack who wins out of Mara Deleuze and John O'Koenig for Class B. They were 7, 8 and 9 on track overall. And then all the way down in 13th was Adrian de Beer, winning out over Bryce Pillay, Carl Peterson, Demi Safiro, Andy Gossman. And a couple of laps down there was Michael Zafiro making a welcome return full time to the Regional Extreme Festival. So here we are at Red Star Raceway. That was the first part of our action for the day. 6-lapper coming from the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. We've got 8, 7 and 6 lappers coming all the way through the rest of the day's racing. And of course we'll be kicking things off shortly with some more action on circuit with BMW M Performance Racing Series. We've got them in the house with their classes D, E and F combined. Classes A, B and C combined. We've got Dunlop V8 Supercars. We've got the DOE Formula Vees partnered by CIM Lubricants. ACD Welkom 111 GD Sports and Saloons and the SuperHatch. And of course joining the regionals for the first time today so that they can try and finish up the season after a delayed start for the Investchem MSA 4 category and Formula Ford Kents. They have 2 races on the day as well, as you can see there. That is the timetable that we were pushing on. Up next, as you'll see, we've got D, E and F for the BMW M Performance Racing Series, and as soon as they're on track, we'll bring you some of the highlights from their previous round down at East London Grand Prix Circuit, and then we will be into Race 1 action for M Performance Racing Part Series. Up next is BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D, E and F, and this is what happened when we headed down to the Eastern Cape and to the East London Grand Prix Circuit. It was great to see a big field of BMWs in full flight. Is it ABC? Sorry, my pardon. My apologies. Okay, cool. So classes D, E and F absolutely hauling through. Yeah, and also nice to see that a couple of the regular competitors from the East London Grand Prix Circuit and PE's Aldo Scrimanti came and joined us as part and parcel of this big field of classes D, E and F. And there were some great battles that raged all the way through, including one that had Eddie Rodriguez getting a little bit out of shape right from the word go, as he decided to go onto the kart circuit early on. Tupi was pushing hard. He had some pressure coming from behind, as you could see, and a little bit of issues there for the boss man, as Bernard de Gavea had to go off track and take a little bit of evasive action coming out of Beacon Corner. He eventually got it all sorted out and returned the favour onto Mostert as they went through on the exit of Potter's Pass. But eventually he was pushing it to the limit. And nice to see Sean Gradwell as well, part and parcel of the event. He would be participating not only in BMW M Performance Racing Series, but also in the 111s. De Gavea had some issues with his car and had to pull to the sideline, and that would unfortunately see him sidelined for the rest of the day. And then at the front end, it was the Warden's car that was pushing hard to try and get away and try and hang on. Naidu was looking good. A couple of the regular competitors from the Eastern Cape, as I said, were in there, including Dean Paul, I mentioned Gradwell, but there was a whole bunch of them that joined the Gauteng-based club here for BMW M Performance Racing Series. And as always, wherever they go, these guys put on a show. And the show was that good. As you can see, a couple of cars getting sideways, and eventually the first race ended up. It was nice to see Nadu coming across the line there and taking the opportunity to wrap things up in Class D. It's going to be a bit of a fight on, of course, here today at Red Star Raceway, but there's still plenty of race action to come your way as we went into, of course, the second heat of the day's racing as well. But we had to wrap up the first heat as well. But battles all the way through is exactly what you kind of expect to see, even on the last lap and touching just before the checkered flag. Second heat, big pack lined up again, and they headed down towards the infamous Potters Pass. And full flight in these BMWs into Potters on the first lap is close to the 200k an hour mark. And then you've got to get it all right to make sure that those rear-wheel drive machines all work well, particularly when they are side by side. As you can see there, Tion van Rooyen and Duppy coming side by side there. Always good to see that. Van Vuren in the mix right at the front end of Heat 2 as well. He started to put that curve end car into the battle for the front end of Class D. The E battle started to rage again just further back from that, as you could see, and it was pretty close. And then Van Vuren unfortunately made a small mistake going into the complex out of gate corner. He had to wait right until the entire pack of cars had gone through before he could come back onto the circuit. Once again, we had some fantastic battles all the way through, and Miller was involved in this one. And as they came into the closing stages, it was going to be who could keep it all together on the black stuff and who would not be sliding out of Cochabana like that. The Dip Silver's car, once again, sideways, once, twice, 3 times, and eventually caught it and managed to stay on track coming through onto the beach straight away. But have a look in the background and have a look here as we go into gate corner. Oh, a little touch there between Dean Ball, just popping our young lady driver, Chloe Stewart, around. And almost nose to nose there between the two of them. But as I was going to say, there was just some little fights all the way through, and a couple of guys who got up close and personal on a few occasions, like this. How's this from Karabo Malamela? Inside line, on the dirt, on the grass, and still managed to make the overtaking maneuver stick. KWT Engineering BMW was there. Gradwell was looking good. He was going to come through for second place. Fantastic to see. As we saw in Cape Town, the increase in the BMW M Performance Racing community, and now with an Eastern Cape-based racing series, this is the type of action that you get from M Performance Racing Series. 5 cars, all in it, all going to go side by side, or are they? Some of them on the grass, some of them on the tar, but eventually getting through to wrap up a spectacular finish to classes D, E, and F. And you can see it's another big field that are lining up here for D, E, and F for our first heat here at Red Star Raceway. Slightly different conditions, but still a similar breeze to what we had in East London, although not as hot as the ambient temperature was. The ambient temperature here, of course, at Red Star Raceway is not even into the teens at the moment. We're still in the single digits, and I think we got up to about 11 degrees Celsius at the moment. So it is pretty chilly here, considering that we are in spring, and in October actually, so we're well into spring. Swift Sport will be, of course, our official safety car today. As always with Red Star Raceway, their association with the Suzuki brand continues, but he'll be leading out a massive pack of BMW M Performance Racing competitors, and they are all eager to get at each other and have a full go, as always, in M Performance Racing Series. De Gavin looks like he's put it on pole position, so whatever the boss man had for breakfast seems to have worked nicely, as they just shuffle the grid around to get everybody in the right positions before they lead them off on a final sighting lap. The cars that are not quite in the right position, so they're going to just make sure that they do get them in the right spots before we get them going and rolling around. Look and see as they come for the first time in anger, of course, watching out for Karabo Malamela there in that Liquimoli and Bearingman group, and he of course is part of the development series that runs in Class E of this category. It's nice to see that himself and Ken Swartz and Chloe Stewart have all been given opportunities there by Pablo Clark Racing to have a BMW to pilot, and of course grow the field in terms of the younger drivers involved in this category, because a lot of the guys have their own businesses or sort of slightly older ladies and gentlemen that race in this class, and higher up in classes A, B and C as well. But arguably this is the biggest growing circuit racing championship in the country at the moment. I think Bernard was telling us that there's about 18 cars that are now started full-time in the Western Cape as part of the series, and in the Eastern Cape there's about 12 cars. So if you add the 30 cars there to the almost 50 that we've got here today, it just shows you that things are working well here when it comes to the M Performance Racing Series and the development of this class and club. They do a lot of work on the sidelines as well to try and get a bit of development into the category. Guys get chances to get their cars all sorted out, and there's various stables that do the preparation of the cars, as we know. But as we've seen in the past, and particularly here at Red Star Raceway, these cars tend to put on an awesome show. And looking forward to the one we're going to get from them today. It's a big pack as they make their way around here on the warm-up lap. And also just trying to get as much heat into that Dunlop rubber as they can. Remember, they all run Dunlop tires for this class, and it just shows you that the amount of effort that ATE and Sumitomo are putting in to get the Dunlop brand out there. Every single class that races here today is on Dunlops. Keep an eye out as well on that the new wrapped car there of Troy Cochrane. He's now been bumped up into Class E, and we'll have to start from the back of Class C. Class E. Also great to see Mariska Duplessis joining the party, another lady driver who joins Corin Nienaber as part and parcel of our three ladies that make up the grid here for this first heat. So 3 lady drivers involved in this one, and of course you'll see most of those lady drivers I think might have the pink ribbon on the back of their cars. Not all the BMW guys got a pink ribbon from Mal, but they certainly gave them to the 3 lady drivers there to support, of course, Breast Cancer Awareness Month here. But it's Bernard de Gavea who now has the opportunity to set the pace and try and dictate what it's going to be like heading down towards turn 1, the right-hander. You can just hear as well how this wind is howling around the circuit. Picking up on our microphones, you can just hear it, and just how difficult it's going to be. It literally blowing down that main straightaway, which means that you're going to have to be early on the brakes, because it will push you down into turn 1. As they come round now, those lights are on. As soon as they go off, Bernard de Gavea will drop the hammer and look to try and capitalize on that pole position. Here we go. Down towards 1 we go. Van Vuuren follows right behind de Gavea as they start things out towards turn 1. And the rest of the pack come through to get those lights out. Good start from Cochrane. He dives on the inside, trying to find a way through early on, but Karabo Malamela's around his outside and already putting pressure onto Cochrane. He'll try and hang on to that outside line because he'll know it's got the inside for turn 3 if he can keep it all together. But no, he has the door firmly shut and then comes straight back up the inside. Oh, Malamela forcing his way through the Rhapsody car, just moving down to 4th place, but coming back at that Pablo Clark and Bearingman Group Liquimoli machine of Malamela. So Bernard de Gavea hangs on ahead of Van Vuuren, but the battle's for 3rd, big time. About to join the party is Miller. Johan Miller right on the tailpiece now of Karabo Malamela, who's already starting to muscle his way to the front end of hard-charging Class D pack of cars. The Valve Hospital machine there, the 57 car. Just further back there, Neil Reynolds. Reynolds just bringing up the tail end of Class D. Quite a big field of Class D competitors here today, which is good to see. Rodriguez, though, has chucked his little Class C machine in between them. And that Class C machine of his now moves up into the lead and just in between the tail enders of Class D. Have to keep an eye out on Rodriguez and see whether or not his lap times are going to be possibly in contention for maybe a breakout. We'll wait and see if that's the case. Nothing wrong with a good start amongst our usual competitors and usual suspects in classes D, E and F of M Performance Racing Series. As I said, Rodriguez there, just ahead of Neil Reynolds. There'll be a little concern there for Reynolds' point of view. Rodriguez has got a big lead over Mostert and Tian van Rooyen, and starting to get up close and personal with a couple more of those Class D. Here comes Josie on the inside. Good run here from him as they head up towards the little chicane. Malamela's dropped back slightly, and then just behind that you can see them all fighting for honours, trying to just squeeze through there if they can. Triple 4, good to see Philip Eminis back on track as well. Unfortunately, Marion still not 100% fit yet to get her car. Have we got a safety car? Or is there a car? Is there yellow flags onto the main straight? Oh, there you go. That's why. We got two cars that have crashed out, and I think safety car was deployed. I don't see a safety car at the start-finish line. That's why I just didn't see if there was a safety car board that went out, but I'm assuming there is one because the Pretoria North Toyota is there, and Hunley and Doc are on the scene. It's the Moscow's car, the 12 car there of Miller, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So a little mistake there coming out of turn 1 for two cars to crash out and came close to each other. You can see the double waved yellows there. Going into pit lane is Tian van Rooyen. So he's had a problem as well on this last lap. Is that the 44 car? Good possibility. Yeah, good possibility that might be Chloe Stewart and the 12 car. And that's, of course, Vessel Mostert. So 4, 4, 6. And I think Tian was running with them as well. So he must have had a problem and maybe got a little bit of damage on the car. So there was a three-way tangle there between the 12 car of Mostert, Chloe Stewart in the 446, and yeah, unfortunately Tian van Rooyen has had to go into pit lane. So we're under safety car for the first time today in the first heat of BMW M Performance Racing Series, classes D, E and F. Change up for the lead as well. We saw just in that fracas, Van Vuuren is at the front. He did a 2:13 dead, and that's not a bad run there from him. So Van Vuuren is now the man to watch out for at the front end once we got these cars cleared. The Moscow car might be able to get going again. He's trying to get going again. It is Chloe, 100% there. You can see her standing on the sideline, and I think Hunley just making sure she's okay. Our top medical team here from the Swartkops International World of Motoring have joined us as always as part of the Extreme Festivals team that travel the country, and particularly when we're up here on the Highveld and in Mpumalanga. See some damage, quite a bit of damage to the front end of that car. It seems to have moved most of it out of the way. The Moscow cars joined the back of the pack. No, that's not the same one. That's the other one. That's just trying to remember the other Mostert machine. Is that Philip? Yeah, it's Philip. I think it's at the back of that one. There's Josie and Miller. Caraba had a fantastic start there, but he's kind of dropped back to 6th place. I'm not quite sure what happened there. You've got Harbour in the Mule Instaparts machine. So we'll have to keep an eye out the progress there of Karova Malamela, because Malamela had a phenomenal start, and then it just kind of petered out a little bit. I'm not quite sure if he made a mistake and maybe ran a bit wide, but he's now back behind Troy Cochrane. When we look back further back on that one, we see Chloe's front end is damaged and is having to be excavated off the track. Going to probably just pull her onto the kart circuit for now, and then bring that car back into pit lane at the end of this one. It's a pity to lose that car so early on. She's had quite a good season in this class, actually. She's had a fantastic season in the karting category that she participates in as well. Still trying to keep heat in the rubbers, as you can see there, for Verfeuren and De Gavea. Side by side from Cochrane and Miller as well. It should be Miller in 4th place, but Carabo's there, so I don't know if Carabo overtook under yellows and is maybe a little bit higher up than what he should be. Because according to what I see on the timing monitor and what I see on the track, it's slightly different. But he might have got through there before the yellow flags came out, so stand to be corrected. Hajo Trans BMW of Miller. Behind that, Liqui Moly BMG stablemate car to Chloe Stewart, of course. He's Karabo Malamela out of Pablo Clark Racing. Looks like they're going to stay out for another lap under safety because that area is still not cleared. Probably need to clean up a little bit of fluid or something that might have been dropped on the inside, just to make sure that it's all clean and clear before we give them the clearance to race again. A couple of cars just taking it really easily around on this lap. Carrot Duplessis in car 8, Gerald Anthony behind him, Nick Naidu a bit further back than what I think Naidu would like to be. He'd like to be a little bit higher up, considering he had such a good outing at the East London Grand Prix circuit. But literally the track is almost littered with BMWs right now. Van Rooyen is back, so Tian has gone back into pit lane. I think he went in just to double check, or maybe he had a puncture, needed to do a quick tyre change. And a safety car, he's not been demoted down too badly. He's at the back of the pack, but he would have been there anyway because he was involved in that incident, so it wasn't a bad call there from him to dive into pit lane possibly and just go and do a quick double check of the car. Gerald Anthony there is in the G-Man Racing machine. It's on with a big wing. White car with some sort of luminous livery on the sideline. Jonathan Govender, another new man to the series as well. So enjoying life in his car. Nina Oba, one of our 2 of 3 ladies left. As I said, unfortunately, one of the ladies, Chloe Stewart, is involved in that incident which has caused this safety car to come out. This one is an 8-lapper. So it's probably going to be about 3 or 4 laps of sprint racing that'll happen with these cars once to get the safety car cleared. My fellow commentator there, Nicholas Herbst. That CIM Lubrifuel car. You can hear in the background as well. The wind is absolutely pumping around the circuit, making it very difficult for cars, particularly ones with the big wings on. They'll start to feel the effects of those wings. When they're supposed to work, they'll work brilliantly. Other areas where they're maybe not needed, they're going to certainly feel the additional wind that's pumping around this track today. Going to the back straightaway here. It's pretty awesome as you drive past the track on that N4 highway. As you come past, of course, the N12 I should say. And as you come past, you just see a stream of BMWs hauling up alongside you. It's a lot easier when they're at this pace because you can sort of go past them and save them. Looks like the safety car lights might be out as well. And I think we're about to go for a start chat. Nice crowd as well, as you can see there. Up on the grandstand and overlooking the start line area. It looks like we are good to go. Yes, we are. So it's lights out and we are racing. Green flag across the line, 5 to go. Andre van Vuren feeds out over to Gabaya. Change of surface flag is out there for turn 1. He'll be out there for a couple of laps, I'm sure, as we see another move here from Karaba Malamela trying to find a way through on Cochrane. He's late on the brakes into turn 2. Squeezes Cochrane wide. Cochrane will just slot in and try and keep him on the inside for turn 3. Behind that, it's Ghost versus Reynolds. Then Govender, Nick Herbst side by side there with Duppy. Coming through there rapidly as well as Gerard du Plessis. He's got G-Man on his tail there. Gerald Anthony. And not too far behind that is Eddie Rodriguez. Rodriguez, as I said, leads out Class E. But a long way up the road. In fact, not as long anymore, but he was a lot longer up the road earlier on before the safety car. Ahead of the red car in the background, which of course is Philip Eminis. Then Ignis du Plessis and Kian Budaya. That's your top 4. Mitch Kutsia brings up 5th place. Back of the pack to 5th so far for Mitch Kutsia. That's a good drive from him for Class E. And then F, it's Henry Platt, Ari van Heerden and Philip Moster Jr., who are the top 3 in Class F. Watching this little battle unfold as du Plessis goes at it here with Abst. Behind them, Anthony and Rodriguez. Problem Motorsport prepare BMW there. Looking to try and squeeze out and maybe find another couple of positions up into Class D for him. One thing that he's got to work out, he's got to be worried about though, and I don't have the breakout times with me, but I'm sure that Bernard will send them to me later on. But he's got to be careful he doesn't break out of the allocated lap times for Class E, otherwise he'll be moving up automatically into Class D for the next race. Look at that. It's like 40 cars down that back straightaway. Brilliant to see that. Further back, as you can see there as well, coming through the back end of the field, Mariska du Plessis. He has a little dive on the inside, the 120 machine. And a little bit of threat there of Henry Platt, Ari van Heerden. And sideways, oh, that's the mule car by the looks of things. Yeah, looks like it. So just a little bit out of shape there. Big dive on the inside into turn 1. Didn't quite get there. But fighting all the way through. Very van Heerden starting to get into the mix there as well now. Watching Henry Platt hang on with the 32 saltwater car on his tail. Let's here see that. See that, of course, fighting for the tail end of Class E, but he's having it. So here, see that. Oh, close, cutting grass again, the Master Mose man. He doesn't go off track at one point on the race day, then he hasn't lived up to his sponsor's name. So that Master Mose BMW, unfortunately, getting it wrong going onto the short straight. So here, see that, just getting told that, of course, bumped up from Class F into Class E, so first time for him into Class E, so that's kind of why he's still in that Class F battle. Probably just found a really good lap yesterday, and with that bumped himself up, but still fighting in amongst his usual competitors that he would be in if he was on a normal race day and hadn't had that promotion. So we're looking at the breakout times. Of course, let me have a quick squiz at my phone. I believe I got sent those, which is a big help as well. Thank you, Reynard Geldenes, for listening in there. So Class F, sure, that's impressive. Red Star Raceway is 218s for Class F. Right now we're looking at 219s for Platt. Philip Moster Jr. is doing a 218.8. So 218.5 is what you're allowed. So he's right on the bubble there. He's Philip Moster Jr. The rest of the pack seem to be sort of well within their allocated lap times. Go back to the front end of Class D. And Class D's breakouts are 209.5s. We got 2 10s and 11s out of everybody, so don't think we're going to see any breakouts out of the Class D competitors here today. De Gavea pulling away from Cochrane. Cochrane has now lost Molamela. Carabo probably just still getting to grips with being in the slightly higher class. Staying ahead though of Johan Miller. He's a seasoned campaigner in Class D. That Heijo transport machine is a really good car. Usually a little bit higher up than what he is right now, but with the safety car scenario that came out and the first bit of fighting that took place on track also would have maybe just affected his ability to get to the front end where he'd like to be. Change up there as Sedat has got through now, but it doesn't change things in terms of the lead of Class F. Nice run here from Henry Platt. Josie, after that off-track excursion, is just ahead of Sedat and Platt in the Moscow motorsport machine. It's the only Z machine that races in this BMW M Performance Racing Series. Used to have a couple, but he's the only leftover one now. The rest of them are all in the saloon cars, as opposed to the two-seaters. Looks like a little move here from Anthony, looking for a way through, trying to get on the inside of Hapst. Rodriguez has pulled a bit of a margin. Looks like he's also moved up a couple of positions, and now put himself into the battle there between Govender, and just behind that is Duplessis. Mostert in second. Sorry, not Mostert. Eminus in second in Class E. Anthony trying to close the gap down now on Haps as he pulls away slightly for CIM Ruby Fuels. Rodriguez, he's got Govender and Naidu between himself and Eminus, so that's quite a good position to be in. And a lap and a half to go for the front end of this field. We're watching the mid-pack of Class D, and a change-up as Anthony goes around the outside, trying to find a way through there on Nick Haps. Haps keeps that inside line into a very tricky left-hander. And oh, was that a misgear? Yeah, slightly different gear coming out there. I think he went from, instead of going to second, he probably went to fourth and just couldn't get the drive out, which has given Haps a little bit of an advantage over him now. Pressure coming from Naidu, putting it onto the back end of Jonathan Govender. Govender versus Naidu as they come into the dog bone. Haps come out of the dog bone and up towards the big off-camber right-hander that brings them onto the back straight. This car is working well. Anthony running slightly wide into the clutches now of Rodriguez. We're on to the final lap now for the leader. And since Andre van Vuuren hit the front there in the second of the curve end cars, he is hanging on by a comfortable margin over Banner de Gavea. De Gavea, though, has gone quickest out of everybody. 2096. Ooh. He is right on the bubble for Class C, is Banner de Gavea. 1/10 in it there. If he goes 1/10 quicker, he's going to be driving in Class C later on. So the boss man pushing it to the limit here. Getting right up to the very edge of breakout. Cochrane still hanging on to third place for now in Class D. But I don't think they're going to catch Andre van Vuuren. Took a while for him to get to the front, but once he got there, he was not bedded. And of course, with the help of the safety car, Managed to get a little bit of a margin. Caught De Gavea out slightly on that restart. And he's just managed that gap since then. Case of 5 laps of time management and time management as well. Time between himself and the car in second place. Both of them in the into the 9s. 9.6 out of Troy Cochrane as well. He's got pretty close to the breakout time as Cochrane in the Rhapsody car. That's your top 3. Heading down that back straightaway for the last time. Yeah, and Van Vuuren is going to hang on to it. No issues at all here for the Curvent International machine. He'll come to the line with another win for Grobler Motorsport as he comes out for the checkered flag and takes the victory for Class D ahead of Bernard De Gavea and Troy Cochrane. Karabo Malamela, good ride there from him, first time in Class D. He'll finish up in the 4th spot ahead of Johan Miller. And a couple of guys spinning out there, coming out of turn 5 by the looks of things, as we saw on the right hand side of that shot. Here comes Rodriguez. Is he going to be able to hang on for the lead here of Class E? He should do. He doesn't have to worry about that car. He's not fighting with that one. That's not for honours. The 98 machine, of course, up the road from him, is not involved in his battle. That's Jonathan Govender. But Rodriguez will get the win over Eminis, who's just behind him, actually. So a nice recovery there. Ignis du Plessis is going to come through for 3rd place in the Dup Civils BMW. Well done to him. And then it's Platt. Great drive from Henry Platt in the Z3. He's going to hang on for the win over Philip Moster Jr. and Ari van Heerden in the orange Boxer a bit further back there. Wrapping up classes D, E and F of the BMW M Performance Racing Series. There you have our final standings. It's Andre van Vuuren, Bernard De Gavea and Troy Cochrane, your top 3 in Class D. We go all the way down to 11th place there for Eddie Rodriguez, who beats out Philip Eminis and Ignis du Plessis. And then it's down to... Oh, they're not on that screen, but it was a good drive. None other than Mr. Henry Platt, who takes the win in Class F to wrap up our first heat of Classes D, E and F of M Performance Racing Series. Can hear them in the background. They're starting to get those big V8s revved up. We are moving on to the Dunlop V8 Supercars, first heat of the day for them, and they'll be out for their 8-lapper in a few moments' time. Supercars from Dunlop. I was at the East London Grand Prix circuit at the previous round of the Regional Extreme Festival. They had three heats of racing. and Terry Wilford was the man to catch in the first one. Warren Lombard having a little bit of issues earlier on in qualifying, and he dropped down into 6th place on the start. So had a little bit of work to do to try and come through this pack of both GT1 and GT2 cars that were in full flight. The East London Grand Prix circuit, of course, was packed with people on the sidelines, looking forward to all the action that was going to be provided by one of the arguably most sought-after cars to watch out. And eventually Warren Lombard found his way up through the pack, fighting with Alki Kampan initially to try and get through, and the two big Mustangs leaving black lines coming out of Beacon Corner. Thomas Reeb was sidelined early on with a problem with his car, and the same thing came from Wayne Spicer. The two Chevys unfortunately having some problems in the early stages, which left the Ford Falcon of Terry Wilford all on its own to go and wrap up the first heat in fine style. Massive advantage over the rest of the field as he came across the line. He started from pole position in the second heat as well, and made his way down towards Potters with a hard charge coming from Reeb, who got his car sorted out. And then it was Warren Lombard looking to try and come through early on to try and get up into the mix right from the word go. It wasn't going to be an easy day in the saddle for Warren Lombard as he tried to keep himself in the hunt for the championship honours. But Terry Wilford was going at it at the front end, and certainly looked like he was looking for 2 out of 2 in the Dunlop V8 Supercars. Great to see big battles like this raging in the V8 Supercars. And of course, when they're in full flight at this circuit particularly, they get over the 290 km/h mark. And that's when they get into 4th gear down towards Cochabana. Down towards Potters Pass, it's close to 260 km/h. But when the checkered flag comes out, you can roll off, of course, and accept 2 out of 2. Third race of the day would see a slightly changed front end. Alki Kampan would lead things out down towards Potters, and he was the man to hang on to that front end. But Warren Lombard was looking to try and capitalize on the fact that he had some new tires and slightly less used rubber than what he'd had earlier on, because he'd sort of nursed those tires through the day to keep him in with a chance of a victory in the third and final heat. Big move came from, of course, the Chevy Holden and Lumina, I should say, not the Holden, it's the Lumina that he runs, of Thomas Reeb. But he wasn't able to match the pace of the two Fords, and Lombard had it all his own way right in the closing stages. Getting through and getting away from the pack, he would take the third and final victory with some big black lines out of Beacon Corner to celebrate, and Terry Wilford would wrap up the overall victory for the day as second place went to that machine. So some fantastic effort there. As you can see, we've got a little bit of a delay here at Red Star Raceway as we come back live. That's Chloe Stewart's car that's having to be recovered from just the exit point of turn 1. So once that car is out of harm's way, we will get the Rolling Thunder out on track with Dunlop V8 Supercars. So as the Dunlop V8s make their way around on their warm-up lap, remember they will do a rolling start, but picking up on that Corvette that we see in shot right now, just a heads up, that's a brand new car, and literally has been substituted for the Chevy Lumina that Thomas Reeb would normally run. It comes directly out of a Daytona winning team, the De Haag Motorsport Chevrolet Corvette, and it normally runs in a GTS format, of course, for De Haag and Heritage Motorsports in the Daytona prototypes. But with that new car on track, Thomas Reeb is hoping that the slightly shorter chassis will allow him the opportunity to possibly be in the hunt for the front of it better. He says that they realize that with the Lumina, it's not quite suited to the tighter tracks like Swartkops and Red Star, but they will definitely probably run that car at Kyalami, East London and Cape Town. However, here on the shorter tracks and the tighter tracks, they decided that possibly the Corvette might be the better option. So good to see a new car, and of course the development being done there by Cafe 9 Automotive. The message he sent to me was he apologizes for not getting the car painted on time, but it doesn't look bad in that livery, I got to tell you. Right behind him is a 2 out of 3 winner in Terry Wilford in that Ford Falcon of his, and just ahead of him, of course, is the man who took the third and final victory there for Pep Boys Automotive and Gavin Wilkins Racing. Now, according to Thomas Reeb, the birthday boy, of course, it's Warren's 40th birthday tomorrow, so he'll be looking to at least give himself 2 wins and an early birthday present for an overall victory here today for High Tech Mag Repairs, Gavin Wilkins Racing and the Pep Boys team. But according to his arch rival, Thomas Reeb says that Warren Lombard might have changed to a vegan diet because he wants to try and keep himself lean, mean and trim to stay ahead of the fast Corvette behind him. Whether or not that's the truth, only they will know. But great rivalry and camaraderie amongst these drivers as well. But good to see that car almost out of the box and competitive for V8 Supercars here at Red Star Raceway. Terry Wilford, of course, as we know, is always a seasoned competitor in this category and will definitely be looking for a chance to spoil the day for any of the competitors that are involved in Dunlop V8 Supercars. We saw just how good he was in that machine down at East London Grand Prix Circuit. But can he beat a car that's ahead of him now, or 2 cars that are ahead of him, but more importantly the one on his right-hand side as it switches to the left-hand side under the ability to try and get some heat in the rubber. That De Haag and Heritage Motorsport Corvette at one point in time had Kenny Wilden, Derek Bell, Justin Bell and Simon Gregg behind the wheel of it in the endurance format that car used to run in. Looks like Warren has gone with a bit of pink ribbon, so has a whole bunch of the V8 Supercar guys in support of breast cancer. Great to see that. But now under starters orders, and Warren Lombard will dictate the pace. Let's see if that vegan diet pays off. As the lights go out, we go racing, and the man who will turn 40 tomorrow is looking for a double victory, and he's got the whole shot into turn 1. Right behind him is his closest rival, Thomas Reeb, in that brand new Corvette of his, and then Terry Wilford already putting pressure onto Reeb as they go through into turn 2. Great to see Sam Dahl back in the Mobile 1 and Mobile Grid car. It's tucked in behind there, the Mustang there. And then behind them, it is Alki Kampan. Kampan looking to try and lead things out there over Wayne Spicer for GT2s. Spicer looking for a chance now to also maybe get a little bit higher up than what he finished in that East London Grand Prix circuit round. You can see he's also changed into some new livery there, going with almost the sort of light metallic Hulk green colours there. The Wellness Group having a fantastic run. Right on his tail though, it's Larry and Steve Herbst who are pushing through. Herbst in the blue Corvette as, oh, there's a big spin from Spicer. And the Falcon gets caught out as well. Alan Ryan, I think, is stuck there too. So the two Welkom Group's cars have come together, and it looks like there might be a little bit of an issue heading down into that hairpin. The 70 machine has got through. That's Larry Wilford. So Wilford now coming through, and those are the two cars stricken on the exit of the dog bone. Lombard, this is what it looked like. You can just see Spicer just going a little bit hot coming out of the dog bone. Inside line there from the 7 car of Hapst and the 70 car of Wilford, but nowhere to go for Alan Ryan in the 77 Falcon. And the Adlam machine is parked on the sideline, unfortunately, there, and the two of them are still stuck down at the dog bone. Alan Ryan's out the car. Former superbike rider, of course. Both of these drivers, former superbike riders. So looking at each other, going, "What do we do here?" But safety car has been deployed. Understandably, not much of an option there because those cars are literally stuck together, and I think that's why they can't maneuver apart. Is the two, either the front bumper or the left bumper of Alan Ryan's car might be stuck on the left-hand bodywork of Spicer's car. There's the reason for our safety car. Both drivers okay, of course. Just a spin out there from the Wellness Group Corvette of Wayne Spicer. Not really much room for Alan Ryan to go anywhere. And he just waits on the sideline now for some support. And the recovery vehicles are on, making their way to that area as we speak, as the Swift Sport takes up duties as the safety car again. So Lombard now will just circulate, try and keep the heat in the Dunlop rubber. Not easy to do on a day like this. It is pretty chilly here in Mpumalanga. And the track surface, of course, will be quite cold as well because the ambient temperature is so down compared to yesterday. We had almost ideal racing conditions yesterday, but this cold front has come in with a bit of a strong breeze that's blowing straight down the main straight here in front of us. And they'll definitely start to feel the effects of that breeze in these big V8s with the wings and side sills that these cars run. Of course, designed to keep the cars on track. That's the whole idea. Sometimes not as easy to do. So we got Falcons and Mustangs, Corvettes and Holdens all fighting for honours. But we got to clear a Corvette and a Falcon off track first before we can do anything. And there they are, trying to work as quickly as possible to get those cars out of harm's way. Also, just to mention, a little bit about Auki there, leading the GT2 class at this point in time. Kampan coming in that white Mustang, representing his Hurricane Automotive sponsor. And of course, quite a dedicated man to the sport. Puts a lot of effort in from the sidelines, trying to showcase those skills that he has. And has slowly but surely become a more seasoned competitor in this category. And I think there's definitely going to be a big future for him. Hoping to get, of course, a couple more cars involved in this class. That's the whole plan that the committee behind the scenes has done, which is why we're seeing the likes of that Corvette come into play. The two recovery vehicles seem to be battling a little bit here to get these two cars split apart. Can't just rip them apart, of course, because it might just damage some bodywork. So they've got to be quite ginger in their attempts to pull them apart. Not quite sure where the field's going to go when they get to the dog bone. They might have to slow that field up a little bit more because there's recovery vehicles right in the middle of the circuit there as well. Might have to move that Red Star Bucky out the way just to allow the field through quickly. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. Just get it out the way. And I think it might be just in time. As, the Land Rover's just trying to get the Falcon to unlock itself from the Corvette. These big V8s have got wide bodies on them, so there's not a lot of room to play if you've got a truck stuck in the middle of the circuit. Quick thinking there from the marshals to get that truck out of the way. Eight lap first race, and we're on to the third lap, and it's 2 laps that we've been under safety car. I think there may still be one more to go, so probably only going to be about half race distance completed before we lose the safety car. Looks like they have got the cars split apart, fortunately, and now just trying to get them into a safe position. Spicer's car didn't look like it had any damage. He might well get it fired up again. I thought he might get going again, but he would be 2 laps down. And I think the same thing can apply there to the 7.7 machine. So it looks like we are we on the green? No, I don't think we are. No, still one more lap. One more lap under safety car, I think. This should be the last one. I'm sure they'll get those cars out of harm's way. Maybe just saw a couple of guys just revving up and trying to keep the heat in the brakes as well. So it looks like we will complete the first half of the race under safety car, and the second half will be out of this lap's safety car possibly coming in. So if you just joined us at Red Star Raceway, big welcome to you all on our live stream coverage of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. It is the penultimate round of the regional side of the championship. It's also the penultimate round of MSA4's national championship. They join us for the first time on the regional category tour, just to get in the extra races that they lost out earlier on in the year as they debuted those cars. So the cars have been moved out of harm's way. I think we should be good to go on this one. Lombard leading things out in the Dunlop V8 Supercars, ahead of Thomas Reeb in a brand new Corvette, coming all the way from the United States of America there, out of the Daytona Rolex 24-hour series, that car. De Haag Motorsports Chevrolet Corvette, now in the hands of Thomas Reeb and Cafe 9 Automotive. Terry Wilford will be looking to pounce. He's definitely looking to try and get ahead and make it Fords 1 and 2 if he can. That'll be his plan on the restart. I think Lombard will just be looking to try and get away and maintain the lead. Remember, he's the birthday boy tomorrow, so he would love an opportunity to get 2 wins on these 2 8-lappers today. We will finish the first half with the safety car possibly going back in the pit lane. And then, yeah, it looks, just want to see if we can see. Yeah, lights are out. Lights out on that Suzuki Swift. So Lombard now has the responsibility to take them to the line. It's line astern on the restart for V8 Supercars. No overtaking until you've passed that finish line. And Lombard drops the hammer out of the chicane. Gets away slightly from the Corvette. Then Wilford on his tail. Sam Dahl in 4. Aki Kampan leads GT2s. Wilford and Herbst there behind him. As they head towards turn 2, Terry Wilford trying to close that gap down. Looks a look on the inside, but has the door firmly shut there by the Corvette of Reeb. Wilford will definitely look to try and close and get into second place if he can. He does not want to let Thomas Reeb score some more valuable championship points, not after the great round he had with 2 of the 3 wins at East London Grand Prix circuit, keeping this V8 Supercar Championship still wide open. Great battle between those two, as we saw in the highlights just before. Or if you haven't seen it yet, of course you can just rewind it on your live stream feed, but you would have seen Thomas Reeb had an issue with his gearbox in race 1 of the East London Grand Prix round. Got his car fixed and back into contention for races 2 and 3. But it was Terry Wilford who took 2 of the 3 wins. And of course the third and final win went to the man who leads out at the moment, Warren Lombard for Pep Boys Automotive. Terry Wilford there in the 6th spot. Just trying to hang on to the tail end of Aki Kampan, but Kampan just seems to have an advantage in his drive so far. Wilford, of course, remember, is a GT1 competitor, so he doesn't have to worry too much about Aki Kampan. That's why he's concerning himself more onto the back end of Sam Dahl for a top 4 out of 5 finish, if he can, to get through there on Dahl in the Mobile 1 Grid Ford. Lap 5 done, 3 to go. Kampan not all on his own, and Stevie Herbst. Those are the 2 men that should be there, Alan Ryan and Spicer. Pity to lose those 2 cars, but I'm sure they'll be fixed in time for race 2 later on this afternoon. Lombard down into the 155.8s. Some of the fastest laps we've seen on the V8 Supercars being set here this weekend by Lombard. A great outing this morning in qualifying to get that car onto pole position. Running for, of course, Pep Boys Automotive, Gavin Wilkins Racing, High Tech Racing, Sean's Decals. Those are all his sponsors. And as I said, 2 wins out of 2 starts today. It will be a fantastic 40th birthday present for the man in that Gulf Racing machine out front. Gulf Racing coloured machine, I should say. Changed up the colours a little while ago and is loving life in that Mustang of his. Thomas Reeb debuting that Corvette though today. Got to say that's a pretty spectacular debut for a car that's come from the US of A. And they've spent literally the time from East London Grand Prix circuits round to now prepping that car to have it ready and try and get it as competitive as possible here for Red Star Raceway. Here's the car we're talking about right now. Flying through the chicane ahead of Terry Wilford. Two laps to go. Terry Wilford will be thinking to himself, well, hang on. Reverse grid might work in my favour here. I'll possibly have my dad on pole and Sam Dahl alongside him. And I'll be tucked in behind Dad. So maybe the Wilford boys will work together as a pairing to try and get Terry to the front as quickly as possible. It's part of the strategy of this particular format, is that they do have a second race, and it does have an inverted grid for the second race. So I wonder if Terry's thinking about that, thinking, well, 3rd place after 2 wins in East London. It's not a bad way to wrap up the first heat of the day. A little bit of smoke coming out of Lombard's car there. Is that a concern? He's only got a lap and a half to go, so hopefully it's not. Still a bit of smoke. Seems to be coming under... Seems to be just the left-hand corners that he seems to be getting a little bit of smoke. Maybe it's a bit of body rub on the tyre. We'll keep an eye on it though, because he's now literally got the back straight away and a lap to go. Doesn't seem to be affecting the straight line speed of that Mustang of his. That's for sure. As he continues to pull away slightly there from Thomas Reeb. He's moved the gap up to about 2.5 seconds. 55.7s as opposed to 56s out of Reeb, and 57s coming out of Terry Wilford, 59s out of Dahl and Larry Wilford. Last lap board out now for Lombard. Drop down slightly into the 56.3s now, as opposed to that 55.7 we saw from his fastest lap of the race. Wilford also just rolling off slightly. He seems to be wanting to settle for that third place. Maybe got a bit of strategy in mind for race 2's inverted grid. Thomas Reeb, 56.9 out of that car on the last pass. Also seems to have just settled down and says, "No, I'll hang on and see what I can do in race 2." Maybe a couple of tweaks to that Corvette for race 2 will see him a little bit closer to Warren Lombard. So Lombard at the dog bone, through the left-hand kink and onto the big off-camber right-hander, down into turn 11. Back straight, third gear, fourth gear, and everything she's got up the hill towards the chicane for the last time. Lombard's done it relatively easily here. Did have a little bit of assistance from that safety car scenario. Didn't have to fight too hard during the safety car, and caught them a little bit napping in the restart, which given him the victory. Well done to him. That's exactly how he wanted to start his race day. He is with the chance of at least getting one of the two victories in, possibly in with a chance of a double victory here. Nice birthday celebration starting there early on for Lombard ahead of Reeb and Wilford. Dahl comes through for fourth and beats out Larry Wilford, and it's going to be Auki Kampan who will finish up at the front end of GT2s. There he goes, up that back straight away. So it's literally Mustangs at the top end of both of GT1 and GT2s in the Dunlop V8 Supercars. He'll bring it to the line, and he will wrap up GT2. It's also going to give Auki, I think, a relatively close or almost done deal in terms of GT2's championship as well. I need to just double check that in between the two heats. I'll come back to you later on. Lombard, Reeb and Wilford, your top 3 in GT1. Kampan and Herbst, your top 2 in GT2s, as we wrap up V8 Supercars for the first heat of the day. We're moving on, of course, to DOE Formula Vees, partnered by CIM Lubricants. That's the first heat of our single-seaters. And looking forward to a big battle there over the next 7 laps as we get into the race action for the day. There's possibly going to be a little bit of a delay as well due to the fact that we've got to bring those 2 V8 Supercars back in. That might just take a while to tow those 2 cars back to the pit lane. And they will do that because they'll need to get those cars fixed, of course, between the 2 heats. So there might be a small delay, but we'll be back with highlights, of course, of the Formula V's from East London in a few moments' time. And then race action here from Red Star Raceway for the first heat of DOE Formula Vees. Oh, of course it will be, yeah. I've got a different... That's the one I needed. I'm looking at the wrong one, my bad. So I have DOE Formula Vees, then 111s, then MSA4s. But that might be slightly different to the program that could have been revised. There may be a revision on that one, but we do have MSA4s. Okay, so there was a revision late yesterday afternoon, so apologies on that one. So we've got single seaters, nonetheless, heading away shortly. Let's go with that. As you've seen so far in the highlights, the previous round of MSA 4 didn't take place at East London Grand Prix Circuit. No, that was at the Killarney International Raceway at the previous round of the national side of Extreme Festival's 2025 Championship. It was a big battle expected at the front end, and it's exactly what the crowds, and there were big ones, that came to the Killarney International Raceway were given from MSA 4's first outing to Cape Town. They missed the initial first round of this championship, but put on a phenomenal show nonetheless here on their first effort on the Killarney International Raceway. And of course, big fights expected all the way through, but kind of didn't expect to see Michael Besaidenote finding the pace he found over the weekend. And he got to the front end and was a difficult man to try and catch for championship leader Casey Smith. He certainly had his championship aspirations well within his sights, and was happy to sit behind Michael Besaidenote for almost the entire first heat. But a great battle unfolded just behind that, with Palome, Naidu and Malamela. They were all chucked in there for some phenomenal race action. Besaidenote eventually pulling away in the closing stages and opening up a relatively big margin over the pack. Casey Smith was the only man who could really match his pace, but he kind of settled for second, knowing that second place would be good enough for him to maintain the championship lead. Just behind them, of course, as the rest of the field came through from MSA 4's point of view, there were 4 Formula Ford Kent category cars that were out on track as well, as we wrap things up. And it was a nice battle between Alex Voss, who stepped into a Formula Ford Kent for a first time in a long time after his long stand in the previous version of the National Championship single-seaters. That was Formula 1600s. And he had a fantastic battle with Steve Morris, all the way from the United Kingdom. Morris, of course, representing the Investchem category, and the Investchem sponsors of this category. And Rick Morris pushing to the limit as he came down and eventually found a way around the outside of Cape Town corner to get to the lead of the race. Voss was pretty much eyes wide open or eyes wide shut as he saw a maneuver like that in the final corner, but brought it to the line, and it was going to be Morris who would take the victory in race number 1, beating Voss and wrapping up the Formula Ford Kent side of that first heat of race action. The second heat, problems on the line there for Simpiwe Motlatlo, just getting stuck slightly, which also caught Rick Morris out, and he had to drop right to the back of the pack and lost out to a couple of the MSA4 and Formula Ford Kent cars as they went around there. Palome also made a small mistake into turn 1, running wide slightly at the start. A little bit closer this time from the production X car of Srinadu, who made his way up into third place. As we watch Renzo Ribeiro going at it side by side and looking for a way through on Karabo Malamela for potentially fourth place on the road. Shrin eventually finding a way to try and go up high and wide around the outside of Casey Enzo Smith. Enzo Smith kept him honest though, and moved the production X car down into third place as Michael Besaidnote continued on his merry way at the front end. Shrin sneaking through into turn 1 for the first time that we saw someone else other than Michael Besaidnote get ahead of Casey Enzo Smith in this championship. Karab Molamela with Liam Palome putting pressure onto himself as well as the 13 car of Renzo Ribeiro. Ribeiro eventually running wide and eventually sticking it back onto the black stuff, but the battle for fourth place was raging, and Palome and Malamela were going at it literally wing mirror to wing mirror, wheel to wheel, as they came down onto the pole straightaway. Down on the brakes and into the final corner. It was a late charge coming from Shrin to try and get up and possibly spoil the day for the double. But Michael Besaidnote was having none of it and went to the line to take the checkered flag for the second time. This time a lot closer though from that Production X car of Naidu right on his tail. And Casey Enzo Smith would settle for third and still maintain the lead of the championship coming to Red Star Raceway for MSA4. Phenomenal battle, eventually won out by Liam Palome for fourth, and Malamela came through for the top 5. Once again, it was Rick Morris who eventually found his way into the middle of the hunt for the front of Formula Ford Kents. He was in second place for a while behind Alex Voss. He had Alan Mayer right on his tail, and they were pushing hard, but right in the closing stages, Voss picked up a small issue, which allowed Rick Morris to go to the line with Alan Mayer behind him for the overall victory in the Formula Ford Kents from Killarney, the previous round of MSA4's national debut championship here in 2025. MSA4 are on the line as we speak and are itching to get at it. It is Michael Besaidnote who once again has set the pace, and he's alongside Casey Enzo Smith. Renzo Ribeiro on that second row has got Karabo Malamela alongside him, and then Liam Palome. So expect to see some fights there. Further back in the pack as well. Also, remember we've got 4 Formula Ford Kents in the form of Ian Schofield, Rick Morris, Ronald Van Wheelie, and joining them for a fight there will be Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer. So we are almost under starters orders here at the Red Star Raceway. It's just outside of Delmas in Mpumalanga in South Africa. And if you've joined us for the first time, big welcome to our live stream coverage of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. We're under starters orders. 5-second board goes to lights on. Revs pick up in the background. Those Volkswagen engines about to be lit up. And here we go. Down towards turn 1. Besaidnote got a good start. Casey Enzo Smith wasn't quite off the line as quickly as what he hoped to be. And looks like he might have been outgunned. No, he wasn't. Nearly outgunned. Great start coming from Renzo into what is now third place, just ahead of Naidu. Naidu's got Palome around his outside, and Karabo Malamela's going with Palome on the outside, and both of them run wide. Cold Dunlops on the outside of turn 2 are not going to help you out, boys. And they're going to have to come back on now. Whoa! Karabo nearly coming into the side of Simpiwe Motlatlo, and comes side by side there with Rick Morris. Morris is fighting hard there with Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer, and now Karabo Malamela around the outside of Simpiwe into turn 4. Back to the front, and they start to sort themselves all out as they go into this first lap of anger. Michael Besaidnote leading us out. Looks like Schofield leads out the Kent category. He's got a little bit of breathing room there between himself and Ron Van Wheelie. Have a look at this first incident in turn 2. Liam Palome trying to go around the outside. There's not a lot of grip out there on cold tyres, and Karabo Malamela thought, well, if he can go there, I'm going to try it as well. Palome spun around. He got back on track, and I think it was right at the back of the pack that we saw Palome get onto the circuit. But it was Karabo Malamela who nearly came into the side of Simpiwe Motlatlo, his stablemate out of the Investchem team. Fortunately, didn't tag her and was able to get back into the circuit, but he's got a big mountain to climb now over the next 8 laps. We're about to complete the first lap in anger, and these guys and girls going at it absolutely everything they can. Behind Palome is Adrian Nell. Then we got Kent Swartz. We also got to watch out for Nzalo Koza coming through the field as well. Here comes a move from Naidu, looking for a way through. Shrin having a little look, but not quite there. Watch out for a move here from Rick Morris in the background, also on Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer by the looks of things. Nzalo Koza getting a little bit sideways as they come through to complete this first lap. This is a 7-lapper, remember. And as they complete that first lap, Enzo Smith is the man who leads things out at this point in time. He's been able to find a way through. And what has happened to Michael Poseidon? Poseidon's dropped down to 4th. So he must have made a mistake somewhere on circuit, which has allowed Naidu and Ribeiro through. So the pole man is down in 4th place after the first lap as they head towards turn 5. Through the right hand at 4. Then it's a triple left, triple apex as well corner here. It takes them onto the short straight. Watching for the maneuvers coming through there as well from Kent Swartz and Jordan Moodley. Anastasia in there as well, our second lady in this class, in the top 10 so far for her. Certainly one of her best outings. She's just behind Jordan Moodley there in the Legacy 76 machine. So trying to close that gap down there on Moodley. Moodley doing the same thing, trying to close onto the back end of Van Wheelie, who's looking to try and catch Ken Swartz and Nzalo Koza, who are just up the road from him. If you've seen this for the very first time, this of course is the new single-seater national championship category, MSA4, in its debut season, and first time to Red Star Raceway for these cars as well. So maybe a couple of little niggles, some setup and data that needs to be taken by these cars so they can get everything working perfectly. So far, the championship leader, it's all going according to plan there for KC Enzo Smith. Doing a superb job to try and stay at the front end of this fight. Remember, he has got, 8-point lead over Michael Mercedes. Mercedes 2 wins down in Cape Town, closed the gap down pretty dramatically. Not too far behind them, of course, is Shrin Naidu, but he's probably got a lot more work to do. He has to take victories at all 4 of the final races if he wants to bring himself back into contention. And right now, where he sits down in 4th place is not good enough. Nzalo Koza putting a bit of pressure onto the back end of Adrian Nell. Nell locking up under that pressure. Feeling the pressure there from Nzalo. Nzalo dives on the inside for turn 4. Could he get through? Maybe. We watch the first 3 come through. Make it the first 5. And of course the 15 car there is Adrian Nell. Nick Van Wheelie fending off the intentions from Nzalo as they go into the hairpin at the bottom end of the short straight. Nzalo trying to drive around the outside, but Nick will be well aware of that, and he'll just put his car into the position to not allow Nzalo to get the drive from the hairpin down into the dog bone. First opportunity here for him. He's going to try and pounce on Nicholas Van Wheelie, but of course Van Wheelie, a seasoned campaigner in single seaters and a multiple champion in the past in the various other categories that have raced as part of the national championship of single seater classes. Shrin Naidu at this point in time in 4th, working hard and looking for chances now to close that gap down on Michael Poseidon. Poseidon's back up in the 3rd. He too looks to try and close down on Renzo Ribeiro, who's looking for 2nd place. Be awesome to see that. But Ribeiro would love to put that metal used spares car onto the podium. Get himself his first, it'll be his highest finish for Ribeiro if he stays in that 2nd spot. Palome still right at the back, trying to close the gap down on everybody after having gone off track there with himself and Karabo Malamela. Malamela has got his way back up into the single digits, just ahead there of Jordan Woodley, there you can see. And now ahead of Gonzalo Corzo as well. So he's up into 8th place there for Malamela. Setting his sights now on the magnificent paint and hardware car of Nicholas Van Wheelie just up the road from him. Michael Besaidnout. Alan Mayer, that was late. Just caught that as Alan Mayer tried to get on the inside of Rick Morris in the Formula Ford Kents. As he went down on the brakes into turn 1, locked up. Rick Morris, I think, saw him coming, gave him a bit of room, and that avoided the two of them coming together. But the fight is on there between Morris and Mayer. They look like they're fighting for, I think it's 3rd place, because I think Ron Van Wheelie might be in 2nd. There's the Apex car. Okay, so it might be, that's the battle. That's the battle for the lead then. So Van Wheelie is in 3rd place, and that was actually the battle for the lead of Formula Ford Kents. Here we go, onto the back straight away they go. Let's see what Shrin can do. Use a little bit of slipstream if he can. Try and close that gap down on the man ahead of him. That is Michael Besaidnout. Michael Besaidnout. And no answer to the pace that Casey Ensel-Smith has found. He really has got to grips with these new cars really, really quickly. 3 laps to go. So we're past the halfway stage. Simpiwe Motlatlo. Fantastic run from this young lady. She just gets better and better. She spends a lot of time in the other single-seater categories at the regional side of things and in the club classes, because she's, of course, fighting for honours and a chance to be at least the top lady finisher. Motlatlo now being caught by Ron Van Wheelie. Rick Morris and Alan Mayer leading out the Kent class. That's the 3rd place Kent class car, tucked in behind Simpiwe. She'll have the advantage on the straight, probably with the aerodynamics and maybe the straight line speed compared to the Formula Ford Kent that Ron Van Wheelie's in. Also running magnificent paint and hardware colours there. Looking for a way through on Simpiwe, but can't find it yet. They've still got 3 to go. Renzo, Michael Besaidnout and Srinadu. Fight for 2nd is on. And with 2.5 laps to go, it's still anybody's race there for 2nd. Casey seems to have it all sorted out here at the front end. Let's see what he can do to maintain that gap, and if he's able to do, it looks like he is. Oh, Ribeiro was sideways. Massive oversteer coming out of that car as they came out of the off-camber uphill right-hander. Back end stepped out on him, but he managed to catch it. It did slow him slightly. Besaidnout would have seen that, as would have Srinadu. And the two of them thinking, hang on a second, there might be a little chink in the armor there. Let's see if we can capitalize on it. If they just keep applying that pressure onto the back end of Renzo, he might buckle under the pressure. The back end's starting to slip and slide a bit. They need to force a bit more pressure onto him. Now looking for a way through his Besaidnout. He can't afford to lose more than the allocated points that are available. And of course, 10 and 8 is up for grabs. You're going to get 10 for Casey Ensel-Smith. He is only going to get 7th if he finishes in 3rd. So he does not want to lose more ground to what is the 8-point advantage that Casey Ensel-Smith has over him coming into this round. He's got to get through on Renzo Ribeiro if he can. Renzo's not worried about it. He just wants the podium. He would love a 2nd place spot. Highest finish for that Metal Use Spares car so far in MSA 4. Good run here from that machine as they go down to the dog bone. Not really an answer coming out of Shrin or out of Adrian Nell behind that for 4 and 5. They've kind of just maintained that gap. Not able to close anything down. Little twitch there. There's a little twitch from Michael Poseidon as well, which might just give Shrin maybe a bit of a taste of that blood in the water. Can he find a way through? They are very evenly matched cars though, so it makes it difficult to overtake when there's long straights and hard braking points through the switchbacks and the twisties here. Not easy to try and close those gaps down. You've got to get it done under braking on the long straights, and that's what they're going to try and do now on this last lap. Late braking from Shrin down into turn 1. Brings in about 2 car lengths onto the back end of Michael Poseidon. Still maintaining the lead in the Kent class. Rick Morris, Alan Meyer, then Ron Van Wheelie. A super little run here from Renzo Ribeiro. He'll definitely be a hard man to pass on this last lap, hanging on to second place, knowing that he's got a chance of a podium in race 1. So just throw into the mix there. Renzo is 5th place overall in the championship, and he's on equal points with Liam Palome, so he's going to definitely move up a couple of positions on Palome, and he's going to close the gap down on Karabo Malamela as well. So what we're seeing here from both Shrin and Renzo are their last efforts in the final 4 races of the season to try and get up into the top 3 overall in the first season of MSA4. Casey's win takes him to 71. Michael Poseidon will move to 60. Shrin Naidu is 4. He'll take 40 points. Yeah, so the top 3 won't change, but what you will see is Renzo Ribeiro close the gap down on Karabo Malamela to 2. So it'll be 30 versus 34 versus 32. Checkered flag is out though, and your championship leader maintains the championship points lead with the victory. Good run there from Casey Enzo Smith, beating out Renzo Ribeiro, who will be exceptionally happy with that podium finish, and Michael Poseidon there in 3rd place. Rick and Alan Mayer down towards the hairpin. Rick Morris loving life here. Always enjoys coming back out to South Africa, spending some time in a race car with his good friend Ian Schofield, and of course fighting with some good friends he's made over the years in Alan Meyer and Ron Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie really hasn't an answer. And are we seeing a little bit of sunlight here for the first time today? We are. The sun is starting to burst through here at Red Star Raceway, hopefully to clear the skies for the rest of the day's racing and just bring that ambient temperature up ever so slightly. So Morris down that back straight for the last time. Alan Meyer has a look on the inside, but he's not close enough not to come on the brakes hard enough to get through there on Rick Morris. Into the chicane they go. So there we go. Morris wraps it up with another win in the Formula Ford Kent class. So we got Casey Enzo Smith, Renzo Ribeiro and Michael Poseidon at your top 3 in MSA4. Morris, Alan Mayer and Ron Van Wheelie, your top 3 in the Formula Ford Kent class, as we wrap things up for the first heat of Investchem MSA4 and Formula Ford Kents combined. Arguably some of the best race action that came out of the East London Grand Prix circuit round of the regional side of Extreme Festival of Motorsport came from Formula Vees. They never ever failed to deliver some great race action, and we expected to see a lot of that, especially with how close things were in qualifying. Peter Hills didn't quite have it the way he wanted it to go in qualifying, but everybody else did. And Jaco Schricks made a welcome return to Formula V and put the pressure on right from the word go, getting down into Kokabana and leading things out over Gert van den Berg, Lendl Janssen and Theo Vermaak. Eventually though, it was Vermaak and Gert van den Berg who came through, and then a little tag between Hills and Jaco put them on the sideline. Some evasive driving from a couple of the drivers to avoid the two cars that were stuck together. Fortunately, they were able to get apart relatively quickly, a lot quicker than some of the other cars who've had incidents today, but it just kept the battle at the front end raging, with Gert van den Berg leading things out over Lendl Janssen. Sean van der Linden was starting to close things down on both of the Hills boys, and then in the mix there was Dane Stewart, one of the best runs we've seen out of him in a long time as well in Formula V's. Vermaak tried to hang on right to the closing stages. He managed to use the slipstream to his ability, but then had it returned on him, and the favour was returned there by Lendl Janssen, who would eventually go on to take the first win of the day. Gert van den Berg tucking in behind for third place, and formation flying there from the DOE and Start My Car team for race 1. Janssen would start from the front end of the field for race 2, and the two usual contenders from race 1 resumed their battle almost instantaneously as they went towards Potters. The Hills boys tucked in and looking for chances right from the word go was Dane Stewart. Around the outside, he certainly had something special for breakfast on this day, because he was on a song and in form that we haven't seen from that man for a long time. So fantastic to see Dane Stewart finding some great race pace. Brandon Hills gone into the mix as well, tucked in behind Gert van den Berg for fourth place. We had almost a 6 or 7 place battle for first. That's how tight it was amongst them. There was only a couple of hundredths between them. Eventually spread out with a little bit of a gap forming between third and fourth place. But Theo Vermaak this time was not going to have any of it. He fought hard and all the way to the final stages, with a little mistake right in the closing stages there for Jaco. Again, spinning out, coming out of Beacon Corner. Slipstream out of Potters into Rifle. Saw Theo Vermaak squeeze through on the inside and get up to the lead of the race over Lendl Janssen down towards Kokabana. And he managed to hang on to it this time, heading onto the main straightaway, taking the victory in race number 2, beating Lendl Janssen to the line. What a fantastic, look at that train of cars headed to the line. I think it was about 0.7 of a second there between the first 8 cars on track as they crossed the line. Then into the third heat, and the third and final heat. Of course, 3 heats is not normally the case for Formula V's, but down at East London they went with a slightly different format, and it certainly worked well for more race action expected. Big fights in the mid-pack as you saw Vaughan Hills going at it there with Sean van der Linden just in the back of the pack. But at the front end, it was just as exciting. And then the second pack of cars also started to give us a bit of entertainment. Once again, Theo Vermaak trying to find a way through early on. But this time, it was Dane Stewart who was following him along for the ride. And by the time they got back into the complex, Stewart hit the front for the first time ever in Formula V's. So a new man led things out coming out of the complex, with Theo Vermaak putting the pressure right onto the back end of him as they came out of that famous section of the Grand Prix circuit. Eventually losing to the slipstream effect. Stewart would then come into the clutches of Jaco. Jaco Schricks was pushing hard to try and stay and maintain and possibly just turn his luck around ever so slightly. It was going to be a case of some luck changing, but it was only for second place, because Theo Vermaak would come through for a second victory on the day and wrap up the overall victory in Formula V's. So that's what we saw happening at the East London Grand Prix circuit. We're back at Red Star Raceway. I saw for about 30 seconds the sun coming out here at Red Star. So the circuit's naming rights man has not come to the party today. The Red Star is not in the sky today. It's behind all the clouds, and there is a big and very strong breeze blowing straight down the main straightaway into turn 1. And with Formula V's, that just means we could be in for some very interesting turn 1 antics. Front row, as you can see there, Lionel Janssen from Gert van der Berg. It is Vaughan Hills alongside Theo Vermaak. Peter Hills will bring up the rest of the pack that tuck in behind him there, and expecting to see about 6 or 7 carway fight here for the lead of Formula V's. It's kind of what always happens in a Formula V championship race, and as I said here at Red Star Raceway, it's usually the case. We come under starters orders. Remember, this is a standing start, so we'll stand by for that fastest 30 seconds of your life to happen with the boards going in and out. There we go. On the left hand side, you'll see 5-second board comes up, lights on, revs up, lights out, and hammer down. Van der Berg with a good start. Looks like he might have got a slight advantage from that inside, and he's going to try and look to go on the inside of Lionel Janssen into turn 1. He gets it. So Van der Berg hits the whole shot position as they head towards turn 2. Great start coming out of Vaughan Hills as well. He's up to 3rd. He managed to outgun Theo Vermaak, who's under a bit of pressure there from Carl Watt right from the word go. Peter Hills tucks in ahead there for 5th place, just ahead of Sean van der Linde as they come through. Make that 6th place for Hills as Carl Watt has got through on him. So Watt gets up into 5th place and stays there. He is now going to try and stay with that front pack of cars as they head towards turn 4. Come flying through here, and it's Theo Vermaak putting the pressure onto Hills. Vaughan Hills just ahead of Theo. Peter Hills just ahead of Brandon and Sean van der Linde. Van der Linde in the green and pink colours there. Almost Eddie Irvine-esque style colours there of the Formula 1 driver's helmet. Vaughan Hills late on the brakes on Lionel Janssen up to 2nd. Wow, that's a good move there from Vaughan Hills. Whatever he had for dinner and maybe a couple of Obie Joyfuls at Mr. and Mrs. Thompson's wedding last weekend seems to be working well for him, because it's paid off. Since he's been in Mpumalanga, he's been on top form as he sits in 2nd place at the moment. Can he keep it all together though? Runs a little bit wide out of the dog bone. That's going to give Janssen the chance to come back at him. You do not want to open up doors to Lionel Janssen. He will make you pay dividend and dearly. Didn't quite get there though. Maybe just caught up with the defense that he had to do on Theo Vermaak, attempting to find a way through on him. Carl Watt doing the same thing behind and trying to do the similar maneuver to get through on Theo. So with the fight for 2nd, it's opening up a chance here for Gert to get away. Van der Berg has got his head down and is not worried about what's happening behind him. He's going to just concentrate all his efforts on trying to get through and find a way to possibly take this first victory. Vermaak all over Lionel Janssen for 3rd, looking for a way past. And Janssen doing the same thing there to Vaughan Hills. Vaughan Hills goes defensive down towards turn 1. Might compromise his drive coming out of turn 1, but he maintains 1st in that 2nd place battle for now. Carl Watt now getting closer and closer to the back end. It's Mangaza racing at the front and at the rear end of that little battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. Oh, little mistake there from Vaughan Hills. Opens up the door, runs over the curbs, tucks in behind his teammate. So that's going to give Lionel Janssen 2nd place. Theo Vermaak 3rd. He's going to be watching his teammate, Gert van der Berg, getting away from him. He does not want to let that happen. So he's going to hope that now that Lionel Janssen has got some clean air, he can pull himself and maybe bring Theo along for the ride. Further back in the pack, also some great little fights there. Marcel Blucknote and Dane Stewart. And we also saw, of course, Barry Stewart having some fun and games, finding a little bit more difficult out there as well with James Carter. And then fighting in that mid-pack as well, we look out for Reynard van der Linde. Here comes a move from Theo Vermaak, trying to find a gap, some kind of opening to get through into the dog bone and get ahead of the man in 2nd place at this point in time, Lionel Janssen. Janssen keeping them at bay for now though, as they come into the right-hander. uphill, off camber to the left. But gives you good straight line speed onto the back straight. Long back straight, this is where slipstream can come into play. And you can see Lendl Janssen is trying to avoid that slipstream effect. He keeps going left and right, but there you go, slipstream engaged. Under braking, Theo Vermaak inside of the chicane. But it'll be the outside line that maybe Lendl can hang on to, and he does. This could be setting things up though for Theo. Attempting something now, maybe waiting a little bit later to actually make it work. To the line, it would have been exceptionally close had it been that the last lap. If that was the last lap, that would have been so close. Literally, those first three cars were split by 0.2 of a second as they crossed the line. That is fantastic race action once again from DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubricants. They are working exceptionally hard in these cars with these boys. Lendl Janssen maintaining second for now. But Theo Vermaak wants by. If anything goes wrong with the two of them, Kyle Watt is waiting to pounce. Vaughan Hills was up there initially. He's now down in 5th, and he's got a bit of pressure coming from Peter. So it's a Hills fight for 5, 6 and 7th place on track. Vaughan, Peter and Brandon. They're just up the road from Sean van der Linde and Dane Stewart, who's up into single digits. Not quite leading the race like we saw in East London. But single digits means there's still improvements coming out of that young man, and make that one extra position in the single digits up into 8th place ahead now of Sean van der Linde. Behind that, Jaco Smit fighting hard. Great little bat there with Millet, I think, as they come through. Pressure is on here big time. Fights all the way through this pack. Marcel Bluthnote and Millet Stewart just tucked in behind Jaco Smit. Bluthnote closing the gap now onto Smit. Yeah, there you go, onto the main straight. That back straight away now has allowed Theo to close once again onto the back end of Lendl Janssen, but this time he didn't have a look. Maybe going to just bide his time and wait for a little bit later on in the race. Three down and 4 to go. Almost to the halfway stage. Halfway through this lap, they'll be at the halfway stage of the race. Kyle Watt losing a little bit of ground. Peter Hills has got through on Vaughan. Things starting to just settle down here slightly. Maybe guys just biding their time, waiting to pounce a bit later on. If they show their cards too soon, there's still ample opportunity for the reverse to happen on what you're attempting. Peter and Vaughan maybe trying to work together. I'm not quite sure if they've got enough to close the gap down onto the back end of Kyle Watt, their 4th stablemate member out of Mangaza Racing. In the original Mangaza Racing colours, that light blue. Pete's of course gone for the slightly darker blue there, and the two brothers have of course gone for the luminous yellow colours that Mangaza Racing uses now in their 4 or 5 man, sometimes 6 man setup in terms of teammates and stablemates. Watt putting pressure onto Vermaak here. Looks like Vermaak might be in a bit of trouble. He's lost quite a massive ground to Lendl Janssen for 2nd and 3rd. Janssen doing 207 ones, 207 8s out of Gert van der Berg. So I think Gert van der Berg must just keep an eye on those lap boards and lap times he's being able to put in, because he could be losing a little bit more to the man in 2nd place. Another lap down. And this is how things stand. Gert van den Berg, Lionel Janssen, Theo Vermaak, Carl Watt. That's the battle between Vermaak and Watt that we see right now out of turn 3. That's a really, really good little battle. Also watching that gap, Lionel Janssen's brought it down to 1.1 seconds now for the lead. So Janssen starting to close that gap down now on Gert van den Berg in the closing stages. Maybe there's enough time there for him to bridge that 1.1 seconds. Put pressure onto the leader. Carl Watt just wants to put a car in between himself and Theo Vermaak. Also spotting a chance there of maybe a third place on the podium if he can find a way through on Theo. That's his plan right now, but doesn't seem to be coming to fruition just yet. He seems to be running wide. Maybe a little bit of understeer on that car as well that he's battling with. This doesn't seem to be as on rails as what Theo's car is, and certainly not as good as what Gert van den Berg and Lionel Janssen's car are able to do around this track. So, as we're getting into the closing stages now, what can Lionel Janssen do? Has he got enough? Is there enough time for him as well to try and close that gap down with 2 to go? It was 1.168. Has it come down to under a second? It has. 0.6 of a second now between Lionel Janssen and Gert van den Berg. So it's Lionel Janssen who's on the move. 206.8s out of Lionel Janssen. 207.3s out of Gert van den Berg. So the pressure is on the leader. Van den Berg looking to take a victory. Lionel Janssen looking to try and maintain a chance of still being able to run in the front end of this championship. Has he got enough what it takes here to keep him at bay for a lap and a half? I'm not quite sure what Van den Berg's thinking is here. Is he just going to go in defensive all the way around this next lap and a half to keep the champion out? Lendl still in with a chance of a back-to-back victory in the overall championship for 2025 after winning it last year in epic style. There were some spectacular race battles that happened all the way through the 2024 season, and this time out and the entire 2025 we've had just as good, if not better. Here we go. Slipstream engaged. Lionel Janssen pulls out of that slipstream. Can he get past Gert van den Berg on the brakes into the chicane? This could be perfect timing, unless he's not as good on the brakes as what Gert is. Gert will run him slightly wide, and that means he'll just have to tuck in behind. So with a lap to go, the battle is on for the lead. For Mark, waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong. Watt will have some of that if he can get some too, as we watch the top 2 heading into turn 1 again. Hills boys now sandwiching dad again. Peter Hills into the sandwich between Vaughan and Brandon for 5, 6 and 7th place. Dane Stewart maintains 8th. 9th place still Van der Linde and Jaco Smit still in the top 10. Where is Lendl going to attempt this pass? Is he going to wait until he goes to that last corner? That's a bit of a gamble to go at that point, but it might be the one that's going to pay off for him. Here they go. Down the short straight. He'll get up close and personal Just put his nose underneath that gearbox. Just remind Gert that he's there. Not that Gert he needs any reminding. He's watching these rearview mirrors, and all he can see is that Bull Security Solutions Formula Vee all over his mirrors. This is it. This is the setup. Through the left-hand flick. He's got to be real close coming out of this right-hander, and he is. He's in exactly the right position where he needs to be. Watch for the slipstream to be engaged. Don't go too soon, because Gert van der Berg could come back at him. He goes early, but Gert van der Berg goes defensive. That's why he had to go early. He's going to have to try and get around the outside of him down the main straightaway. It's Lendl Janssen and Gert van der Berg, wheel to wheel, side by side. Lendl late on the brakes. Watch for the cutback. He decides to go early on the brakes, trying to cut through. But I think Gert's got enough here. Yes, he has. Gert van der Berg is going to take this to the line with Lendl Janssen right on his tail. There's going to be nothing in it between the two of them as they come to the line. It's van der Berg only just as they cross the line. 0.2 of a second between them. What a finish. Make that 0.126 of a second between Gert van der Berg and Lendl Janssen. Theo van Mark maintains third place. Good effort there from him. What in four? Hills, hills, and hills. 5, 6, and 7. With Dane Stewart dropping behind Sean van der Linde in the closing stages. But Jaco Smit eventually still comes through for the top 10. So it's Gert van der Berg from Lendl Janssen for your first bit of DOE Formula Vee action here from Red Star Raceway and the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. It is Gert van der Berg who wins out by 0.126 of a second. Theo van Mark 3.9 seconds back on that. And then it was Carl Watt and Vaughan Hills for your top 5. What a finish to race 1 of Formula Vees. Previous round of the 111 GD Sports and Saloons, of course, made their way down to the Eastern Cape circuit of East London's Grand Prix circuit. And of course, some spectacular fields littered the circuit from 111, GD Sports and Saloons, and our SuperHatch all combined. And a couple of the local contenders joined us as well as they threw into the mix there from the East London Towers machines. But the battle at the front end was expected to be the normal and usual contenders, and was, as Leonard Archer went to battle at the front end. He was just out there for a bit of fun and games in the ACD BMW, knowing that he's probably going to be way too quick and would have broken out on his lap times. But it was great to have him involved in the category that he picked up the sponsorship of course, heading into this round at the East London Grand Prix circuit. Wayne Robb was fighting hard for Class A honours, but a great battle between Jared Rousseau and Wouter Roos at the front end for GT class. And then, of course, we saw the usual pack of Class A, B, and a couple of new contenders thrown into the mix, including the likes of some of the East London massive, including Sean Gradwell in that KWT Engineering BMW. He was a kind of a thorn amongst the roses, or a rose amongst the thorns, depending on where you come from. If you're from the Eastern Cape, he was definitely the rose. If you're from anywhere else, he was the thorn amongst them. And he was definitely giving some of the usual contenders a bit of a run for their money. Jared Rousseau was pulling away slightly. Voti had moved himself up into second place, and Leonard Archer, as I said, in that ACD BMW, started to put a bit of pressure on in the midway through race number one onto the back end of Rousseau, as Voti watched there from third place, just thinking about the championship. Leonard eventually slowing down, realizing that he's no longer involved in this championship, but just had a swan song opportunity to be part and parcel of a category that he's picked up on, and he'd be concentrating his efforts, of course, later on in the BMW M Performance Racing Series. Rob Clark was having a fantastic day and was looking pretty tasty. Unfortunately, things went a little bit wrong there for Keith and Mikey's in the Renault down at Cocobana Corner, but they got their car sorted out in time for race number 2. But race 1 went to Jared Rousseau and took the victory over Leonard Archer. Archer, of course, would not be classified overall at the end of the day. He was out there, as I said, just for a invitational run in a class he'd picked up the sponsorship of. Race 2, more of the same as they headed down towards turn 1 and 2. And, of course, the very famous Potter's Pass catches a couple of drivers out. It also caught a couple of drivers coming out of Rifle. And some of them are local competitors that were putting wheels onto the dirt there. Not what you want to do at the East London Grand Prix circuit, particularly out of Potters and Rifle. Wouter Roos fighting hard this time out with Rob and Gradwell. Then Pete Portgita was tucked in there as well, along with Mike O'Sullivan. Great to see an opportunity as well for some of the younger drivers who'd come down for ATE Volkswagen Challenge. And, of course, a couple of them got involved in the mix as well. Gradwell, though, had found something special in that BMW. Voti realized that he really wasn't in the mix. Speaking of not in the mix, a massive moment for Rob Clark down at Cocobana Corner as he got sent into the bushes and ended up with a big crash and out of contention, turning his Honda Ballard into a Civic in about 3 seconds flat there. Coming to the line, though, the checkered flag came out. It would be for Leonard Archer. He'd take the victory in the class he'd picked up. Jared Rousseau would take the overall honours, and the Origin Oil GTI would come through to allow Wouter Roos to maintain his lead in the GT Championship. The GT Championship coming to Red Star Raceway is not done. Class B is not done. Class A is definitely done. Wayne Robb has certainly taken that one and wrapped it up in terms of the battle for Class A in 111 Sports and Saloons. But it is fantastic to have my good friend and former commentator and former race driver. She'll be back in, of course in a car next year. But Mel Spur, after a little sabbatical, has decided to jump back onto the microphone and join me here for race 1 of the ACD Welkom 111 GD Sports and Saloons. Welcome.
Hey Greg, good to be back. No, definitely not a sabbatical, and this was under duress, but I'll be...
Hold on a sec, let's just chuck that mic on, and then there we go.
Here we go.
Here's Mel.
Yeah,
Mel's back.
No, I've been thrown in here under duress, of course. I got told if I'm not in a car, you need to do something worthwhile. So here I am,
go.
But I'll be back in a car at Zwartkops, just to clear that up. 8th of November, I'm back.
Oh, okay, so stand by for action. The second of the Origin cars will be back on circuit. Now, it's been a pretty spectacular season so far. I was running through a couple of things, but you also picked up on the fact that there's a brand new sponsor today for the pole positions in each of the classes.
Yes, so other than ACD Welkom, who's picked up the series title sponsor since East London, so thanks Leonard Archer, he's always such a stalwart and a huge supporter of 111. Today we had pole position prizes for each class, sponsored by R2D Fuel, goodie bag and $500 for every class pole pole sitter today. So good start to your weekend.
I'll take that. That's basically a tank of fuel when it comes to race fuel. Enough to do at least one race. So I'll take that one. And massive thanks to R2D Fuel. Yes, the force is strong in that company, as we can see. It is a rolling start, so we still got a little bit of time to talk about it, as that Suzuki Swift will lead them off. Voti stuck on the grid, though. That's not a good sign. Has it maybe gone into limp mode? He maybe just need to reset the system and get it off the line, but he hasn't got it going again at all. And that's a bit of a concern there, I think, from Nathan's. But no, there we go. He gets going.
That's a good thing, Greg, because as you said, the GT Championship is not done. So Vota in the Origin Golf is leading, with Jonathan Visser in his Auto Express Car Service Polo in second. There's 34 points between them, and there's 48 points up for grabs for the last 2 rounds. So it's certainly not done.
Yeah, there's still a lot of maths that can be worked out there between those two cars. Jared Rousseau has, of course, welcomed himself into motorsport, joining the 111 GD Sports and Saloon category for the first time in that Super Cup Polo GTI. I believe he may be still continuing his efforts to try and win the GD Championship next year, but he's also looking at possibly moving across to Super Cup on a full-time basis as well.
Sounds good. Sounds like you know more than I do.
Well, I'm hoping that's the case. That's what he's told me.
We've also got Lindsay Klers actually in a Super Polo today. He's driving Graham Nathan's, trying to keep in the points while they get his car 100% good to go for next year.
Oh, that'll be good to know. He's also a good little and talented driver out of Nathan's Motorsport. There's a couple of cars involved there. The one car that we can mention, of course, that has wrapped up the title, I mentioned that Wayne Roberts got that Ford Focus of his at the front end of Class A, and he doesn't really have anything to worry about. It's basically finishing the next 4 races, 2 here and 2 at Swartkops, and he can enjoy the spoils of a hard-fought championship in Class A.
Yeah, so A, I think, is as good as done. Overall, he still needs to keep that reliability, which he's had throughout the year. As long as that stays with him, he should be okay.
Unless this man has a good day. That's Keegan Nathan. He's, of course, second at the moment in the overall championship, and a man fighting for Class C honours as well with Christopher Tate. Now, Christopher Tate is coming off a spectacular last round of the Rookie Cup, where he took the overall honours there, so he's going to be pretty much on a high, and I think the battle between Tate and Keegan Nathan could be pretty good as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of testosterone there. Battle of the teenagers, it seems. But the two of them have all of, 6 points between them for Class C and for second and third overall in the championship. So it's going to be nice and close for these two.
I do like it when they've got youngsters involved, and of course it just bodes well for the series, Mal, as you've been involved in this one. We've got a couple of SuperHatch competitors all fighting at the back end of the field too. They're all part and parcel of what has been a combination now of the 3 categories: the GT class, the 111 class, and of course the SuperHatch class. SuperHatch, of course, is pretty much, I think, still got quite a big soft spot in your heart, eh?
Absolutely. So actually in SuperHatch, the first and second overall, Keithan and Leon, are not here today. And then third place is Pillay, who is there, and he also scores in 111. And then obviously we've got another youngster there, is young Josh Dutoy. He's also only 15 years old. So it is not. I love having the youngsters on the grid. For me, it always bodes well when any category has youngsters coming through.
Another Dutoy.
I know.
No, listen, I saw him in the karting this year. He's had a spectacular season in karting, so it's nice to see him step up. And we now come under starters' orders, of course, now for the start.
And now we go back to the 3 old toppies in front.
We do indeed. And it looks like Jonathan Visser is fired up. That Auto Express Polo of his needs to try and beat Vota in the Golf GTI today if he wants to still keep himself in the hunt at the front. I think Rousseau literally just wants to try and take the overall victory today. He's not worried about the championship. He just wants the overall standings as the lights go out. But it is Voti who's got a fantastic start on the inside and may have just squeezed out Rousseau for turn 1. No, just loses out in that battle. But Potkita and Rob coming together by the looks of things. Just in the background of the shot there, I think Potkita and Rob might have touched, and the two of them might have gone off circuit. There is Visser on the inside of Vota. So that is the championship sweeping out. Oh, they didn't go off track, but there was definitely a big move from Pete Potkita to squeeze through there on Wayne Robb.
Awesome to see Pete actually making the move like that. He clearly was, as you call him, the whole shot king.
Yeah. 100%, and he knows exactly how to get into the front end of a battle that is as good as this one is going to be for the next, 6-lapper this time out, eh? So 6 laps of race action.
Seems, just to jump in there, Wayne Lobotsky, who's leading the Class B championship, he's fallen back. He's now in between Keegan and just behind Chris, it seems.
Yeah, definitely not a good start there from the Shield Golf. It's his second Shield Golf, because a couple of weekends ago at the Inland and Historic Championship. He's actually gone to new colours on the Shield Golf. There's a second one that's in blue, yellow and white, as opposed to the black, white and silver that we normally see from him.
Oh, awesome.
So he's having some fun in both of those championships, and I think also still in the hunt for this championship, but I think he wrapped up the one at the Inland and Historic side of things. Here we go. This is the championship battle for GT Honours, and it is raging. This is exactly what Visser wants on the inside of the dog bone, trying to find a way through there. Polo versus Golf, and the Golf loses out. This is going to be a tough battle here between these two.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's going to be buying the beers later, but it seems like Voter at this point.
Voti has had a fantastic season, but so has Visser. He's had a bit of bad luck on a few occasions as Jonathan Visser, so he's now going to have to try and make up that ground, and hopefully at Red Star Raceway will bring the championship even closer and take it down to the wire. That's what we like to see in motorsport. It mustn't happen sort of now. It must happen at that last race.
It is always nice to stretch it out. Jonathan, I told him that pink's really bad luck, so he's taken the pink off his car, and we're running pink ribbons for breast cancer awareness, so we've tied his to his gazebo and left it out the car to hope that he's going to finish today.
Well, that's what we want to see. Tate is right on the tailpiece there of Lubotsky, trying to find a way through, and he's pulled a small margin, as you can see there, over Keegan Nathan. So the battle for Class C starting to rage, and as they pull away slightly, I think just behind them, it's going to be Rob Clark. An amazing effort there, and I'm not quite sure who his panel beater is, but whoever it was, they fixed that car brilliantly after East London.
They did a superb job. I also noticed Mike O'Sullivan is missing, which he is only 5 points behind Wayne for Class B. So Wayne's going to get a bit of a jump for the Class B championship, it seems, in this heat today.
Yeah, certainly that's exactly what he would like to have, that is for sure. What heat are you talking about, by the way?
Oh, sorry, the heat of racing. I got that completely wrong.
Oh, the racing heat, not the heat of the day.
No, it's really cold, and
Yeah.
the wind is icy, and I'd much rather be in a car where it's nice and warm and cozy. But let's go back to the racing. Pete's having a superb outing. Old
really
Pete
is.
at his home track, seeing as though he's from Nelspruit.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Mpumalanga would be his home circuit, so he's loving life here. But he's got Lindsay Kleur closing things down there in that Super Cup Polo, and that'll probably have a slightly better straight line speed than the Golf has. But to try and find a way through on Pete Potgieter is not an easy thing to do. There was a late dive coming from Keegan there. Here we go back to it right now, and he's through on Tate. But Tate's going to hold him into the dog bone on the inside line. So Nathan and Tate going at it here. Two youngsters, one out of Volkswagen Rookie Cup, one completely rookie to any kind of motorsport at all. But what a spectacular battle these two have had all season long.
No, I think this is going to be really close, and it's definitely going to go down to the last event at Swartkorps and the last, dare I say, heat race of the day.
Now, the question you got to take into account, of course, is that he's not only going to deal with the last event at Swartkorps for the regionals, he's got to deal with the last event at the nationals for Volkswagen Rookie Cup as well. There are 3 points in it between him and Josh Moore heading into the 25th of October's final round at Swartkorps for the national side of things. So Tate's got some big pressure on him.
Oh, well, let's see. Maybe he wraps up too.
You never know. Right, so with this little fight, they've allowed Lubotsky to get away, so he doesn't have to worry too much about them. Let's have a look at SuperHatch. Ishmael Beloy looks like he might be at the front end of the SuperHatch hunt, and I think he's basically pulled away from everybody else out there. Ish currently leading.
He is in the lead, and I think
over the toy and the toy.
Ish and his car are probably the same age. I think he's been racing that car now for about 15 years. No, Ish is a lot older than 15. But it's really, it's such a trustworthy little steed, and here you see the rest of the gaggle of Hondas, and Mark bringing up the rear behind is Lighty Josh.
Oh, that's going to be a nice little drive home, eh? Dad, I'll drive home, okay, because you can't drive. No, you're not allowed to drive on the road, Josh. That's the only problem. Yeah, so Joshy having a spectacular run here, of course. So we saw Luke in the karting. I beg your pardon, I've got them mixed up. There's so many toys, you got to try and remember who's who. Luke is the one who had a spectacular season in karting, but Joshy now hanging on ahead of Mark, and Mark the toy could be in a bit of trouble here.
Sorry, I just saw Mike O'Sullivan come past on the straight. The camera didn't pick him up, so thankfully he is still out there. So he's still going to be picking up points and not lose everything to Wayne Lubotsky for the Class B 111 championship for the year.
And I think he's down in 18th. He was lost, so he's probably went off track at some point and had to come back onto the circuit and find his way in just behind Tyron Pillay.
I see Tyron's also just gone into the pits, so he scores in both 111 and SuperHatch, and sadly won't be scoring there today.
Well, back to the battle between these two youngsters. Christopher Tate fighting with Keegan Nathan, and Nathan is slowly but surely losing a little bit of ground there, but under braking. Oh my goodness! That was late into the dog bone from Keegan. And he managed to just avoid Christopher Tate. He's going to have the inside line for the exit of the dog bone. So will Tate give him some room? Not a lot. Oh, there are literally 3 wheels coming out of the left-hander. And, of course, then into the right-hander. It throws the car completely off balance. And now they've got to get it all sorted out for the right-hander onto the main straight. And Keegan's got through eventually.
I think the most important thing here is that we've got 2 hotheads, dare I say that, at 16. I think
100%.
I think it's all about win, and they haven't touched. It's good, clean racing. Christopher's comes from a karting background, and Keegan has a household name in motorsport to upkeep. And right now, they're both doing a superb job.
And now looking for a chance to hang on. Late braking, locking up on the brakes as a Sportex car. So Tate is pushing hard, but it's Keegan Nathan who now has the advantage as they start another one of the laps. We've got to the halfway stage. We've got 3 to go.
I actually just want to bring another Lighty just came onto the straight again. It wasn't in shot, but Miguel Diaz's nephew Sebastian has also stepped up from karting, and is in his uncle's car, also joining 111 this weekend. So nice to have another youngster on track. Oh no, Jonathan Visser. I was about to say I saw him on the main straightaway when we were watching these two, and I wasn't sure if it was him because the camera had sort of a little bit of a glare on that bonnet of the car, so I wasn't sure if it was Visser, but there it is, confirmation. It's Jonathan Visser who's dropped right out of it down into what is 8th, maybe 9th and 10th place now. Let's hope he can just keep circulating and keep some points on the board. And there's George Aldrich, our medical doctor from Welkom. He's having some fun out there, and his son, of course, races in the ATE VW Challenge Series. Yeah,
and of course, that's a new car to the series too. We haven't seen that Nissan Sabre out at all. Nice to see a slightly different version there. I like it with the Nismo colours on the side. I'm not quite sure if they did a Nismo version of the Sabre.
It's actually George has got a few cars. It's maybe the course has given up the ghost and he's brought out the Nissan for the weekend. And Tate is locking up again. Him and Keegan are having a superb outing.
Yeah, this is a really good battle for Class C honours here between these two youngsters, as we said, fighting for just inside the top 10 there, 9th and 10th at the moment.
Oops. Commentator's curse, Greg.
You gave that, eh?
I'm sorry. But let's go back to poor Jared. He's having a superb outing and he's legging it out in front, and he is just not breaking out. Yeah, so he's not going to get a penalty if he keeps it there.
Yeah, no, listen, he had a spectacular outing on his London Grand Prix circuit. Even he himself will admit he had a couple of some spectacular moments on the race day. Voti in second place, though. That's where he needs to be. And if he just stays where he is as he crosses the line, it's a big gap down, of course, to Jared Rousseau that he's losing. But he doesn't have to worry about Jared. No, he has to worry about the cars behind him.
Yes, and yeah, well, not really, just the GT cars, which is Visser, but there's the Class A battle, which is, remember, GT is a separate championship.
Yeah.
And there's your Class A and 111, and there's, as I said, there's Sebastian Diaz that just came into shot and we missed him. He's in Class X, but he's probably going to go into Class C once he's been classified after this first round.
Yeah, well, that'll be nice to see that as he moves into that first round, and of course moving into a class that Miggs has had such good opportunities to race in. The Origin Oil car there, that is second in class GT, and will maintain the lead of the championship of the GT class with that second place with Vota at the wheel of that Origin Oil GT I7.
There we go. Well done.
That's the one.
I've also just seen Jonathan Visser come down the pit straight. So he is going again. It doesn't seem he's at full flight, but at least he's on the circuit and he's going to get the points. And that's what's most important here today.
Survival
Absolutely.
And points in the bag, especially when there is a slightly smaller GT field. We've got no Economides here. That's going to help him out a little bit as well. So George won't make up any ground on him, and he'll, of course, be able to maintain that gap that he's got and probably extend it slightly heading into that final round.
Yes, and unfortunately, Philip Meyer in the Porsche GT, in his GT,
yes,
in his Porsche, he had engine problems yesterday, so he didn't make it out today. So they haven't got extra points being taken away in a bad way. It's sad for Philip, but it's the guys in the championship always want the people on track and to beat them there, but not to be today.
The one cool thing is that fortunately it's not affected by the size of the field, your class, in terms of GTs and 111 GT Sports and Saloons. The idea is that as long as the cars are on track, you're still going to score the maximum points, and that's what these guys are fighting for, is it?
No, so GT always gets maximum, but in 111 it is on a sliding scale of the amount of cars per class.
That's what I was trying to get. I didn't get it right.
But it is on a sliding scale, but GT 100%, they get full points regardless.
All right, so Jared will get full points. Vogt will get full points. I think Wayne, Pete, and Lindsay will get full points as well because they've had a fantastic battle. And of course, I think there were 5 or 6 Class A competitors that started.
Wayne is in B, so he won't be getting. He'll be.
He's Class B.
He's Class B. Class A. Lindsay will not score in today. It'll score there later because he has to go into X for this event because it's a new car. Yes. But he will score in A, and it'll be moved on to the last round.
There we go. So that's how that's why we bring Mel in. She's got all the stats. We just try and make the story look good. That's the idea. But Jared Rousseau looks like he's on his way here for a swan song. And I don't think anybody's going to have the pace to run with that Super Cup Polo GTI. Voti won't run with him. He knows he doesn't have to worry about him in terms of the overall. And 2 second places is enough for Vota to go into that final round with a little bit of a buffer over the rest, particularly considering the fact that Jonathan's had a bit of an issue. And although he's still going to be classified in Class GT, that issue might be something that he'll have to worrying about.
Somebody else who's joined the 111 freight today, again, the main straight, I'm seeing him, but the camera doesn't always pick everybody up, is Sean Holtzhausen. He's been in so many different categories, and he's decided to come play in 111, so it's so great to have him on track with us.
Oh, nice to see that, man. Of course, he spent, as you said, a lot of time in various categories. Big BMW supporter at one point in time, and of course he's also been involved in the M Performance Racing Series as well. But as Jared Rousseau makes his way up that back straightaway for the final time, there's not another car in sight. He's got the hazards on, which means he's using the push to pass. Not that he needs to use it, but I suppose if you've got it, you might as well use it, eh?
Yeah, I suppose if
get used to it.
If it's unlimited, go for it.
Oh, that's exactly it. It is unlimited at the moment. If he moves across to Super Cup, of course, it does get limited slightly.
Yes, it
does.
But
checkered flag is on standby, and here we go. Rousseau for the win in the GT class. Wrapping up the first heat of the ACD Welkom 111 GD Sports and Saloons. So a nice run there from him. The Origin GTR shouldn't be too far behind him there. And is it going to be Keegan Nathan hanging on for the win ahead of Christopher Tate? It is, but it's not done yet. Tate is still pushing hard as they come out of the dog bone and head towards the right-hander. So is there going to be maybe a little last? I don't think he's close enough to do a slipstream maneuver.
We've also just missed Class A's come across the line. Wayne Robb has taken the win from Pete Portita, and then Lindsay, as I said, will get the points carried over. But as you say, Class C, they're heading up. Have we missed them? No, here they come.
Yeah, they come. This is them slipstream ability here, possibly from Christopher Tate, but I don't think he's close enough to lock that slipstream in. He's going to put a wheel out just to give Keegan a bit of pressure, but he locks up himself, unfortunately. That's going to cost him. So Keegan Nathan, with a slightly smoother braking into the chicane for the last time, will run to the line to win out Class C over Chris Tate and wrap up a fantastic battle between those two youngsters. More of the same, I'm sure, later on. And I believe you're going to be bringing a little guest along, possibly to have a chat with just before we get into the next one, hopefully.
We are definitely going to be bringing a gentleman into the start of race 2 and announcing the exciting title sponsor for 2026 for 111. So that's going to be great. But let's go back to, there's Mike O'Sullivan.
You mentioned him earlier on. He is going to come up and finish up. So Maiko will come through and he's going to finish, I think, just...
He's second. Wayne took the Class B when Wayne Zabotsky.
Second in B and 18th on the road there for Mike O'Sullivan. This is the SuperHatch fight between son and father. And it looks like Josh, looking in the rearview mirror, is going to be having a real good time of it here, as Mark Tatoy has just been outgunned by Josh Tatoy.
Superb. And Ishmael has just taken the flag ahead of that white Civic for the overall SuperHatch win for race 1 today.
Yeah, so Ish wins out over Leon. Then it'll be Josh and Mark Tatoy and Aldrich there for 5th place in SuperHatch.
Oh gosh, then I'll have to apologise. I said Leon wasn't here today, and there he is. And he's second in the championship and second on the road in SuperHatch. I apologise.
That's okay. It's all good. So we wrap up our first heat of the ACD Welkom 111 GD Sports and Saloons. Mel, thanks so much for joining me for the commentary. We'll be back shortly for more action here from Red Star Raceway and the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Classes A, B and C of the BMW M Performance Racing Series are up next, and their previous round, of course, also was at the East London Grand Prix circuit, where the very fast Class A, B and C cars were certainly put to the test and centered around arguably some of the fastest corners in South African motorsport, including Potter's Pass and Rifle. It was Leon Loubser in Class A that would lead things out, and he would disappear at the front end, leaving the Class B battle to be fought out. And a spectacular one it turned out to be in the end. Class C was also pretty tight. We had Nishal Singh in there as well, fighting hard, but the German was hanging on to the front end of Class B for a while as he looked to try and keep everybody else at bay. He wouldn't have the pace to run with Leon Loubser, but he certainly had the pace to try and keep everybody else out in the new 2-litre turbo version of that BMW that he runs. Former touring car, of course, on the chassis, but some fun and games for second, third and fourth place started to heat up as well in amongst the usual contenders for BMW M Performance Racing Series. We saw earlier on in the highlights for the 111 GD Sports and Saloons, Leonard Archer's BMW, the ACD Welkom car, and he of course was kind of concentrating most of his efforts into this heat as opposed to the invitation that he had to run with the 111 Sports and Saloon cars initially. But some great battles nonetheless all the way through the field, as we've seen almost all season long with the BMW class. They've got massive growth in both the Western Cape and Eastern Cape, and of course with the Eastern Cape there were a couple of the usual contenders from the Eastern Cape Championships here and East London and Border Motorsport. And then in the closing stages, unfortunately, a couple of incidents that took a couple of competitors to the sideline. It was Leon Loubser, though. He was going to hang on for the victory and make his way to the line, literally unchallenged. Unfortunately, the other two quick Class A cars had some problems, and Bob Neal was not available to be running in the front end of the field as he would normally do. He was bringing out, of course, a brand new car in the series and having some fun and games with that. So with the closing stages, we had a couple of guys out in the bay as well that were loving life, as you can see. A massive humpback whale doing a little breaching there before we got into race 2 action. It's always great to come down to one of the most picturesque circuits in the world, never mind in the country, at the East London Grand Prix circuit. And that would be the fight that would be continuing now into the second heat of classes A, B and C. We saw spectacular race action all weekend long from both Class A, B and C and the D, E and Fs. And of course with those fights they were non-stop right the way through and into the closing stages of the day's racing as well. The action just got better and better every single time we had cars out on circuit. In Performance Racing Series is just a massive growth point. Unfortunately, some cars coming together, and one of them was Nishal Singh in the Auto Niche car, who got sent to the sideline, and some argy-bargies there for Class C honours. Reynard Miller started to come into the mix right in the closing stages as well, fighting it there with Osbagioni. And then of course there is Bob Neal in the new M6. Saw him for a couple of points at the front end, but not quite up to pace just yet there in his new car. Nicky Dix in the curve end car was trying to do similar thing to what his stablemate and teammate had done earlier on in the day in Andre van Vuuren. Van Vuuren had an off-track excursion and then came back nicely to try and finish up in the top 3 overall in each of their respective classes. Closing stages, we saw some problems there for the reigning champion, who put it on the sideline, allowing Leonard Archer through. And that ACD Welkom machine is absolutely in full flight. And when he is in full flight, he's a difficult man to beat. So Leonard Archer, of course, putting the pressure on. And eventually we saw Leon Loubser once again coming through. It's nice to see the door open up and a fellow BMW supporter jump into the commentary booth with me. I saw him doing battle earlier on, and with the fact that he's now fighting in classes D, E and F along with the boss man, Mr. Bernard de Gavea, it means that Nick Herbst can't always join me for commentary for at least one of the hits, but at least he's come and joined me here for the one that counts. and that's classes A, B, and C. He did have a great battle, though. And Nick, I did see you having some fun and games in amongst some of the guys that you're used to driving with and some that you're not used to driving with.
A little bit of game of defense there. How did you like that?
I did enjoy it. Hey? I did enjoy that CIM car just going a little wider than normal. I know it's just a 3 Series, but it kind of looked like a sort of X6, but that's how wide you were making it.
Yeah, we had some good fun there. Tangled with a couple of the guys running quite a lot more power, and said let's see if we can put the skills to good use. So I had a great battle. Unfortunately, a little bit too little, too late, and just wasn't able to keep Gerald behind me. But we had a proper tussle, and then with Jonathan as well. So yeah, fantastic race, but couldn't keep him behind me to get that.
Both of those cars are new cars, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Eh?
Right.
Because I was looking at them and I haven't seen those cars before, so it's nice to see new cars coming in, even at this late stage of the season.
Now we're attracting new entrants all the time. That was the G-Man car. He's been with us for a couple of races already. Jonathan's car, the white M4, that's quite new.
With the grey door.
With the grey door.
Somebody had a spare part for that car at some point in time. Yeah, I had to go and find that one. Didn't have enough time to get it resprayed.
I think if you're going lightweight, there's probably maybe some fiberglass or something there. You take whatever colour you can get. We take function over form here, and maybe get it looking pretty a little bit later.
So I'm having a look at this field as they line up here. It is fantastic to see that combined auto machine out front. And I don't think a lot of people expected to see him coming to Red Star Raceway and finding the pace he found.
And unfortunately, we were expecting to see 2 combined racing cars.
Yes.
You know, talking about pretty, those 2 combined racing cars. The one we like to call the banana, and then we got Rick leading out the field right now. So unfortunately, it looks like Paolo's had an issue and not able to bring the banana to play. But he had topped the qualifying, and their lap times were incredible, doing 156 around this track in today's cold, windy weather. But absolutely flying in an absolute league of their own.
Well, you just mentioned it, and that's something I was going to ask you almost right from the word go, was conditions this morning. You guys were in almost identical conditions as what we got now. Cool ambient temperature, cool track conditions, which means cold surface to drive on. A couple of cars got caught out in the initial stages there. But the most pertinent fact that I sort of have to bring into it is how is that wind affecting the car's handling in the circuit, because there are a lot of corners where the wind just literally gusts against you and you've got to try and catch yourself from making a mistake with the wind.
Yeah, so unpredictable. If we had wind blowing one direction consistently throughout the day, I think everybody would adjust. But the problem is that it just pops up. It's gusts, and so it looks like we're getting August weather a little
in
bit
October.
late here in October. But it's an element right now. We've got the track, which is a little bit cold, so you're certainly not getting that peak grip right now. The cars are loving it. The cool conditions, so a little bit of mechanical sympathy for these poor cars, at least with these cool conditions. But it's a cold day out here at Red Star Raceway.
Absolutely no sympathy for the tyres, though, eh? Thanks for that.
No
Dunlop are loving yokes at the moment. They're going, hang on a second. Cold track, cold tyres, ripping. It's not a bad surface, though, fortunately, here at Red Star Raceway. It's not an abrasive surface. So that's the one factor that we can sort of maybe put into the clutches of the Dunlop Brigade. And, of course, they're doing a spectacular job. I mean, they're looking after every single category here this weekend. So hats off to the team there from ATS and from, of course, Sumitomo for the assistance on the sideline. But I think we're in for a bit of a fight here, this A, B, and C machine. And, of course, Leon Loebscher, after a spectacular round down at East London Grand Prix Circuit, the one car that I failed to see here is the progress on that M6 of Bob Neal. What's happening there? You've got a little bit of background.
Unfortunately, not too much right now. We were disappointed to not see him. I mean, hearing that that naturally aspirated V10 come here to sing would be glory.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we haven't got Bob with us this weekend. I didn't get the detail as to his
Probably still
availability.
developing the car, eh?
Hopefully still developing it, but I'm sure we're going to still see it, and everyone's looking forward to that. To see those NA cars featuring in a high class is what the spectators want to see. It's proper diversity. We're not seeing it just another turbocharged car, absolutely rip down the main straight. We've got this, highly strung, proper F1 technology motor in that car of Bob Neal's.
Just want to let you know, though, the Suzuki Swift just beat all your Oaks to the line, eh? No, just kidding.
Well,
the safety car, of course,
to its name,
is
right?
provided by Suzuki South Africa. And it's now up to the Leroy boys and Combined Racing to potentially start things out here. it looks like he's going to catch a couple of these guys napping, because Leon Lopesha is not alongside him where he should be for the start. And of course he can now hit the accelerator because he can dictate the pace from the rolling start, and that's exactly what he's about to do when the lights go out. Here we go.
There we go.
So he drops the hammer. Lopesha follows him down towards turn 1, and we kick things off here for the first heat of classes A, B and C of the BMW M Performance Racing Series here at Red Star Raceway. It's the penultimate round. It's your penultimate round as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
You got one more to go at Swartkops, so you haven't got any like sneaky ones that you're pulling in at maybe another festival or another hill climb or another Jim Garner event that you guys get involved in.
Nothing too sneaky yet. Nice wide line from Heinz
Sure,
there.
yeah.
And that's off the back of his last event where he went farming and took out the oil cooler on his car. So he's super brave. But he's leading out that Class C field. He did it in a really impressive time. At the moment, it looks like he is behind Nishal Singh. He would be leading Class C.
Nishal looks like he also thinks there might be a bit of rain here as the sun comes out for the second time today. He had the windscreen wipers flapping there as he came across the line. Maybe just clapped the lever as he went across the line there, trying to go for the gear change and make it as swift as possible. But it is a spectacular start as always, and there is already some in-house fighting amongst classes B and C, back end and front end. Classes A, B, back end and front end as always. They're already in the mix, and there's like 19 cars there, but that could potentially finish up in that top 10 overall as we come through into the dog bone for the first time.
Side-by-side battle, last 3 corners, Hein van der Merwe, Benny Late, NA versus Turbo Car. If we can keep the camera on that little battle is epic. You watch through this tight, twisty section right now, and you go through one, and Benny's just taken ahead over there. Watch him lead Benny Late right now, but they're coming onto that big main straight right now, and Benny's going to have to pull something out of the hat if he wants to keep ahead of that Sav Speed BMW E36 car.
They're having spectacular little fights here. Oh, there you go. Combined Racing showing us the way. Lopesha for second. And the third place car there, no worries at all. Kind of what we expected to see. I thought I'd see the German a bit higher up, but Renier Smith is keeping him at bay for now. And check it, Archer. Archer, after his outing down to East London, is just fired up in that ACD Welkom BM.
No more break. Check out that side by side again. Heinz got the lead ahead of Benny Late. Tough little battle over there. Let's see who starts to take the honors for that Class C.
That's literally just an additional bit of power available for the back straightaway. So here, unfortunately, we're not on the Highveld. We're just off the Highveld in Mpumalanga, but slightly higher in terms of the ability of the cars to use the amount of air available compared to what there was down at East London. So the higher altitude, of course, is a big factor, and when you've got that little bit of extra hair dryer or maybe a little spinner inside the car that helps out, it does help.
Look who we've had join the pack right now, so they must have had a late issue. We've got the Banana. Paulo Loureiro is back on track, and he's going to go hunting
and ticking them off one by one.
So that's Ethan Kutsia in the new livery bucket list racing car over there. Really cool, bright purple colors. From my understanding, he's leading our Class C right now, with Leonard having been promoted to Class B. He follows the German. And that car of Paulo's, he's cutting through the field right now, making his way through Class C. Watch him attack this tight section right now, this really tight left-hander, and he's going to go past Selby right now.
Yeah, finds a way through on Selby, so no worries at all there. You were right. Heinz, Selby, and Benny Late, your top 3 in Class C. Pomersheim, Smith, and Andreas Mayer, top 3 in Bs. And Loureiro, coming through the field rapidly, still has a chance of maybe even finishing in 3rd overall, even though he started from the back of the pack. I think he actually may even started from pit lane.
I think Renier Smith's got a problem. He's our championship leader. Renier Smith is moving backwards at the moment, so he fell behind that Class B battle. He was leading at the end of that straight, but just didn't look to seem to have that power. So he's falling back out of that field, and that's going to leave the Class B honors open to Andreas.
Yeah, we're going to get a great example. Sorry to jump in. Watch this. Here is the differential between Class A, Class B, and Class C.
There we go.
That's 3 cars down the back straight that Paulo found a way through on, and now right onto the back of Ethan Kutsia.
So it's a mistake from me. We've got Class B led by Anton Pomersheim in that beautiful BMW E46. He was doing an incredible lap time. He did a 2-minute flat, and I'm expecting him to start putting some pressure on the back of the Class A cars, depending on how well they maintain their lap times.
I love that. Rick Loureiro, quickest 58 dead. Paulo Loureiro, 58.7. With traffic, by the way.
With traffic.
Lots of traffic. That's an incredible bit of driving there from the Banana. Is that like a Portuguese banana?
That's a Portuguese banana. Very quick banana, that is.
That's a very fast
So
banana.
we're closing on that Class C battle. We've actually got Shane Hrobler in one of the Germans' old vehicles. He's taken over. He was promoted to Class B this weekend, doing some very impressive times in that car, really pushing it to its limits. And we'll see where he can feature now, but really going from strength to strength in that vehicle development. We've got Archie, who will defend now from Renier Smith on that main straight. I think Renier's got back whatever he was missing in terms of power. Maybe that boost knob went the wrong direction, but it looks like he was pulling in Leonard Archer very, very confidently.
And I think he's going to have a chance there, possibly getting onto the back end of Archer and getting through on him if he can continue that kind of pace. That's what we're looking at this point in time as we go a bit further back in the pack. Then Nishal Singh just behind that as well. But that Sav Speed machine now starting to get into its own and finding a way to pull away ever so slightly. We're watching this Class C battle unfold, and it's Salvi Gauthier who's looking to try and come back at him though. And not too far behind that, we haven't mentioned much of him, but how's Sheldon Chetty? Right in there as well. About a second off those top two in Class C.
Doing very nicely. I was mistaken. I thought Ethan was in Class C together with Nichelle, and I forgot that they had been promoted to Class B over there. So that makes a really big Class B field.
It's one of the biggest Class B fields we've seen for a while. So here at Red Star Raceway, B starting to wind up a bit. Renier, somebody off track in the bottom end. I was just picking up on Renier having a go on the inside.
If I see Hein van der Merwe's car, someone going wide, I bet it was either him.
Yeah. Hein van der Merwe, or possibly it may
Benny taking a move on Salvi.
Yeah. That's a fantastic one from Benny. Benny finds a way through there on Salvi and ducks up the inside into the chicane and comes through there to move up in the overall standings. That is fantastic.
And Hein is not running away, so Benny's kept abreast of that battle, and Salvi got ahead of him. It's now side by side again. Oh, Salvi goes deep over there. Will Benny cut back? Oh, he hasn't got the power to pull past now.
Yeah, if he'd had that little bit extra squirt, he might have been able to get through there, but he had to just tuck in behind and wait for another opportunity now as he closes in into turn 2.
That's a very nice battle at the top of Class C over there. The pack is tightly bunched. We've got Salvi now defending against Benny, who was up in that second position. Hein's going to try and gap it and get away from that, because if Salvi gets onto base, he knows who's going to come knocking. Then we've got Sheldon, right behind there, really making good progress in his debut season. Let's see how far is
Speaking
Paolo
of
got.
progress, have a look at this. So we're looking at the overall standings. Let's quickly go to overalls or quickly on that lapping monitor so we can see exactly where he is. Paolo is up to 4th overall. 4th overall from the back of the pack, starting from pit lane in the very fast Portuguese banana. That is an exceptionally slippery little machine he's got there, sliding in and out of the top end of the field and trying to find a way to the front end. Pommersheim hangs on for the lead of Class B. He's actually about 3rd or 4th overall as well, so he'd be 3rd overall if Paolo's up into 4th. But I think he'll be watching those rearview mirrors and a bit concerned about the return of the banana. In fact, he's ahead of him.
The banana's got ahead of him. Cheapest.
That is an incredible
Class B field.
But how did he cut through this entire field in 3 laps? He's literally up to
nuts.
3rd place overall in the space of 3 laps. That is spectacular driving. Showing you just how quick that combined racing car is. And 57 flat from Paolo Lara.
He's motoring, so he's a second faster than his boot. And that's that nice battle in Class B over there. Leonard Archer defending from Renier Smith there in the E36.
And with the championship still wide open, Renier Smith needs to try and get ahead of Leonard Archer. And there he's going to try it down into turn 1. Didn't quite get there though.
Doesn't want to risk that front bonnet over there. One mistake, scored no points. Penultimate
and
round.
He had a problem in East London as well, so he can't afford to make any more mistakes or have any more DNFs. That will be very costly. Halfway stage reached, and we got 4 to go still.
Nice battle at the back of that. Varish Gampath against Robert Gearing in that E30. That's going to be a very, very nice battle.
So for 4 more laps of race action to come your way now for classes A, B, and C of the M Performance Racing Series. Leonard Archer starting to come under a bit of threat as well.
Rob's got ahead of Varish, and that'll be at the entry to corner 1.
That's a spectacular bit of driving there from Gearing.
Nice little move there.
The boss man is showing the way around here. What is there going to be an answer here or not? Possibly, but this is Rob Gearing making that boxy work 3 times harder than anything else out on track at the moment.
I don't think those tyres are getting any reprieve right now. I don't think they're driving in one direction. I think they're going sideways, forwards, every direction, working that E30 really hard.
Now, you spoke about the growth of this class, and I spoke about it during classes D, E, and F while you were on track. You had 12 cars in the Eastern Cape. You've got 18 down in Western Cape, so that's 30 cars that could potentially join the 50 or 60 cars you got in Gauteng.
60.
It's unbelievable. That's 90 cars in one class, bud. That's making up a sort of a three-way championship. And I know that there was chat about it, and I'm sure that you can sort of bring us up to speed about the potential sort of triple crown. Are we going to have a Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Gauteng little in-house fight amongst the usual contenders here for 2026, or is that still being discussed in the echelons and boardrooms of BMW?
Still part of the discussion, figuring out what's the perfect recipe. But there's no doubt anybody watches this to understand the attraction and really just the joy people are getting out of this M Performance Parts race series. It's fantastic, fast growing. We've got crazy diversity in terms of an E30 taking on a BMW F30. We got 20-30 years between different cars sharing the same bit of racetrack.
And of course, anything that has a BMW badge on can come and participate in this. We saw that with Henry in Class F taking the win in the Z3.
Yep.
So nothing wrong with that. If you've got a BMW and you want to come and race it, and you're prepared to do the development to turn it into a race car, this is the way to go. And not only is this the way to go, because what we've seen from the development of this class and the development of BMW getting back into motorsport, I mean, I saw it at a couple of the other events that I've attended. BMW are showing interest in all forms of motorsport once again due to M Performance getting such great coverage on the Extreme Festival. They're now starting to look at other echelons of motorsport in terms of the spinning, the drifting. They're getting involved there. I mean, there was massive support for that the Red Bull event that they had down in Durban. So it's the way things are going from the M Performance brand's point of view.
It's part of the DNA. Anybody who drives a BMW wants a BMW. There's a performance element that is just unlike anything else. And so when you have the opportunity to go and take what has been developed in Germany and built by this brand, it's an opportunity that you don't want to miss. And so we get to see all of these cars. It's not just that they developed a great M4 or they developed two or good cars. We've got E36, E30, E46. We've got crazy builds like on the screen right now from Fast Development. It's an incredible race car there.
Yeah, that is a car.
And it just shows the DNA from the BMW performance and motorsport roots is incredible.
He's got 2 to go there, Parmesan, and he still hangs on to the front end and looking for a chance to wrap up that Class B pretty tastefully over the German in second.
That's a wicked lead he's got there.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive. How is Paolo doing in relative to Leon?
So if we look at this, I think that's what we're going to probably pick up on right now. That's why Dave probably gone there. And if we look at the overall standings, if I just go back to that one and just take that out, Paolo's up to second, so he's ahead of Leon. He's now trying to close down on his brother. So he's got Rick currently lapping 58s, 57.2s out of Paolo.
And so Paolo has done a lap faster than his qualifying lap. That's a 55.9.
Yeah.
That's
unbelievable.
He is pushing that car to its proper limits. So unfortunately, there's 13 seconds gap there. We've got 2 laps left. Even with a 2-second crazy lap, that's just not enough right now.
It has to be a mistake from Rick for him to possibly spoil the day there.
Some brotherly love, maybe?
I don't think so.
Not in this format.
Not between those two. It's every man for himself on track between them, but of course brotherly love comes in. Oh, well, Parmesan off. That is huge. That's the Class B leader, and that'll be Andreas Matt taking the lead of Class B, moving himself up into 4th overall.
Now, doesn't look like a collision. It looks like he's pulled off the side. That's corner 3, 4, around about there.
That's definitely some kind of an issue on the car that he didn't expect. So there goes, here comes Rick, and into the chicane goes Paolo. There's not enough. He's not going to make up that ground on the last lap, unfortunately. It's too big a gap.
If we get some waved yellows, maybe some space on the track, but too little.
You like that, eh? So you're a Paolo supporter. Listen, Rick, I think you're quite a nice guy, hey? But Nick and Rick don't go well.
Yeah, we're with the spectators. Yeah, we want to see a fight, and it better happen in race 2.
I think race 2 is going to be an epic battle between those two. That's I think that's out of turn 5, if I'm not mistaken. Just before they get onto the short straight. No, it's turn 3. Turn 3 yards. It's over our shoulder here. There he is. Just over the shoulder there. That's where, unfortunately, Parmesan is parked. But it's going to be Leroux 1-2 here. Combined Racing are back in BMW M Performance Racing Series. Leon Loubser, he'll be thinking, well, I'm not really worried because they haven't been involved in the championship, so I still got a chance of Class A's championship, even though the Larrera boys are back again.
And I see Renier Smith has got ahead of Leonard Archer, so that tussle has been in favour of Renier, so he'll finish second if all goes cleanly from here. Then we've got Ethan Kutsia, who's going to follow Leonard Archer in Class B, and a nice first outing in Class B from Shane Grobler in his car after being promoted up to that class. 2:05, fast pace over there, and Hein
top 10
going to take the top C, the Class C honours.
Yeah, top 10 and Class C honours for Hein. That's a nice one for him. So as we're watching Rick head onto that back straightaway for the last time, it's combined racing 1 and 2. Is that the red banana? It's like the red Hulk, eh? There's like a red banana and a yellow banana. Let's have a look and see if we pick up on that yellow banana onto. Is it this? It's the entire length of the straight. So that's too far, unfortunately, there. But a valiant effort nonetheless from Paolo.
Absolutely.
Now that's it from him.
What's happened there to Andreas?
Andreas has dropped back.
So lead goes to Renier Smith.
Yep. Checkered flag is out though, and Rick will take it. Paolo will come through in a few seconds' time to take second place. Here comes the German into the dog bone. He's got a problem. He's slowing.
He's going to be absolutely livid. They've been battling issues for quite a while. And Renier went from potential issues with the car.
That looks like a handling issue, because out of the dog bone he was literally going sideways understeer of note there. So I don't know if that's a handling issue. Maybe he's got a slow puncture.
Oh yeah.
That could be potentially the problem there. But it is Renier Smith, as you said, who's now promoted up. And that's exactly what he needs in terms of the overall championship. That is going to be a vital
perseverance makes the race.
Archer for second. Good run there from Leonard Archer. He's also getting massive improvements on that BMW of his every time he gets behind the wheels.
With Leonard. So Leonard was promoted from Class C and concerned whether he was going to be able to keep pace with the Class B competitors. And look where he's finishing.
That'll do it. So we got Class A 1, 2 and 3. And Andreas Mayer is not going to be the leader.
Shane Grobler got ahead of Ethan Kutsia. So even better. Well done, Shane.
Shane Grobler getting up ahead of Ethan Kutsia in the closing stages. So
and Benny Late so close behind Hein van der Merwe. What a battle there for that that Class C series. I really love that.
That's fantastic. So
it's a great job to Hein, but
Benny
had to fight.
They did. It was good fights all the way through. So let's get confirmation there. We got the Larro's 1 and 2. Rick taking it from Paolo. Leon Loebscher in third place for Class A. Smith gifted basically a first place in Class B with the demise of Pommersheim, and then eventually Andreas Mayer dropping down to third behind Leonard Archer. And then, as we saw, down in 10th place, Hein van der Merwe, Benny Late and Salvi, your top three for Class C. So I think race 2 turn up the wick a little bit. What do you reckon?
Looking forward to it. There's going to be some
I can tell you there's going to be huge
battles that want to continue, some unfinished battles, and we can't wait to watch.
Nick, thanks so much for joining me, buddy. Good luck for the second heat. Go and give it horns out there. I want to see that CIM car slightly higher up than what I saw, and no more blocking. Keep it as a 3 Series, not an X6, okay? We do love your work, though. Exactly. There you have it, ladies and gents. Our BMW M Performance Racing Classes A, B, and C Race 1 done and dusted. Back shortly with action here from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Oh, alrighty, we're going to have a quick look at the pink ribbon insert, which Mel, of course, was chatting to us about. It is breast cancer awareness, and I know there's a lot of people that have suffered themselves or have people that have been through the tough time of having to deal with breast cancer. But if you catch it in time, of course, it is curable, and there are opportunities to do what you need to do to ensure that your loved ones can survive a very heart-wrenching sometimes disease. And of course, if you get to it, as we said, you can possibly get it all sorted out. But let's go and have a look and see what that's all about. So the pink ribbons have been organised by Mel Spur, and they've been put onto almost all the cars on every single category. If they're not on all the cars in all the categories, all the ladies that are racing today are certainly using them. And that's all courtesy, of course.
Yeah, so we thought October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So obviously just a piece of fabric, we cut a few ribbons. Almost all the cars are carrying it today, and just about all the lady drivers. Just a bit of awareness. Let's think about them, protect them, and have them tested and checked, guys and girls.
Welcome back to Red Star. As you can see, the wind has not dissipated whatsoever. It is absolutely pumping around the circuit, and conditions are quite cool. So we're in for a bit of a tough afternoon, I would have to say, for some of these competitors. We heard from a couple of the guys and girls who've been in the studio with me during the day that it's perfect for the engines. Not so much for the tires, not so much for the track surface, and of course the ability to hold heat in that track surface. But for the last half an hour or so, we have had a bit of sun on the track, so that might just bring a little bit of extra heat to the much needed ability to grab traction from those Dunlop tires that are on each and every one of our competitors here as we get into the second half of the day's proceedings, starting with the second heat of ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Just chatted to Jaden Goosen's dad in the break as well, saying that they got caught out with one of the rules of the series, that you can't put new rubber onto your car, and that's what they did in the first heat, and that's what caused him to have to start from the back of the pack and have to come through the field. He now starts from pole after setting the fastest lap in race number 1, so watch out for that AA sponsored car. He'll be looking forward to staying ahead of at least his stablemate there from Performance Masters, Main Masters, and keeping the hunt at the front end with the rest of that Class A field. And it was a really good little battle amongst the Class A competitors in race 1 of ATE Volkswagen Challenge, including Ian Walker in the Cycles United and Mello Velo sponsored car. However, it's going to be Anthony Lessing that's going to be the hardest presser, I'm sure, in the paybar car to give Jaden Goosen a bit of a run for his money. Die Valteron did have a little touch between himself and Jaden Goosen, which of course dropped Jaden slightly back as well in his attempt to get to the front end. But now that he starts from pole, let's see what he can do and see if he can stay at the front end there ahead of the rest of the pack. The rest of the pack, of course, are headed up by Class B's championship contender and overall championship contender Stuart Mack. He'll be looking forward to a possibility of maybe even wrapping it up here today in the overall and championship, as well as Class B for the AutoZone and Nathan's Motorsport entry. But nice to see Mauro Deleuze stepping up for the first time into Volkswagen Challenge and getting a chance to get a little bit of extra experience. Class C battle was Adrian de Beer. He starts from pole as well. He'll be looking forward to trying to get a second win of the day, but he's already under threat from Bryce Pillay as they head towards turn 1. As Class C heads down towards turn 1, A's are already through turn 1, and it is not Jaden Goosen who got the whole shot. Lessing gets the whole shot. Goosen has got Tehran on his inside as they head towards turn 2. Jaden Goosen will just maybe give a little bit of room there, tuck in behind. Watch for the cutback as they come through there, and the cutback already being sought by Wayne Masters as he's under attack from Ian Walker. Walker sneaks on the inside. Then we drop back into the clutches of Elna Cruiser, who's already in touch with the front end of Class B. Nicole Lombard with a little bit of issues there, unfortunately, as she starts her race. Very similar to what she started the first one, with a little bit of bad luck by the looks of things. It's not going according to plan there for Nicole Lombard's point of view as we get into the thick of it here for the first heat of the second half of today's racing. And it's the second race today of ATE Volkswagen Challenge. As they come down the short straight now, down towards, of course, the hairpin at the end of that short straight. They go down to second gear for that one. Adrian de Beer has lost out to Bryce Pillay. As I said, Bryce Pillay leads out Class C at this juncture. See if he can keep it all together there. As they come through there, it looks like up into third place is Carl Peterson. Carl Peterson up into third place in the insurance car. So looking for a chance maybe to spoil the day here for those two just ahead of him. A little bit of tyre rub there from Pillay's point of view as they come through down into the dog bone. Front end, Lessing trying to get away and trying to open up a bit of a margin now. Tehran has dropped back to the back end of Class A's top 5 behind Wayne Masters. So that means it's going to be Jaden Goosen second, Ian Walker in third, and then Wayne Masters ahead of Die Valteron. A little bit of a gap down to 6th place, Elna Cruiser, who stays just ahead of the hard-charging Class B pack. And in that hard-charging Class B pack, have a look at that. As they head towards the chicane, it is Mara Deleuze looking for a chance to stick on the inside and maybe get ahead of, first time that we're going to see Stuart Mack demoted down one position, down into second place into Class B, as Mack comes under attack from Mara Deleuze and he sneaks ahead. So Mara now using this opportunity to get into this car and get a little bit extra seat time to get himself ready for the final round of Volkswagen Rookie Cup. And he now leads out Class B over a seasoned campaigner in this particular class. So nice run there from Mara. Third place by the looks of things is Francis Aldrich, so good run from him again. He had a fantastic outing down at East London Grand Prix Circuit at the previous round, taking an opportunity that was gifted to him to get up into that top 3 overall. And he pushes hard just ahead of Jono Koenig. Koenig, of course, had a massive moment down at Copacabana in one of the heats down at the East London Grand Prix Circuit, but this time he stayed on track and is looking to try and at least stay in the top 3 for the hunt for Class B. Class B, very competitive class in ATE Volkswagen Challenge and has been throughout the entire history of this championship. It's been arguably one of the most hardly fought battles, is normally in Class B. On a few occasions, of course, in the past, we saw lots of action in Class A when there were, at one point in time, 20 or so cars involved in Class A. There are a couple of those competitors that have moved on to other championships. There's a couple of them that are still involved in this championship. They're stuck around, they come in and out all the time. And there are a couple of guys who've gone on to bigger and better things in their racing careers as well, having started in the Volkswagen Challenge. Goosen closing the gap down now onto Lessing. Anthony Lessing, remember, having to literally finish up today's racing, get his award, climb in a car and head across to Mozambique. He's got national fishing competition, angling competition to get involved in over the next couple of days as well. So we wish him all the very best on that. But he's got some work to do first, and that's to keep out the hard charge coming from the fastest man of race 1. Despite him not taking the victory, the quickest lap time came out of Jaden Goosen. Bryce Pillay, Adrian de Beer. And now is that moving up into the top 3 in Class C. Nicole Lombard. No, that's Nicole Lombard. She's a Class B competitor, of course. So she's now in the mix amongst the Class C competitors. It's a little bit wide as she comes into the chicane. But now sticks onto the back end of Adrian de Beer. That's not a bad car to follow around if you want to learn your way around. Having taken the first victory earlier on, but she's not going to hold on to that one. She's going to dive on the inside and now try and place herself in between the two guys racing for honours in Class C. And what it's done, it's cost De Beer a little bit of time as Lombard comes into the mix. Now closes in on Bryce Pillay. Wants to do the same thing. Hopefully she can, because that will bring that red car of De Beer's back into play. Goosen now all over the back end, looking for a way through to get up to the lead ahead of Lessing. Lombard around the outside, using a little bit extra power that comes from that Class B car of hers. This is the tail end of the top 5 in Class A. Tehran still 5th, which means 3rd place is in the hands of Masters. 4th place, that car right there, the Melavelo Cycles United car of Ian Walker the Stalker. This is an opportunity yet. Jaden Goosen's looking dangerous. Inside line from him. Looking for a chance now to squeeze through on Lessing as they come up alongside each other into the right-hander that brings them onto the back straight. He's got the inside line perfectly placed, and Goosen is through to the lead. So officially leads this race for the first time today. Jaden Goosen looking to do what he did down in East London Grand Prix Circuit with 2 victories down there. He was the only Class A competitor that made the trip, and with that also got a chance to race with the 111 GD Sports and Saloons as an invitational class car. But needless to say, runs a little wide out of the chicane, touches the dirt. Following through there is Lessing, and with that the two of them have slowed down slightly to allow Wayne Masters to maybe just close that gap down ever so slightly closer. Lombard, the meat in the sandwich at the moment, looking for a way through there on Pillay. She comes under to the braking point for the top end of that back straightaway. He just goes past with the additional power available from her Class B car and gets through there on Bryce Pillay. Pillay still leads Class C as they come across the line ahead of De Beer. And it looks like it's Dimitri Severio once again in third. So Timmy up to third place for in the Insure Risk team. Pillay late on the brakes for two. Once again closed in by Adrian De Beer. It's a big gap down to third place, fourth place and fifth place behind that. Nice little battle there, actually side by side, just saw it in the background. Now onto the short straight. Class B, led out by Mack. He's back ahead of Deleuze. Mara Deleuze now looking in his rearview mirror, watching for Francis Aldrich, possibly to close him down. I'll be looking to try and keep out Aldrich if he can. Stuart Mack doing exactly what he needs to do here. Possibly, as I said, with the championship standings, he might be able to wrap up Class B today and maybe even the overall championship in ATE Volkswagen Challenge. It's such a spectacular season, and we'll be looking for back-to-back championships to keep that number one plate on his car. Heads up into the right-hander for the back straightaway. Closing in on Elna Cruiser. She's in 6th overall for Class A in the ATE sponsored car. Deleuze and Aldrich. Top 3 in Class B remain the same. And it's Koenig in the background. Chris Davison behind him in the GSI car, and then Lombard. Northern Bolton tool car of Jonathan Koenig. Another Stewie further back in the pack. Aldrich trying his best to catch Mara Deleuze, but Deleuze has really got to grips with this challenge car nicely. They'll come out of turn 2. Waiting for the next set of cars to come into play. That is Jonathan Koenig. Behind him, Chris Davison for GSI. And then it's Nicole Lombard. Behind her will be the lead of Class C. And it looks like it's still Pillay ahead of Adrian De Beer. Just caught a glimpse of the white and red car battle behind that. There they come. That's the one. And it's Class C up for grabs here. De Beer not giving up. He's putting big pressure onto the back end of Bryce Pillay, making him work hard for this victory. Down towards the hairpin and onto the brakes comes De Beer. Later on the brakes there ever so slightly than Bryce Pillay was, so he makes up a little bit more ground under braking. Still not able to find a way through though. So getting there, that's the hard task. Getting past the even harder one. Wayne Masters, Walker going through the chicane. How far up the road are the two leaders? There they go. Bit of a gap that's opened up now with Jaden Goosen. He's opened it up to, it was 1.3, it's probably going to be a lot more than that now. .098, so 2-second gap now between Jaden Goosen and Anthony Lessing, top 2 in Class A. It's about 3.5 seconds back there to Wayne Masters. And Walker just behind him at 1.9 seconds off. Bit of locking up on the brakes there from Pillay. Realising that he's got a bit of pressure coming from Adrian De Beer. De Beer not going to give it up without a fight here. Going to push Bryce Pillay all the way to the line. And that'll be, of course, in the next couple of laps. We're into the second half already. De Beer applying massive amounts of pressure, looking for a round outside this time. If he holds that outside line and there's enough grip, he can have the inside line for the next turn at 3, and that's what he's attempting to do. Late on the brakes, forcing his way through. Nicely done. But Pillay can do the same thing here. He'll just hold the inside line for turn 4, and if he's late on the brakes, he can keep the inside line. So literally 3 corners, and they've gone side by side. Oh, and De Beer gets out of shape. Out of shape there from De Beer coming out of turn 4. Just wheels on the dirt. That's going to cost him. All that hard work has to be done again. So Bryce Pillay with a little bit of respite now, a little bit of breathing room after he fended off the attempts there of Adrian De Beer to find a way through. Koenig still maintaining the top 5 there in Class B. Deleuze still second. Morrow enjoying life here at Red Star Raceway in Volkswagen Challenge, courtesy of ATE brakes. No one has an answer to the power and precision driving that comes from Stuart Mack. Two to go for Mack as they start the penultimate lap now. Big margin between Mack and Mauro Deleuze. They would have just completed their 6th lap of the 8. So Deleuze is going to settle for 2nd place. He's, what are they looking at there? About 5.5 seconds back on Max, so it's a big margin that Max opened up, but Aldrich has closed the gap down to within 2 seconds. So Aldrich thinks within this next 2 laps he might be able to catch Mara and get past him. I don't think anybody's going to have an answer here to Jaden Quirson. And of course, with Jaden taking the 2nd victory, that just bodes well for his attempt to jump into the Astron Energy Polo Cup on the 25th of October. He is entered for Polo Cup and will join the Polo Cup field for the final round at Swartkops. And according to tests and some social media that we've seen, he is already on pace within about half a second of the top contenders in the Astron Energy Polo Cup. So it might become a little bit of a thorn there amongst the championship rivals, and the championship is still up for grabs, of course, heading into the final round at Swartkops on the 25th of October. We'll be there for all that action, so make sure you check the social media stats for time and place of our live stream feed going out from Swartkops International World of Motoring. Quirson on his final lap, and way comfortable ahead now over 2nd place Anthony Lessing, who's on a similar vein, ahead of Wayne Masters for 3rd. Masters has basically wrapped up the Masters side of the Astron Energy Polo Cup Championship, so just getting a little bit extra seat time in here, keeping his eye in with his Volkswagen Challenge car. And the top 3 overall in Class A. It's certainly another valiant effort there from Wayne Masters. Jaden down the short straight to the hairpin. Running that pink ribbon out the back as well. Support of breast cancer. All the cars are running those ribbons today. And all the lady drivers, of course, have definitely got them on their cars in each of the respective classes. So this is Jaden Gerson onto the back straight now for the last time. Clean and clear up the road, almost 4 seconds up the road ahead of Anthony Lessing. So definitely learnt his lesson from the mistake they made in changing the tyres this morning. But comes from zero to hero here. Fastest lap of the race as well. His is 1:13.110, and the win in Class A ahead of Anthony Lessing for second. Third place will go to Wayne Masters. Walker the Stalker there in fourth, and it'll be Dierval Teron for fifth. Class C now coming out of the chicane, the hairpin I should say, down towards the dog bone. Bryce Pillay with a little bit of breathing room. He might just be able to hang on there to keep out Arjan de Beer. I think if Stuart Mack takes this victory, which he's about to, that will secure certainly Class B definitely, and I think that might be the overall championship as well, depending on the mathematicals. Not quite. Oh, of course, Pillay is closer to him here, so it's not quite done yet. So Arjan de Beer and Pillay have still got a chance of spoiling Mack's attempt at the overall championship, but I think Class B is done though. Stuart Mack would have wrapped up Class B here, and that's a nice another tick on the box there for his race season. So this will go down to the wire at Swartkops. That's of course in November, the final round of the regional side of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, and the overall category still available and still up for grabs heading into that round. Checkered flag out, it is Bryce Pillay ahead of Arjan de Beer. So those will be the three contenders fighting for honours for the overall number one plate for ATE Volkswagen Challenge 2025. Carl Peterson comes through there just behind that. Nice to see Michael and Dimitri Safirio finishing up. Great effort from the two of them. And that's ATE Challenge wrapped up for the day. There we see confirmation of the results. Jaden Gerson ahead of Anthony Lessing and Wayne Masters, your top three in Class A. Just behind them was Walker and Teron. Elna Cruiser making up the top six. Deleuze behind Stuart Mack. Stuart Mack taking the victory ahead of Mara Deleuze and Jonathan Koenig. And then Bryce Pillay, Arjan de Beer and Dimitri Safiria, your top three in Class C. So as they make their way into the circuit now for race 2 of BMW M Performance Race Series, classes D, E and F. I saw a very pumped up and hyped up Bernard de Gavea after his first outing, taking a nice little victory there and looking for a second one. Can he go and fight it out at the front end again with a couple of changes to the grid? Because remember, they do an inversion of that grid now. So he will start from 4th place on the grid. Karabo Malamela will be just behind him. Just ahead of him will be Troy Cochrane in the Rhapsody car. As they come to the line, Time Art and Rhapsody sponsored machine there. And we wait for, of course, the top 2 to come through to take up their positions for this second start. Ambient temperature has certainly picked up slightly here at Red Star Raceway, but the wind is still pumping. So going to be as equally difficult in terms of the car's handling and how they handle the windy gusts that are around the circuit. A couple of cars that have got to be shuffled around at the back end as well to get them back into their correct positions for the start of race 2. Certainly looked, from what we saw on the warm-up lap there, that or the formation lap I should say, not the warm-up lap, the formation lap, that they were all back on track. Everybody that needed to be there, and anybody that had some problems have got their cars all sorted and ready to go. So it looks like it's going to be G-Man on the front row and on pole alongside Duplessis. That'll be interesting to see how that turns out down into turn 1. First time that those two, I think, have been on the front row of the grid for an M Performance Racing Series heat. Nick Herbst, fellow commentator from classes A, B and C there. Of course, you can see him in the multicolored and that multicolored livery that he runs for CIM, his sponsor. So it's G-Man Racing on the front row alongside Dup Civils and Plant Hire, Hey Joe Transport, Rhapsody and Time Art alongside the De Gavea Consultants car. A couple of guys just running down the grid just to make sure that they're all in their correct grid positions before we get the green flag, and an opportunity for that Swift Sport to roll away to bring them under starters orders for the rolling warm-up lap, and then into the start procedures as it peels off into pit lane, handing pole position duties to G-Man. If you have just joined us from all around the world, a big welcome to our live stream coverage of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport's penultimate round of their regional championship side of things. And that is here at Red Star Raceway. We're in Delmas, Mpumalanga. It's about 70 or 80 k's just outside of Johannesburg in Gauteng, South Africa. So just to orientate yourself as to where we are. formerly known, of course, as the eastern part of the country. Eastern Transvaal is what it was known as, but now known as Mpumalanga. Red Star Raceway, of course, initially built as an all-purpose motorcycle-only racing track, and through the years has eventually been graded up and given the opportunity to allow four-wheelers to come and have some fun on this awesome track. 4 kilometers long and can be run in both directions. Has permits to run clockwise as we do today and anti-clockwise as we do up until June each year. So first part of the year run anti-clockwise, second part of the year we run clockwise for all race events at this track. Long-standing relationship as there is at Swartkops with Pretoria Toyota. Red Star, of course, have got Suzuki South Africa on board as their official supplier of their safety car and support vehicles. Standing by now as they are about to come in the starter's order. That 5-second board will get a little green flag for them to roll out and try and catch that Suzuki Swift Sport out front. It will lead them around and then peel off into pit lane, handing pole position duties to G-Man. Got a car stuck on the left hand side there. Gonna need a little assistance, maybe a little bump start there. Couple of the committee getting behind the shove there to get it going. Some of them working a bit harder than others, I see, hey? The circuit itself has grown pretty dramatically in terms of the infrastructure at the circuit as well. There's now a little small hotel and some guest houses that have been added on to what was originally just some log cabins that were available here. And also that Shell garage that's now part and parcel of the infrastructure around the track as well. A big field of BMWs. Heard from Nick earlier on when he was joining me in the commentary for classes A, B and C that this category of racing is up to 60 cars in strength now, showing you just how awesome the background work is that's done by the club. As I said, if you add the other 12 and 18 cars from the Eastern Cape and Western Cape, it takes this field up to 90 cars that could potentially participate in any event around the country if they could all get there. I don't think any of the circuits, including even Kyalami, are certified to run that amount of cars at once. That's why they've always got to split the classes into A, B and C and then D, E and F. Under the same conditions as before. They'll now need to work out whether or not they're going to do a full restart on the original grid positions, or are they going to start them as per how they finished up that first race. Let's have a look and see how we're going to finalize the day there. Oh, we were looking at it for 2 seconds. There it is. We've finished ATE Challenge. Of course, we're into M Performance Racing Series D, E, and F. It's a 9-lapper, this one, so additional couple of laps thrown in there because of the reverse grid. Dunlop V8 Supercars are up after that. Then DOE Formula Vee, ACD, Welkom, Triple Sports and Saloons and SuperHatch, MSA 4 and Formula Ford Kents, and we'll finish with the M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C. That's how we'll wrap up today's racing here at Red Star Raceway. Just trying to work out which car stand by, ladies and gents. We're just going to be flipping over our live stream so that we get the full value from Facebook. So stand by. We'll be back shortly. So it looks like it's going to be a full restart according to what they've just been told now. And I believe it might have been Philip Mostert Sr. Or was it the other Mostert? It's one of the Mosterts. It's Philip Mostert Jr. 84. That was the car that caused the issue. So once they've got that tyre barrier sorted out and we can get the cars back into the original grid positions, we'll go for a full restart here for classes D, E and F. Confirmation with that shot there, it was the 84 car. So Philip Mostert Jr. who had the problem. Looks like he might have put a bit of oil down as well, so they're just attending to the oil at the entrance to the pit lane there, just behind those 4 cars that you can see in shot. So some work to do for our marshals. So the safety car has rolled away now for the second start of Race 2's BMW M Performance Racing Series. We had a little incident there with Mostert Jr., who got a bit out of shape coming onto the main straightaway. Hit the tyre barrier on the left-hand side just before the pit entrance, and then ended up at the pit exit after dropping a bit of oil. So it needed a little bit of addressing of some of the oil that was dropped by that car. And we will go for a full restart now of this 9 laps of action. Inverted grid. It's Anthony and Duplessis that are on the front row. Gerald Anthony and Gerard Duplessis, who would have finished up in 3rd and 4th place in race number 1, behind De Gavea and the hard-charging Troy Cochrane. Nice to see Johan Miller in the mix there as well in the Heijo Trans machine. Fellow commentator from Class A, B and C, Nick Herbst, is there in the CIM Lubricants machine. He'll be looking to try and put that BMW of his slightly higher up. He was in an epic battle there with both Gerard Duplessis, Gerald Anthony and Govender. They were all in the mix. Karabo Malamela will be looking for another good start for that Pablo Clark Development Racing team. And his teammate Ken Swartz will be a bit further back, fighting for honours in his category. They split, of course, into the 3 packs of D, E and F in this race, and 3 packs of A, B and C in the last race of the day here from Red Star Raceway, due to the size of the field. Circuit is long. It's a big circuit, but not long enough and not able to be certified to run all 50 cars that would be here this weekend for BMW M Performance Racing Series. Also keep an eye and see whether or not we're going to have any changes to the front end of Class E, as we see Eddie Rodriguez, race 1 winner, starting from 5th place on the grid. It'll be Zahir Sidat and Kayan Budaya who are on the front row, ahead of Ignis Duplessis and Philip Eminis. So that'll be a little bit of a fight for Class E honours. Miguel da Costa will start on pole position alongside Corin Nienaber, and Mike Krobler, Ziad Ishmael and Philip Mostert Jr., with Henry Platt, race 1 winner, down in 6th place in the Z3. So that's how they'll line up for that class, or for those classes I should say. As they're brought onto that back straight now, they come under starter's orders, and it'll be up to the pole man to set the pace for race 2. This, of course, is second start of race 2. After a little incident with one of the cars, brought out the red flag. It's now time to go racing. G-Man will lead them to the line. Duplessis alongside him as they put the hammer down, heading towards turn 1. Gerard Duplessis trying to close that gap down almost instantaneously, bringing Johan Miller along for the ride. De Gavea goes high and wide around the outside of turn 1, trying to come back and cut back alongside into turn 2. As they head there now, he's on the outside line, which he'll try and hold on to if there's enough grip out there. There should be by now. Initially there wasn't, but Duplessis gets in his way slightly as he goes on the defensive to keep out both De Gavea and Johan Miller. Andre van Vuren and Nick Herbst side by side as they head towards turn 4. Herbst will be on the inside. He'll try and hang on to that inside line and keep Andre van Vuren out. Goos comes through just behind that, but it's the curve end car. Oh, and a little touch between the curve end car and Nick Herbst as they went into turn 5. Triple left-hander that brings them onto the short straight. Goos comes alongside due to the fact that Nick got just rattled slightly there by that little touch from the curve end car. Locking up the brakes, running wide and high and deep into that hairpin goes the curve vent machine of Andre van Vuren. Not quite the line he wanted, but he's now putting the pressure onto the back end of the boss man. Bernard de Gavea does the same thing there to Johan Miller. So de Gavea, accountants and shield panel beaters on the side of that car, trying to get through there on that Heijo transport machine. He finds a way past on Duplessis. Duplessis about to be eaten up by two of the top contenders there. Loses out to Miller. Doesn't quite lose out to de Gavea just yet, but de Gavea's got the inside line. Slightly better drive onto the back straight as well, and I think Van Vuuren will come along with him for the ride. Harold Duplessis tries to put the hammer down, but G-Man is disappearing at the front end as they fight it out for second. Duplessis trying to come back on the inside for turn number 11 or 12 and 13. They're going to 12, flick through into 13. Van Vuuren just ahead now of de Gavea. Goos catching onto the back end of the two of them in the Master Mose BMW. So we've gone into lap 2 relatively incident free for now, as de Gavea sneaks up the inside of Johan Miller. Finds a way through to get back up into the top 3. Miller now down into the clutches of Goos and Hapst. Joining the party is Neil Reynolds in the Valve Hospital BMW. Just on his outside, I think that might be Ken Swartz or Karabo Malamela. It's no, it's Ken Swartz. Malamela's gone missing. Not quite sure where Karabo's got to, but he's not in that front pack where he's normally supposed to be. Malamela must have made a mistake somewhere on track. Watching the track taxi go at it as well there with Mike Krobler behind the wheel. Close the gap down onto Miguel da Costa and Claudio Jardim. Back to mid-pack of Class D. Van Vuuren in that curve-in car. Still maintaining a chance of at least getting himself back up onto the overall podium. That's what he needs to try and do. Class E starting to, Class F I should say, starting to heat up a bit as well. Watching Platt come through the field. New Platt now. Ahead of Mike Krobler. Lap 2 completed, and still it's G-Man who leads out. 2-minute 10s at the moment from him. Leading this pack over Van Vuuren and de Gavea. That's for Class D. Rodriguez, looks like he might have moved up into at least second place in Class E behind Ken Swartz. So here's Sidat there in third. Tian van Rooyen starting to come back nicely as well. We're watching him close onto the back end of Eminis. And behind them comes Claudio Jardim. Jardim closing that gap down. Starting to look for opportunities to get through. I think the same thing can be applied there from Philip Eminis' point of view. He was looking for a chance to get through on Zahir Zidat. He's found a way past. There he is. So Eminis through on Zidat. Zidat now into Tian van Rooyen's sights. Goos versus Miller. Miller versus Reynolds. as they come up onto the right-hander. Doesn't look like it's uphill, but it's a slight uphill there. And it's an off-camber corner as well. Catches a couple of drivers out on a few occasions. Comes close using the slipstream. Try and find a way through Johan Miller. Can't quite get there. Miller's good on the brakes down into the chicane. Reynolds and Hapst also getting into it there a little bit as Nick comes up on the back end of Neil Reynolds. Maybe looking to get something done into turn 1 as we go back to the lead of Class F. Miguel Diaz. I beg your pardon, Miguel Da Costa. Apologies on that one, Mix. Two of you out there. Da Costa from Platt. With 6 to go. Eminis now feeling a little bit of his own pressure that he applied earlier on to get through. Now having the same amount of pressure applied on him by Tion van Rooyen. Eddie Rodriguez also continuing nicely on, looking for a chance to have a good overall finish for Class E. He comes out into the dog bone. Eminis on his tail, Van Rooyen behind that. And you've got Sidat and Claudio Jardim. Jardim's ahead now of Sidat. Jardim must have just snuck through maybe down into the hairpin before they came into the dog bone. Moved himself up one position. And he hangs on as he comes onto the back straight. See this car back on track. Wayne Eminis in full flight, as I said. Here's Mrs. Marianne, hopefully going to be getting back into the car ASAP. She must be dying sitting on the sidelines, itching to get back into a race car. Her Wonder Woman BMW. Fastest on track at the moment. Looks like it's coming from Andre van Vuuren as he starts to hunt things down in terms of breaking that 1.3 second lead down to that gap that you can see in picture right now. Nothing between Anthony van Vuuren and De Gavea for the lead of Class D. G-Man's car has got good pull out of the tight corners. Van Vuuren trying to carry that corner speed. De Gavea trying different lines to try and get exit speed onto the short straight. Maybe use some slipstream. No, they're not close enough to do that. It'll be a lot closer to engage that slipstream and use it for an overtaking opportunity. Oh, running wide, G-Man. Oh, and the pressure got to him. Leading the race, and the pressure's got to the G-Man out front. He makes a mistake into the dog bone, and that is now Van Vuuren up into the lead and De Gavea into second. The curve end car. Getting down into the 209s. Low 209s as well. 016 is the split there, compared to the 0857, I should say, of Bernard De Gavea. Bit of a manoeuvring here from Johan Miller's point of view as he closes down onto the back end of Duplessis. Josie coming along for the ride, but he seems to have gone missing. And it's now Nick Haps has moved up into that little battle. And they're looking to try and get past on Harold Duplessis. Haps now onto the back end and underneath that wing of Johan Miller. G-Man is back on track after that little off-track excursion and maintains third place. But he will be kicking himself for that little mistake. It has allowed 2 cars up the road from him to get away. One is Van Vuren, the other one is De Gavea. Duplessis and Miller down the short straight. Duplessis running a little bit wide into the hairpin there. There is Koos on the left-hand side. I just saw him in the background there. So Eugene Koos has parked the Master Mo's car, unfortunately. Now as they flick it through into the dog bone. The fight for the final 3 or 4 positions in Class D up for grabs. Nick Herbst on the inside of Duplessis. Going to thread the needle now as he tries to get past on Miller as well. Great driving there from Nick Herbst. Nearly squeezed out both cars there. But I think Miller saw him coming and shut the door. Duplessis now with a little bit extra power down the straight. Might be able to get back at Nicholas Herbst as they head towards the chicane. Tian van Rooyen still in the fight for Class E. As we see Eminis rapidly closing that gap now onto Eddie Rodriguez. Ken Swartz though looks like he might be able to hang on for the win in Class E. He's in Class D, I beg your pardon. I thought he was in Class E. He's actually in Class D. He's Ken Swartz. Van Vuren now looking to wrap this up. Still a little bit of race time to go though. It's not over yet. Still 3.5 laps to go. And now a bit of traffic. Okay, beg your pardon. My timing might be slightly out there, but according to this, we've got 1 lap to go as we're watching the curve end car on the inside line now. And back onto that back straight for the last time. Pulling slightly away now from De Gavea. De Gavea still might be in with a shot of the overall for the day. They come into the chicane for the last time. Van Vuren in the curve end, and Kroblos Motorsport BMW will take the victory and win out over Bernard de Gavea. Eddie Rodriguez, can he hang on, keep out Philip Eminis to the line? He's got a bit of traffic that might help him out here a little bit. Try and put that traffic between himself and Eminis. Eminis going to also try and go ahead of the traffic. So if something goes wrong here in this final chicane for Rodriguez, he can pounce. But that's not going to happen. Rodriguez going to come through for double victory for Class E. Eminis in second, Tian van Rooyen in third. And then we'll wait for that little Z3. There it is. It's not done yet though for him. Harry's come along right in the closing stages. Harry's in a bit of a hurry here in the closing stages. He'd like to get past on Henry Platt and maybe spoil the day here for the Z3 driver. Let's see what his pace is like now. Maybe he can get in the slipstream. Not a lot of car to slipstream though from that little Z3. And they're pretty evenly matched in terms of top end there as well. So it looks like Platt might hang on for a double victory in Class F. And is going to do so. Moscow Motorsport team will be happy with this man's performance as he heads to the line for the win in Class F ahead of Arie van Heerden. So let's have a look at those unofficial results. Van Vuren, De Gavea and Anthony, your top three in Class D. We go down to Rodriguez, Eminis and Tian van Rooyen, your top three in Class E. That was 8th, 9th and 10th on the road. And then Platt ahead of Van Heerden and Grobler for your top three in Class F for 13th, 14th and 15th overall. Stand by for more action from Red Star Raceway and the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. From BMWs, we head to V8 Supercars, courtesy of Dunlop. And the Dunlop V8 Supercars now out for the second time. Inverted grid, of course, for this category, as always. They will do a rolling start, hence the nickname, the Rolling Thunder. Ready to rock and roll, hopefully no thunder. And, of course, clear skies now and sunshine for the late afternoon here at Red Star Raceway. Still a big breeze, though, so making for difficult traction conditions, because these big Dunlop V8 Supercar slicks that they run on these cars definitely require a little bit of heat in them to make them work the best. So they'll be diving from left and right to try and get as much heat into that rubber as possible. Sam Dahl looks like he's going to be starting from the front row alongside Larry Wolford. In fact, it's Alki Kampon, I beg your pardon, is just ahead of them. I didn't see him there, just ahead. So Kampon and Dahl will be the front row. Then Larry Wolford and Terry Wolford side by side. Will that come into play in terms of a bit of strategy amongst the family? Behind them in the new Corvette will be none other than Thomas Reeb. Reeb, of course, looking to get his first victory in his new car. That will be the plan. Alongside Terry Wolford, that might be a bit of a difficult plan. Good to see Spicer just in the background there. They've got that car sorted out. Hopefully Alan Ryan's car also fixed in time for race 2. Two of them coming together in lap 1 down into the hairpin. And of course stood there for a while, or out of the hairpin I should say, into the exit of that particular point of the circuit. And then it cost us a little bit of time under safety car to get the two of them out of harm's way. So we got two Falcons. Well, it's a Falcon and then a Holden. Very similar looking cars there. That second and third place on the grid. Little Suzuki Swift in full flight down that back straightaway. Remembering that these V8s have got the ability of doing 0 to 150 odd k's an hour in first gear. So they'll be probably first or second gear down that back straightaway. Alki Kampon sees the lights out on the Suzuki Swift Sport as it heads down into the chicane, which means it's now over to him to take over the poleman duties. Sam Dahl will line up alongside him. Larry and Terry ahead of Reeb. Watch in the background for the possibilities of Warren Lombard coming through from the back of the pack on this inverted grid. Lombard gets the hammer down, heads down towards turn 1. It's Kampon from Dahl. Larry Wolford putting the pressure onto Sam Dahl. Terry Wolford right behind him as they head towards turn 2. Let's see whether or not Terry gets an opportunity there. Is his dad going to give him a little bit of help there? Possibly to keep him in the championship. There's no help whatsoever coming from Thomas Reeb as, wow, what a move there from Warren Lombard. Forcing his way through into turn 2 and already up 1 position off the start line. So a nice start there from Warren Lombard. Puts himself right underneath that N4 Autocraft and chic Ford Falcon. The Mustang on the back end of that car, pushing hard. The two Mustangs, I beg your pardon, having a go here at that Chevy Holden. And Terry's got the inside line. Is Larry going to give him a little space? He might do, but he might shut the door there on Warren. Make it a bit more difficult for Warren to get past. No, Warren's going to try and go around the outside into the dog bone and hang on to that outside line, which will eventually become the inside line if they go through the left-hander. So good driving there from Warren. Uses the outside line into the inside line through the dog bone and closes right onto the tailpiece there of Terry Wolford, who's now trying to find a way past on Alki Kampon. Should do that relatively easily. He's got more traction and, of course, similar power, but, of course, the GT2 cars run on older rubber, so they might not have the same amount of traction and the ability to get the traction onto the ground. So it's Lombard up into third place, Terry Wolford into second, Larry Wolford into fourth, as he comes under threat now from Thomas Reeb as they head down the back straight. Big long straightaway into the chicane for the first time. Here comes Reeb. Reeb up into fourth. So top three now, or top four I should say, fighting for honours, but Sam Dahl will be very wary of the attempt coming from behind from both Warren Lombard and Terry Wolford. Wolford will be the first car in his sights. You can see him already in the rearview mirror. Eight-lap race here, and it's now Larry Wolford coming back at Reeb as they come out of turn 2. Lombard was quickest on that first pass, 2:01.079. So 2:01 flat as opposed to the 6s and 7s coming from the two cars ahead of him. That's what's allowed him to close that gap down on Wolford and Dahl. Sideways from Reeb. A little bit squirrely there on those back tyres as he came into the second apex of turn 5. Now down onto the brakes. Wolford hits the front. Will Lombard try and go with him? Try and get the drive out of the hairpin. It's down to first gear there for them. First gear for Lombard, and he tries to come on the inside of Sam Dahl. Doesn't find a way past. Falls now into the clutches of Reeb, who's right there with him. Big dive on the inside there. Definitely a chance for Wolford now to open up a little bit of a gap. If Dahl can just work with him here, keep Warren Lombard at bay, that's exactly what Terry Wolford would like to happen. They're not teammates of Tim Quickest of the pack. So a little bit of Tim Quickest of the pack. So a little bit of clean air there for Terry Wolford. Just kept him at the front end and secured him the fastest lap so far of the race. But now Lombard will be looking to hunt him down and find a way past. Lombard in second place looking for a double win. And a double victory will be a lovely birthday surprise for himself for tomorrow. They head down the short straight. Lombard looking to try and close the gap under braking. He does so. Wolford is late, but Lombard just a little touch later on the brakes into the hairpin. Down to first gear they go. First, second into the dog bone. They'll hold second gear through the dog bone. There'll probably be a short shift into third towards the left-hand flick, the little kink. And then back to second as they come through the right-hander onto the back straight. Lombard drops the hammer down that back straightaway now, looking for a chance to maybe close that gap down even more. Does he wait? Does he give Terry Wolford a little bit of a sniff and think that he's going to get this win? Or is Lombard going to go early and then make Terry Wolford chase him? Kampon down into 6th place from pole. Spicer in 7, Alan Ryan in 8. Those two cars still circulating, which is better than they did in the first heat. Great to have those Adlam Auto and Wellness Group cars back on the circuit. Good effort from the team to get them both fixed and ready to go for race 2. Lap 3 completed. Warren Lombard now goes quickest. 57.545 from Warren Lombard. Fastest on track from him so far. Closing the gap down on Wolford. Wolford feeling the pressure slightly. Ran wide out of turn 5. Didn't quite clip that second apex. Gets the power down though onto the straight to keep ahead of Warren Lombard as they get to the hairpin. Getting information as well that Steve Herbst broke his rocker arm in race 1, which is the reason why he didn't make it out here for race 2. despite finishing second behind Aki Kampan in GD2s in the first one. He was still classified in second despite that breakage, but just couldn't find another rocker arm for a Corvette. And I know there are a couple of Corvettes in the paddock, but they probably didn't have that spare part available. If they had it, they would have made a plan and probably got him back onto the circuit. Lombard now looking ominous. Definitely looking to pounce if he can on Terry Wilford. He'll show him a wheel or two in the background. Oof. Running wide there, Reeb. Trying to close down on Sam Dahl. Sam Dahl could be outgunned here by the Corvette, the brand new Corvette out of the United States of America. Running in a Daytona series there. Great to have that car as part of the V8 Supercar field now. New gun in the arsenal there for Cafe 9 Automotive. Halfway stage and Lombard remains in second. Stays still quickest of the two cars out front. 58.051, 58.350 for Wilford. So it's Lombard who's just maintaining his pace and applying the pressure onto the back end of Terry Wilford. Spicer out of turn one. Nice new colours on that car. Not quite the lime green that a certain Corvette driver out of V8 Supercars drove a couple of seasons ago. And Gordon Connolly, of course, ran in the lime green colours of Cowan Signs for a long time in his Corvette. But almost metallic Hulk green there for Spicer in that Wellness and Wellness Group car. Currently sitting second in GD2s, ahead of Alan Ryan in the Adlam Auto Ford Falcon. Lombard, as I said, looked ominous the last time we came through this spot, and was, I thought, going to have a go on the back straightaway here. This time he's a little bit closer. Can he maybe get a little bit of slipstream out of Terry Wilford's machine out front? The two Mustangs going at it. No, can't quite get there. Speaking of Mustangs, that's the lead of GD2s. Aki Kampan. Comfortable margin over second and third place, so can literally just cruise home now. As I said, I think with this win, Aki Kampan will possibly wrap up the GT2 championship. He's got quite a big margin ahead of everybody else. Some guys who joined late, and the usual contenders that haven't had quite the season that Aki's had. Lombard's looked 3 or 4 times to get through, but hasn't found a way past just yet. Is he waiting until the last possible moment so that Wilford can't come back at him? Back down into first gear, out of the hairpin they go. Flick it to second and then into the dog bone. Keep that pressure on. That's exactly what Lombard's doing to Wilford. Wilford soaking it up admirably. Wilford could potentially be in a bit of trouble here. Ooh, slightly different line there from Warren Lombard. Just showing a wheel to Wilford. Is this the chance that he's been looking for? Wilford saw it and went defensive, so just compromised his drive style. You can see there, didn't quite get the same kind of drive as he normally gets out of that corner. And Lombard now comes up alongside him. Shows him both sets of wheels and the front bonnet of that Mustang as they head into the chicane. 2 more laps to go. Reeb still... Ooh. What's happened there? Lombard has slowed up dramatically into turn 1. Has Warren Lombard got a problem? I hope not. Left-hand side is also car stricken. I think that might be Alan Ryan. Wonder if Warren Lombard just made a mistake and missed a gear coming out of the chicane, but he's lost a lot of ground to Terry Wilford. There's a car stricken between turn 1 and 2. I think it might be Alan Ryan. But as they've come through there, Lombard definitely lost a lot of ground that he'd made up on the back end of Terry Wilford in the latter part of this race. It's Alki Kampan, actually. It's Kampan who's parked on the sideline. So the leader of GT2 looks like he might retire this car, which that could potentially spoil his day of wrapping up the GT2 championship. Alan Ryan, I saw him actually on the back straight there in the background, so apologies there for the Alan Ryan fans. But it looked like his car from the distance. Wolford's been closed down again now by Lombard. Fastest lap out of Lombard has been a 57.545. His last was a 59.690, which was about half a second off the pace of Wilford. They've still got one more to do, so Lombard can make it up on this last lap. He's going to have to work hard. Reeb also closing down big time. He was about 3.5 seconds off the back end of Lombard the last pass, but he's definitely closed that gap down to within about 1.5 seconds now. So all three of these cars in contention for the win. Reeb would love a debut win for this Corvette that he's brought from the US of A. It's a beautiful looking car. In his own words, he apologized that he didn't get a chance to wrap it. But the work that they were doing on the car was to get it ready in time and make it well within the specs of what V8 Supercars are allowed to run. But nice to see a new car on circuit for the first time in a long time, and a little bit of showboating there. Or was that on purpose that he got a little bit sideways? I don't think Lombard's got an answer here to Wilford's pace. He's going to have to be a lot closer to Terry Wilford onto that back straight if he wants to attempt a pass into the chicane. Or maybe he'll try something into the dog bone. And as I said, he's not close enough. They're kind of equidistant apart there. Wilford, Lombard, and wow, Lombard is being hunted down here big time by this Corvette. Here we go, into the dog bone section. The Corvette all over the back end of Lombard's Mustang. Reeb is looking dangerous. Reeb wants by here. And he's going to make Lombard's days very, very difficult. That De Haag and Heritage Motorsport Corvette closing the gap down now on what Thomas Reeb was telling me is now a vegan racing driver. I know it's tongue-in-cheek and a bit of fun between them, but there's no fun right now. It's now or never time. Terry Wilford has to be good on the brakes, has to be smooth, cannot make a mistake. He is exactly that, and comes out of the final chicane for the second victory of the day in Dunlop V8 Supercars. Lombard for second, Reeb for third. Lombard might still wrap up the overall win there. That'll still give him a nice birthday present. One win and the overall victory. Dahl comes through ahead of Larry Wilford for 4 and 5 in GD2s. GD1s, I beg your pardon. And I think what we're going to see is Wayne Spicer take the win in the second heat, turning his luck around along with Alan Ryan. And the two of them are going to come through for first and second in GT2s, with Alki Kampan unfortunately parked on the sideline on the straight between turn 1 and 2. That's Alan Ryan heading down towards the hairpin. It's a big gap down to them, of course. Spicer won't be too far behind that. He's almost on his way through, I think. See, he's on that back straight away. He'll be coming into the chicane. There he comes. Into the chicane now. Comes Spicer for the win in GD2s for the Wellness Group Corvette. Alan Ryan second. Kampan, I'm not sure if he'll be classified 3 laps down. We'll have to wait and see. But if he is, he'll still be in contention for a top 3 overall as well. But it won't be enough, I don't think, to wrap up GT2s here. So that's Dunlop V8 Supercars done for the day. And we'll see them back in action, of course, at the final round of the Extreme Festival Regionals in November. It is Terry Wolford, Warren Lombard, and Thomas Reeb, your top 3 there, as they come across the line to wrap up what has been a spectacular day's racing for our V8 Supercars. Good to see all that race action, of course, for the final round here, or the penultimate round, I should say, of what has been the V8 Supercar Championship for 2025. Wayne Spicer gifted a victory ahead of Alan Ryan, who comes to the line now. And the 8th of November, we'll see these cars go at it one more time for 2025. More action coming away now from our single-seaters. We've still got GT Sports and Saloons, the 111 GT Sports and Saloons from ACD Welkom. And one more heat of the BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B, and C. Straight into our final bit of action now from the DOE Formula Vees, partnered with CIM Lubricants, and of course all of their associate sponsors as well. Start My Car, ATS Motorsport, all part and parcel of this long-standing relationship here with the anniversary edition of Formula Vees. They're up, of course, next for a possible championship crowning race here. What we've got is Lendl Jansen on the lead of the championship with 244 points, ahead of Gert van den Berg and Vaughan Hills, Peter Hills and Theo Vermaak. That's your top five. In fact, Vaughan and Theo and Peter are on equal points heading into this round with 164 points. 170 to Vaughan. Gert van den Berg is on 195 and Lendl Jansen's on 244. So the permutations there are, of course, if Lendl finishes fourth or better, he retains the number one plate for 2025 and goes into 2026 with that number one plate back on that Bull Securities car that is in there. And that's the man that we're chatting about right now. If he doesn't finish fourth or better, we'll go to the final round at Swartkops, and it'll give Gert van den Berg and Vaughan and Peter a chance maybe to spoil his day, spoil his year. Highly unlikely though with the kind of racing we saw in race number one, but let's never ever count out what could potentially happen in Formula V's, because they always provide phenomenal race action. In the Association Championship, of course, Dane Stewart has got only a 12-point advantage over Jaco Smit, and between the two of them it was pretty tight between I think it was 9th and 10th for the two of them in race number one. So Dane Stewart getting the win over Jaco Smit. Miele Stewart there in 15th ahead of James Carter, and then it was Reinhard van der Linde, Clinton Kane, and good effort as well coming from Anton van der Merwe. So the Association Championship is still wide open. That will certainly go all the way to Swartkops before it gets sorted out. But as I said, fourth or better for Lendl Jansen, and we've got a new champion for 2025, and it'll be our first official champion that we can crown on the regional side, other than Wayne Robb, which we did earlier on today in Class A for the 111 Sports and Saloons. Wayne's still got to fight hard though for overall honours in 111 Sports and Saloons, and Mal I think is going to join me a little bit later on to discuss the permutations of that championship. But as they come to the line, it is Van den Berg ahead of the man who would be king. So Gert van den Berg, Lendl Jansen, Theo Vermaak ahead of Carl Watt. It's Vaughan Hills, Peter Hills, Brandon Hills. That's how they'll line up here for the second heat of DOE Formula Vees. Alongside Brandon will be Sean van der Linde. Just see him out my window here. Then Dane Stewart, who heads up Miele Stewart. And I'm just looking to see where everybody else on track is there. Yeah, so I think everybody has got back on circuit that had problems. I see Jaco waving there frantically. He's got a bit of a problem. Remember, he's still fighting for honours in the Association Championship, so he cannot afford to have any problems on the start line. And he was waving frantically there to say there's something wrong with the car on the line. Hopefully it's easily fixable. And then we can get into race action. Remember, this is a standing start, so they'll leave exactly from where they are right now. Everybody now shifting off the sidelines. Jaco comes back into position. I think he was just in the incorrect position. That was probably what he was worried about. But now everybody jumps out of the way, and we stand by for the light procedure. 2 minute changes to 1 minute, 1 to 30, 30 to 5. And now we've got two cars waving frantically. Might have an abort start there. It might have to come out. Jaco Smit has to be pushed to the sideline. Start delayed. Thought so. Might have to attempt it again. They've pushed Jaco just onto the one corner of the kart circuit, the newly built kart circuit here at Red Star Raceway. So that is massive for this championship because, as I said, Theo van Mark sending me the update in terms of the association. Jaco Schmidt is second place, Dane is leading, and Jaco is on the sideline. Lights out and we're racing. Kat van der Berg getting the drop slightly there on Lionel Janssen. Down towards turn 1, and I think he might have got the whole shot. He has. Van Mark in second. Ooh, hello. Things are changing up here pretty rapidly. Look at where Peter Hills came from. From the back of the pack, he's up into third place, and Vaughan Hills now fighting hard with Lionel Janssen. Lionel Janssen is in 5th place. He cannot be in 5th place if he wants to wrap up the championship here today. He's got to be one position higher. He's got to get ahead, I should say, of Peter Hills if he wants to wrap up this title. Right now, it's Van der Berg and the two DOE Start My Car teammates are 1 and 2 on the track ahead of Carl Watt from Mungaza Racing in 3rd. Peter Hills is 4th, doing everything he can to try and keep this championship alive and make it go all the way to Swartkops before we can wrap things up. Lionel Janssen got a bit of a nightmare of a start there. He was outgunned by 3 cars down into turn 1. He's trying to come back at Peter Hills. Brandon's going to have to jump in there, so is Vaughan, to try and help out if they can. They've got to try and get into that mix there and just keep Lionel Janssen's attentions on them and not to attack Peter out front. Anti-car there of Carter coming through nicely at the back of the pack. Nice run there on a few occasions this year from James Carter. Dane Stewart is in 9th place. Marcel Blicknote is 10th. Stewart taking some points away from Jaco Schmidt, who unfortunately is on the sideline and out of this one. That is a costly affair there for him in terms of that association championship. Definitely going to be one that won't be sorted out here today is the association championship, because Dane is going to score 20 points, Jaco's going to score 0. So Dane will move possibly up into about a 25-point lead. And that depends on what the bonus points are, of course, for this class, because they do get bonus points in the association championship, where those bonus points are allocated. But as we're watching Peter Hills keep Lionel Janssen at bay, he is doing everything right in terms of keeping him and his family in with a shot of still giving Lionel Janssen a run for the national championship. Vaughan and Peter, as I said, are only 6 points apart, and they are only 25 or 20 or 31 points behind Lionel Janssen. Janssen up the inside into 4th. That's where he needs to be. And now gesticulating, saying, come on, let's work together. Let's try and close that gap down. It's not a bad thing. Lionel saying to Peter, come on, work with me. Let's go and get these boys out front, and then let's go and fight it out like we usually do, 6 or 7 abreast for the win. So Peter wants to go with him, but they got Kat van der Berg, a multiple champion in his own right, Theo van Mark, who's a multiple race winner this season, and Carl Watt, who's had, of course, a big moment and some very, very hectic races that he's been involved in. Near the front end of the race almost every single time is Carl Watt. And once again now in 3rd place. Watt down in 8th place in the championship overall, not really in contention, but he could see himself moving up ever so slightly ahead of Sean van der Linde and maybe even Brandon Hills with this performance. So they'll come onto that back straight away now. Brandon Hills trying to close down on the 11 car of his brother Vaughan. Kat van der Berg going left and right to avoid the slipstream that's being attempted by Theo van Mark. Peter working with Vaughan, trying to bring Brandon, and along come from the ride comes Dane Stewart. Dane Stewart, we saw in East London, get to the front end of the field and lead a race in Formula Vees for the first time in his career. Van der Berg quickest on a 207.717 there. 208.121 came out of Theo van Mark, and a 207.9 from Carl Watt. Lionel Janssen also on a 207.9. So similar lap times between second, third and fourth place. Fast lap times coming out of Lennell Janssen, though, down in fifth to close that gap and get past on Peter Hill so he can move himself up nicely. So it's Peter now fighting with Vaughan. Vaughan going to try and help Pete out here. Try and close that gap on Lennell Janssen. If Vaughan and Peter Hills want a chance still of taking this championship, they've got to get through. They've got to catch and pass all three cars ahead of them. Vandenberg at this point in time is 25 points up the road of Peter and 31 points up the road of Vaughan. Here for Mark, sitting up there in second at the moment, doing his championship. A great turn of pace, because with second place, Theo would move to 181, 191 actually, and possibly into third place in the championship overall. So it's going to be a fight for second if it stays the way it is right now at Swartkops at the final round in the National Challenge. Vaughan closes onto the slipstream. Here comes Theo for Mark, also trying to use the slipstream. Pulls out on Vandenberg. Vandenberg using the inside line. They're going to defend that inside line. Theo hangs on for now, doesn't have a go. Maybe just setting things up for a bit later on. Good drive out of the chicane. Heads down towards turn one. Behind that, it's Lennell Janssen trying to get that slipstream engaged on Carl Watt. So two teammates fighting for first and second. They are currently second and fifth overall in the championship. They might head into Swartkops in second and fourth overall in their attempt to try and get second place in the championship, because, as I said, it's fourth or better for Lennell Janssen, and right now he's in the fourth spot. That's the only place he needs to be. He does not have to fight with Carl Watt whatsoever. If an opportunity opens up, of course he'll take it. It'll just make his life a lot easier, but he does not necessarily have to fight with the man in the Mangaza Racing blue car in third place. Theo Vermaak goes quickest on the last pass, down into the 206s now for Vermaak. 206.8942 to be precise for Theo. Bringing the gap down to within a tenth of a second there to his teammate. The two of them are fighting, not hard, but enough just to slow them down enough, potentially for Watt and Janssen to join them. And that's what Lennell Janssen was saying to Peter Hills. He's saying, come with me, come on, let's work together. Let's go and catch those boys out front and then resume our battle. Lennell Janssen pulls out of the slipstream, trying to go the long way around, and finds a way past into third place. That's it. Perfectly done from Janssen. Moving the Bull Securities car up into third place overall, behind the two teammates from DOE and Start My Car, Vandenberg and Vermaak. So Vandenberg will move to 212. If Theo stays where he is right now, he will be getting those 14 points. So make him to 178. So he'll move up into possibly third place overall in the championship. But Lennell Janssen, if he stays exactly where he is right now, that will be championship done and dusted. Theo on the inside. Oh, that's late from Theo Vermaak. Trying to find a way through there and get ahead of his teammate. He's got the inside line, but of course Cat will have the inside for the entrance to the dog bone. So might just try a cutback here. And Squeeze him out on the exit. And then try and use that slipstream. That will be engaged by the time they get onto that back straight. Perfectly done there from Theo. He's doing it all right now. Cat runs slightly wide. It'll give Theo a chance to cut back now as they come through the left-hand kink. Watching in the background though, Lendl Janssen is coming big time. He is absolutely hauling in the closing stages here and has got himself into contention for a potential win, never mind third. Imagine he comes through and takes both of these cars to finish up on the top step of the podium to wrap up what has been a spectacular season and will be back-to-back titles in the National Challenge for Formula V's. 60th anniversary championship would be a special one to win. And he's definitely on the cards for that. He's now joined the two of them at the front. Janssen is in contention for the win. Not only of the race, more importantly, of the championship. But what a way to wrap it up. Take the championship with the last win of the day here at Red Star Raceway with 2 races still to go. He's got his sights firmly set now on Van der Berg, who's dropped to second. Vermaak now leads out. Here's a chance. He is close enough. Those cars are exactly the same in terms of the chassis. And now as they come under braking, is it going to be Van der Berg? It is. Only just fending off an attempt by Lendl Janssen to get through to second. Janssen's in a similar position to what Vermaak was in on the last lap, so he could maybe put something together here. If Van der Berg runs wide out of this turn on the exit of the dog bone again, which he doesn't this time, he hangs on a slightly tighter line, realizing that it's Lendl Janssen who's going to attempt to get past him. He was a little bit easier up on his teammate who's now leading, but now it's Slipstream City's time. Here we go. In the slipstream. Engages. Slips back out again. Round the outside. Has Lendl Janssen going to move? Or is Lendl Janssen going to move to second place? Or is Van der Berg going to break him? He does. Late braking from Cat keeps him out. One lap to go. Oh, what a fantastic finish to this spectacular 2025 60th anniversary edition of the Formula Vee Championship. All of the sponsors, DOE, Start My Car, Prolong, CIM Lubricants, ATS, they're all going to be very happy. Dunlop Tires, of course, also supplying the rubber that these guys and girls all fight on. First race. Oh, the first race was a long time ago in 2025. We started at Swartkops. We're going to finish at Swartkops, but we might wrap up the title and into second place. It goes Janssen, looking for a dive on the inside through turn 5. He had a last ditch and very late effort into turn 5's second apex. Couldn't quite make it stick though. Gert van der Berg goes late on the brakes, realizing he has to fend off Lendl Janssen if he still wants the overall victory today. He's looking for that one now. That's what he's concentrating on. Theo Vermaak's concentrating on just staying smooth and staying out of trouble that's raging behind him. Here they come. Out of the dog bone for the last time. Will Van der Berg run wide again. This time, same line, smooth inside. Doesn't run wide and open up the door for Lendl, but Lendl might not need that. If Lendl Janssen can just stay in the slipstream a little bit longer, he might be able to outgun Gert van der Berg to the chicane. Here they come. He gets in the slipstream, but Van der Berg stays on the inside line. Can he drive around the outside on a similar vein to what Theo Vermaak did earlier on? He's got that outside line lined up. Van der Berg holds on. But they go side by side, almost wheel to wheel, coming out of that final chicane. Vermaak is going to win. Vanderback is going to be second. Lendl Janssen will be third. And that is your new 2025 Formula Vee champion. Fourth or better is what he needed. Third place will do the job. And the number one plate will stay in the Bull Securities pit lane and pit box for 2026. Great driving from Miele, great driving as well further back in the pack out of Dane Stewart. He'll hang on to the title championship lead for the Association Championship, headed to Zwartkops on the 8th of November. So remember, 2 more races still to come at Zwartkops on the 8th of November for the to get in all their races for 2025. To get in all their races for 2025. We'll be back shortly. So we're moving on to the next part of the day's proceedings, and of course it is the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, and we move into our Triple One GD Sports at Saloons, currently sponsored by ACD Welkom, and fantastic to have Leonard Archer jump on board with us into the closing stages of 2025. But exciting news, as Mel said earlier on. I've got Lee Bester alongside me in the studio, and Lee, you've got some exciting news for us for 2026 and this category. Tell us all about it.
Exactly right. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Lee Bester here, representing a company called Digit FMS that specializes in all electronic security solutions for both fixed and mobile assets. And for the love of motorsport, we are really excited to be here today and announce that we will be the official sponsors for the Triple One Series in 2026.
That's fantastic news. Digit FMS, of course, as you said, is in the security industry. So a lot of these guys and girls that race in this category particularly, and in the entire regional extreme festival, have all got their own companies, and possibly could be a great opportunity for you to leverage the sponsorship and find some business.
Indeed, that's right, Greg. Digit FMS was birthed in 2006 for the love of motor vehicles, to protect them from a security perspective, including fleet management. We have grown from there to service both all forms of electronic security for fixed and mobile assets, mobile MDVR solutions, diesel monitoring solutions, and all forms of protection from CCTV, off-site monitoring and wireless alarm systems in South Africa. Nationwide, serviced by over 100 Digit branches and growing. It's an absolute no-brainer for us to be a part of this sport. Motorsport needs the support as well, and we couldn't be happier to be here.
Well, it's fantastic to see you stepping up to the plate and giving an opportunity. You've certainly chosen a class that has an array of company support and, of course, an array of vehicles. So it just shows you that your capabilities as Digit FMS have the ability to cover not only the motorsport aspect and the sponsorship aspect of this class, but, of course, potentially all of the vehicles and their own private vehicles as well.
Indeed, that is the opportunity, and we certainly are rooting for Wayne Robb in this class. He has been a Digit franchisee for just on 17 years with us now, so certainly rooting for him and everybody else in the class. Certainly wish them the best of luck, and Digit FMS looks forward to meeting everybody in this category and alike to tell them more about what we can do, and certainly build partnerships with everybody in this class and the other classes as part of the Extreme Festival.
Fantastic, buddy. Thank you so much for your heads up. And I'm going to ask you to jump out there and let Mel jump in as we get into race action now. So exciting news there. Digit FMS will be taking over from ACD Welkom in 2026. That's really awesome news. And of course, looking forward to the race action now that's about to unfold before us. You heard there from Lee that he's a big supporter of Wayne Robb. He's wrapped up Class A already, but still the overall championship is very much up for grabs and is not sorted out yet, and will probably not be sorted out here today at Red Star Raceway. It's definitely going to go down to the final race on the 8th of November at Swartkorp's International World of Motoring. And of course, after seeing what we saw in race number 1, it's more of the same expected. I think Jared Rousseau is going to literally get away. I think, and I'll find out now as soon as Mel's sort of ready to go, voters' plan of action here today is to try and keep Jonathan Visser out. He doesn't have to worry about Jared. But as we saw in East London, Wayne Robb decided to join the party and found his way up into the mix and started to rub it a little bit there with Sean Gradwell from East London, and gave Voti a little bit of a wake-up call. So what's the plans there, Mal, from voters' point of view?
Vote must just keep his nose clean and get the points, and as you know, his calculator doesn't take risks, so that's exactly what he'll do. You know him, he's not going to do anything silly. Jonathan is definitely going to go on the hunt for Jared. He had a boost pipe come off and Jonathan sorted, so I think we must watch out for Jonathan this race. And I think Pete and Lindsay want to stick with Wayne this one, so let's hope it's going to be a whole lot closer.
Well, you couldn't get much closer than the Class C battle that we saw earlier today between Keegan Nathan and Christopher Tate. They were absolutely at each other's throats. Keegan will start just ahead of Chris, and then, of course, the two Hondas behind that of Rob Clark and Mike O'Sullivan. In the SuperHatch category, Ishmael Beloy wrapped up the first heat. He managed to beat out the two Detroit boys. Let's get my teeth in there properly, shall I? We're talking about all problems. Lubotski, Class B leader of the championship, Wayne Lubotski, on the sideline. That is not going to help things out there at all from the Shield Golf's point of view, and that is definitely not what Wayne Lubotski wanted at the start of this one. So we'll keep an eye out on how that affects the championship, because he has now got to try and come back at Swartkorps if a DNF is on the cards here for him in the second heat.
Yes, remember Wayne Lubotski was only 6 or 8 points ahead of Mike O'Sullivan going into race 1. So this is going to literally have them level pegging. And sorry, just back to triple one. We forgot about Leon. Leon finished second because I had forgotten about him. So we need to bring him back in. Yeah, apologies again.
Yeah, Leon, of course, in the SuperHatch hunt at the front end of that battle, he was just ahead of Josh and Mark Dutoy. I wonder what that conversation was like. Can you imagine? And I mean, Uncle Peter's here today, so he must have had like a massive smile on his face seeing his son being beaten by his grandson.
I'm sure he did. All three of them were actually smiling afterwards. So luckily, Mark's the most chilled of all the toys. So I think he's the happiest and the most chilled. And Josh is pretty much like his dad. They're both so calm, and they were all just smiling afterwards. It's always so nice to see.
Well, there's the man we're chatting about right now, the young man who's got a big future ahead of him. If he stays in that Trans-Africa Racing stable, which of course he has no choice other than to do, being in the Du Toit family, and of course running the famous number 34 that most of the Du Toits have run. It's either 34 or 27. 27 is a good number, by the way.
Or 33 is...
33 is also not a bad one, eh? It's not a bad one either, yeah, but we won't go to there. Anyway, let's get wrapped up here as the 44 car will lead them out. It's Jared Rousseau who's on pole position. Let's see what Voti's calculator does. And is that Auto Express Polo going to go hunting for a Supercar Polo out front? He has to. There's no doubt about it. Jonathan Visser needs to try and beat Vota here to keep himself in the running, and also keep himself in the running for overall contention too. Here we go. Down towards turn 1. We go into turn 1. And it looks like it's Jared Rousseau who might have got the drop there. Vota into second. Visser into third. Wayne Robb up into fourth place. But already some pressure around the outside there from Jonathan Visser. The Auto Express Polo just getting ahead and squeezing Vota down into third place, into the clutches of Wayne Robb. Wayne Robb has got Portkita on his tail. And then, by the looks of things, sneaking through there.
That's Keegan Nathan. He's moved up in his Class C car. He's just ahead of Sebastian Diaz. Remember, this is his debut race, and there he is in his Class C car, 6 on the road.
Beating a Super Cup Polo GTI, by the way, just to let you know. And there's no sign of Chris Tate there as well, so that's massive.
No, Chris is right there. He's in there next to Keegan, just behind him.
There he is. Yeah, no, I didn't see him at first, but he's there definitely now for the hunt in Class C. But what a start there from Keeks. He's absolutely hauling now. They go past the Stricken Shield GTI 1, of course, on the left-hand side there of Wayne Nabotsky. And here comes a move on the inside from the Honda. Late braking from O'Sullivan. Using that experience, Tate's going to go with him. Tate's going to try around the outside, but it's side by side between Tate, who has to eventually back out, and Diaz in the mix.
Diaz is holding his own. He's doing exceptionally well. He told me before this race, could I please say something nice about him? I said, well, you do something nice and it's easy. And there we go.
We said it not. There's something nice now.
He's doing what he should.
Okay, so don't expect anything more than our Sebs, unfortunately. That's your total and the final point to be made. But what you've got to do is you've got to try and keep Chris Tate out if you can. You come around the outside. This is going to be pretty close as well. Nice little maneuver at the back here.
That's Sean Holtzhausen. He's coming on the inside of Rob Clark. Remember, Rob Clark is still in the Class C Championship too. So Rob's normally a little bit higher up. Not maybe his hatch conversion from East London, something still not 100%. But I'm sure it will be.
He's normally a lot higher up than that, and he actually had a spectacular outing only a couple of weekends ago in the historic class. So let's wait and see exactly what happens there. Just waiting for our timing to reboot. But look at this, Keegan Nathan with a start like that. I don't know what they had for lunch, but I'd like to know what Nathan's Motorsport's feeding him.
I'm not sure either, but I think Diaz, who was 3 pits down, might have had something better, because he's looking up the inside of Keeg already, and we're only on lap 2.
This is the way we like to do things, and that's probably why this man alongside us here is looking forward to getting involved in this championship, because this is the type of race action you can get. And with that race action, of course, comes the crowd support, and the crowd support are loving what's happening in this mid-pack. Class C fighting with the back end of Class B, and even a couple of Class A competitors in the mix as well.
And all the youngsters. As you know, my favourite, the Lighty's doing well. So always a big plus for me. But there's Ish leading out class, SuperHatch class, just ahead of Leon.
Just so you know. Leon is there. There he is. He's in the 32 car.
Second in SuperHatch and second in the championship.
13th and 14th on the road. So Mark looks like he's got ahead of Josh. Maybe there's a bit of a change up there. Mark's going to look for the overall. He knows how this game's played.
Yeah, I think he took enough abuse from you in the first race by saying
that's how it is, hey?
His offspring was beating him. Mark's decided he's going to put the hammer down.
He's in the 33 car, that's why.
That's the one.
He's not in the Schwantz car or the number 27 car. That 27 is a good number, by the way. Just going to throw that in there one more time. But here we go. Mark du Toit closing down on Leon. Can he find a way past? I think he might be able to. He's closed that gap down pretty rapidly. They're running in numerical order right now. But whether or not that'll be the case by the time the checkered flag comes out, we'll have to wait and see. But take nothing away as they go at it here. This is a fantastic little battle about to unfold in SuperHatch. And yes, there's only a couple of them here today. But as we've seen in the past, SuperHatch has provided some spectacular action. And that's why this combination of 111s and SuperHatch always works well.
Looks like Jonathan is definitely on the hunt for Jared now, so I'm definitely not going to give any curses here. I'm just going to say yay for Jono, and he's out there and running, and Wayne is pulling away from Class A. He is on the back of Ota, but Pete's not letting him get away today.
No, a lot closer. They were pretty tight at the end though, but I think Wayne rolled out slightly there, and then just behind that you can see coming across the line there in the second of those Super Cup machines is Lindsay Kleur. So the Super Cup Polo GTI of Lindsay Kleur, as you said earlier on, running in a slightly different car to what he normally run in due to his car not being 100% right for today.
Yes, I just saw a change up. Sebastian Diaz has taken the Class C lead. He's just come across the line ahead of Mike O'Sullivan in Class B, Sean Holtzhausen, and then Keegan Nathan.
So Sebastian is having a spectacular run here. So Sebs, whatever you did to tell Mal to talk nicely about you, it's work, buddy. Keep it up. We're not going to commentate curse you. We're going to give you all of the best into the closing stages here. But we've still got a long way to go. This is only lap 3, and we're going to get to the halfway stage when we complete this one. Then we've got Mark Dutoy closing in on Ishmael Beloy. Beloy now feeling the pressure from his Trans-Africa Racing stablemate.
Yep.
This time is the first time I think Ish has had a bit of pressure from SuperHatch's point of view.
It is, and it seems perhaps there was something lacking in Mark's car the first race, because he's now suddenly right at the sharp end of the field. But here we are back to Sebastian. Mike O'Sullivan's going to give him a go, but I think the young gun's going to outbreak Mike here.
I can't believe you can outbreak Mike O'Sullivan. There's a lot of people that have tried that in the past and have failed dismally.
Oops.
But as I say that, it's Sebastian who runs wide. So you know what? That's exactly what I thought might happen. You're going to see Mike O'Sullivan realize that youngster's gone in a little bit too hot. Look at how the car's bouncing into the dog bone, though. There is some serious suspension settings on the rear end of that car that need attention, Mr. O'Sullivan. But needless to say, it still works out of the dog bone, and Diaz now slots in behind you.
I am suitably impressed with Sebastian. It seems Shorten Holtzhausen, also who's had quite a big gap. I think his last race was in a V8 and now he's in a little 4-cylinder car. But nice to see him back, and it's great to have him out here. Oh, and there he goes on the inside of Sebastian.
Inside line of Sebastian, probably going to get the drive, but I think the Polo will probably have the aerodynamics down the back straightaway here. It's going to be pretty close between the two of them. Watch Sebastian come across, go defensive slightly, maybe just give Sean a double thought. No, Sean's got through.
And Keegan Nathan and Christopher Tate are now neck and neck with each other just behind.
Wing mirror to wing mirror. Holtzhausen gets a tap from Diaz.
I don't even think he tapped him. I think he lost it all on his own. A little bit of pressure there.
Yeah, it was nice to see though. Little tap on the back end, but I tell you, this is a spectacular run here with 5 laps to go still. Incredibly. Still a long way to go in this race, and what a way to bring in a new sponsor to celebrate a sponsor that, of course, jumped on. Take nothing away from ACD Welkom and what Leonard and his team did to jump in to help out just before we got to East London. And here we go. It's Keegan Nathan who's got to try and close that gap down. He can see Diaz up the road now with clean air between himself and Diaz. No more cars to fight out with. Christopher Tate right on his tail. So 3 Polos going at it for Class C honours here in 111 Sports and Saloons.
And there we go. So Sean has pulled a slight gap on Sebastian, but Sebastian's holding his own, and Mike's also not really pulling away in his Class B Honda.
Watching these two though, they don't have quite the same setup. They're not as on rails as Sebastian through that triple left-hander there. And that corner, if you don't get it right, will cost you, because you've got to get the drive onto this little short straight.
There's absolutely nothing between these two though.
Yeah.
The gap is staying the same.
Very evenly matched. We'll keep an eye on that gap from Diaz to Nathan. It was about 3 seconds. It's come down to about 2 seconds now. We'll wait on the next pass. But looking at the lap times, 17s was the best we got out of Diaz so far, but his last pass was a 19. Keegan Nathan's last was an 18.6. So he's almost a second quicker than Sebastian Diaz. So he's definitely looking to close that gap down.
Yeah, I think Christopher's adding the pressure there, which always helps and makes us go quicker, as long as Keegan keeps his eyes out the mirror and rather keeps the focus on the front, where Christopher certainly is.
Yeah, he's definitely hunting down Keegan Nathan. Keegan Nathan hunting down Sebastian Diaz, looking for opportunities to be at least at the front end of the the class by the time the checkered flag comes out, which will be in about 3.5 laps for them. But our leaders have already crossed the line and are into the second half of the race already.
And there we go, Mike O'Sullivan and Sean now having a little bit of a ding-dong. This can close up on them a little bit more again too.
100% right, Mel. Look at that. Tucks right underneath the back end of that Golf 1 as they come across the line. It's the Honda that is now on absolute fire, trying to stay ahead of this battle between the Golf 1 and the Polo. And that PMD machine of Diaz is in full flight. He's got a chance of spoiling the day here. If he stays where he is and goes for a last lap effort, he can squeeze through on both Holtzhausen, who has a look into turn 2 on Marco.
Well, look, if Sebastian's ever going to get some fantastic lessons on track, it's definitely from Mike O'Sullivan and Sean Holtzhausen.
Yeah. They have got some experience behind the two of them. Marco been racing now, I think he's into his 4th decade of racing, so certainly knows what to do in a race car. So to learn, the best way to learn is to sit in a race car and be in the mix when you've got a race happening and a dice happening like this. And this is great opportunity here for Sebs. It's also probably keeping him that sort of second or so ahead now of Keegan Nathan, which is now turned into about 4 seconds by the looks of it. So Nathan is concentrating his efforts on defending as opposed to attacking, and he's keeping out Chris Tate. That's for the overall, of course, in Class C.
And also 2nd and 3rd overall in the championship.
Yeah.
So the two of them need to, well, it's going to come down to the last race. We said it earlier.
It's going to be a fantastic outing at Swartkops on the 8th of November. Holtzhausen trying to find a way through, but he can't at this stage. Let's go back here. Here is Nathan and Tate. The Sportex car has not found a way to catch that Nathan's Motorsport machine of Keegan Nathan. They have worked exceptionally well, but the man out front of this little battle maintains the advantage.
So I know the camera's not on it, but Jared Rousseau's leading overall has just come past the line, as Jonathan Fisser. The car is on song, and their voter is just behind Jonathan. So the GT guys have crossed the line, and they're starting their 3rd last lap, it seems.
Yeah, there we go. Picking up on Voti coming out of turn 1. We'll try and see what the gap is. There is Rousseau coming out of turn 2. There is Fisser in turn 2. Lights ablaze as they're going to come into traffic, so it's not a bad time to pick up on them right now, because the traffic might help Fisser out. He might be able to close the gap down there onto the back end of the Super Cup Polo out front of Jared Rousseau, and with that slow them down and allow Vota to close in as well. As you said though, Vota's not really worried about fighting them at all, because the two of them are not really involved in his championship aspirations for the GT class.
No, and as you said it, Jonathan's just come into the traffic now and passed George Aldrich in his SuperHatch Sabre.
So the Sabre now being passed by that Auto Express Polo. You'll see just there you go in the foreground a shot of Jared Rousseau's Super Cup Polo heading towards the dog bone, and in the background comes the Origin Oil GTR 7 looking for a chance now to get through. Aldrich will probably give him a little bit of room. Yeah, it does so. Just a little probably left foot brake there to just slow the car down. Not slow himself down, but just enough so that Voti can get through and maintain the chances here of it'll be a 2nd place overall for Voti if he stays where he is right now, because I think with the DNF that we had in the first one, or the poor performance I should say, wasn't a DNF from Fisser, with that pipe coming off, he will drop back into 3rd overall for the podium. So it'll be a 2nd overall for Vota, but he'll maintain the lead of the championship for the GT class heading into the final round.
Yeah, it might just be enough for the year, but I don't think we should count our chickens before they hatch. And here, as we said earlier, Mike O'Sullivan leading Class B is getting valuable points with the very sad demise of Wayne Lobotsky in the Shield Golf, having parked on that opening lap.
They come down into the dog bone, that PMD transport car closing onto Holtzhausen. Holtzhausen lost a little bit of ground there to O'Sullivan. Now that Maiko's decided to put his head down, he's just said, right, let's go hunting for these guys out front, and let's get away from this little battle. Don't particularly want to be fighting with a Golf 1 and a Polo when I don't need to. And Holtzhausen is going, well, I've come along for the party. I'm enjoying every aspect of this. And he certainly is. How far back on Nathan and Tate? There they come onto the back straight away now. So that is the gap that 3rd car in shot has got. The white PMD Polo of Sebastian Diaz, looking for first time out and a victory in his first outing. That always bodes well for the future.
Yes, so he's definitely doing Class C times, but he'll only score there at the next round.
Yeah.
once he gets there. But In effect, this just goes to show that he's going to be in the contention for Class C honours at Swartkops, and Keegan and Christopher are still at it, and I think we're going to have a repeat of race 1. They're going to be side by side soon.
At some point in time, that is exactly what I'm expecting. Let's go back to SuperHatch. I think this is Mark Dutoy who's taken the lead now of SuperHatch ahead of Ishmael Beloy. And there you go, confirmation of that. So we go 33, leading the pack in the BMW, ahead of Ish. And then looks like in the background it's going to be
Leon and then Josh.
And Josh, yeah. So Leon is unfortunately going to have to settle for third place here. Ishmael Beloy, I don't think expected to see Mark Dutoy coming into picture after he had such a comfortable race in the first heat. But Mark must have done something to get that car, worked with the boys at Trans-Africa Racing and got that car sorted. 2 laps to go as they cross the line for the SuperHatch battle down towards turn 1.
Yeah, I'm hoping hey Dave Peterson, we shouldn't be saying this live. Let's go to that battle in Class C or the front, because I think that's hotting up, taking anything away from SuperHatch. But I think by now we should have some sideways teenagers. Oh, they're almost side by side.
There we go. Those two are going to be going at it now, hammer and tongs. There's going to be no holds barred here. We've seen on numerous occasions Chris Tate got up close and personal with Joshy in the Rookie Cup in Cape Town. The two of them coming together in Cape Town corner. He went wide, Josh went across the kiddie litter, and Tate went on to win the day and came out of Cape Town in the Rookie Cup with 3 points advantage over Josh. He would love to have an advantage over Keegan Nathan, but he's got to still find a way past him. And that might not be the case just yet, because there's going to be some...
Oh, no.
Is that Fisser?
No, Jonathan.
It's Fisser slowing. Jonathan Fisser slowing again. It must be a similar situation. It's about the same time in the race as last time. So I think that pipe might have come off again there, Mel, and maybe it's just he's running too much boost, the pressure's too high, and the pipe comes off, and he just loses drive.
I really don't want to see him not finish, but I hope that that's all it is, because nobody wants any ridiculous, huge issues with their cars. And with that, it's Sebastian is now so much closer to Sean, and they've closed the gap ever so slightly onto Mike.
Mike O'Sullivan currently sitting there in the 6th spot. Holtzhausen in 7, Sebastian Diaz is 8th as they came across the line there, and then Fisser of course is in 9th, just creeping across the line. He's going to be passed by Keegan, he's going to be passed by Christopher Tate, so he's going to drop out of the top 10. But remember, he is a GT class competitor, so he's still classified 3rd in GTs if he finishes this last lap. So that's what he's going to try and do, just nurse the car to the line and hopefully get it there so that he's at least still classified. Does he? No, he'll still be classified.
He'll be classified.
Even if he doesn't finish this race.
He's done more than 75%, but everybody wants to see the flag. So let's hope Jonathan gets that polo of his across the line. But Mike O'Sullivan has arrived. Race 1, we didn't really see him, not sure what happened, and here he is.
Class B in bag here for Mike O'Sullivan with the demise of Wayne Lobotsky on that warm-up lap. So that is massive as well for Mike O'Sullivan. Here is Rousseau into the chicane. Checkered flag should be on standby and is. And Jared Rousseau will wrap up a fantastic day's racing for him. That's 2 wins out of 2 starts, but he's going to be only in contention for the championship next year, because having arrived a little bit late in the season, he will be looking to come back, as I said, hopefully is what I'm told, is to come back to fight for GT honours in the 111 GT Sports and Saloons, and also possibly join the Super Cup Polo Championship as well.
We've just missed Wayne's brought home Class A, just behind Voto to Class C and GT, the Class 1 in GT.
Yeah.
And I see Pete Potgieter was not too far behind Wayne Robb and Lindsay Kleur, also really, really close.
About 2 seconds adrift on those two, equidistant between Potgieter, Kleur and Robb for Class A 1, 2 and 3. Mark O'Sullivan coming here for Class B as he gets on the brakes for the chicane. And through the chicane, heads to the checkered flag for the win ahead of Holtzhausen. Diaz will take Class X and then stand by for potential.
Yeah, I think Diaz is second in X. Sean is in Class X, so Diaz has got a second in X for the day. But if he had been in C this weekend, that would have been a win.
Yeah,
and here
ahead of these two,
who are now leading Class C, first and second for the day. Well done, Keegan and Christopher.
Yeah, Keegan and Christopher coming through there for 1 and 2 in Class C's. A final bit of action will come, of course, from our SuperHatch class, and that will be looking for these cars. Here they come, out of the dog bone. Mark Totoy, of course, has got the lead, and it's a comfortable margin. It should be Ishmael Beloy in second, it is. And then further back from that one, of course, we'll be looking out for Leon Bredenkamp, Josh Totoy, and George Aldrich. Aldrich's already crossed the line, so he got lapped twice in the Nissan Sabre. But this is Mark Totoy for the victory in race 2 of SuperHatch as he heads to the line ahead of Ishmael Beloy, Leon Bredenkamp, and Josh Totoy. So a little change up there in terms of the honours in the Totoy and Trans-Africa Racing Stable. There is Visser just crossing the line, nursing the car, and that will definitely classify him as third place overall in the GT class. Hopefully that car's sorted by the time we get to Swartkops on the 8th of November for the final round of ACD Welkom's 111 GD Sports and Saloons. There you got it. Jared Rousseau, Wouter Roos, and down in a long way back, of course, Jonathan Visser in 12th place. Then it was Wayne Robb, Pete Potgieter, and Lindsay Kleur for the top 3 in Class A. Mike O'Sullivan wins out Class B. Holtzhausen and Diaz go 1 and 2 in Class X. And it's Nathan ahead of Tate. And then just those two. It's just those two.
And no, Rob Clark is third, just behind them.
Oh, Rob Clark is third for Class C. That's right, yeah. I'll put it on that one. Right, so there you have it. Mel, thank you so much for joining us. It was awesome to have you back in studio. Do appreciate the support. And thanks for bringing along the new sponsor. We're looking forward to getting Lee Bester and his company involved next year.
Agreed. Thank you, Lee. We'll see you in 2026.
Yes, indeed. And we got a bit more action coming away in a few moments' time. MSA 4 and BMW M Performance Racing Series Classes A, B, and C here at Red Star Raceway for the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival's Regional Championships. Second and final race now for MSA 4 and Formula Ford Kents combined. Expecting to see Casey Ensel-Smith going at it at the front end again with Michael Besaidnout. The two of them will be pushing hard, looking to try and get some more valuable championship points. The championship is not done yet. There is still one more round to come, and that one happens on the 25th of October in about 3 weeks' time at Swartkops International World of Motoring. And that will wrap up our inaugural and rookie championship here for MSA4, the new national single-seater championship for motorsport in South Africa. A spectacular effort being put in by a big team behind the scenes. We've got Volkswagen Motorsport involved with the supply of the engines, and of course Dunlop tyres, and then the Investchem and WC team that have done an incredible job in building these cars. There's been a whole bunch of people behind the scenes that have helped with the build of the cars, getting them ready in time to debut. We tried to debut, of course, at Carlisle. It didn't quite work out, but eventually when the debut happened, people were excited about this project and are still excited about what this project holds for single-seater drivers and people coming from karting into single-seaters and wanting to go on to bigger and better things in the world of motorsport internationally. Of course, based very similar on a Formula 4 style car. It's a halo type device that they've put on top, very similar to the ones that they run in F4, 3, 2 and 1. They've also got those incredible wheel locks that are on the cars as well that stop the wheels from coming off the car should they have a tangle. And of course, incredible amount of work done on the electronics inside to give these cars the ability to run at the pace that they do. And Casey Ensel-Smith at this point in time has been the man who has set the pace so far. But Michael Besaidenote has found some late race pace in the championship and can still stay in the hunt by the time we get to Swartkops, if he can come away with a victory here today after 2 wins down in Cape Town. Couple of standing start practices being done there on the way to their grid positions. 3rd place, lining up, getting a little bit of help there from Dad is Renzo Ribeiro. Liam Palome will definitely look to turn his luck around if he can here in race number 2. He didn't quite have it go according to plan with Karabo Malamela and him going off at turn 2, trying the outside line where there wasn't a lot of grip available in the early morning with the very, very cold conditions and cold track temperatures that didn't allow the Dunlops to get the grip that they needed. We'll keep an eye out on Shrin Naidu coming from the back of that shot that we just saw now in the Production X car. He'll be definitely looking for a chance to come through as rapidly as possible and hopefully spoil the day for a couple of the top contenders, because he's still in the running for a top 3 in this inaugural championship. Behind them we'll see Ian Schofield and Alan Mayer lining up alongside Ron Van Wheelie, Rick Morris, as they are ready to go by the looks of it. And we are now under starters orders. We'll hear the engine revving up in the background just outside of our commentary booth. Standing by for those lights to go on and off. And it's Michael Besaidenote who gets the drop. Besaidenote heads down towards turn 1 with a whole shot. He got off the line a lot better than Casey Ensel-Smith could do. And Ensel-Smith slots up into 2nd place. Right on his tail, looks like it's Renzo Ribeiro. And is it Shrin Naidu who's stuck on the grid? Yes, he is. Naidu tries to get the car fired up. Can't quite get it going. A little bit of smoke out of the back of that car. That could be a concern. Marshall going across to assist him. But as we watch them going down towards turn 2 and 3 now, it's Renzo Ribeiro who's up into 3rd place and under attack from Liam Palome and Karabo Malamela. Malamela with Adrian Nell on his outside. He loses out there as Malamela comes through. Nell now under attack from Palome as he comes into turn 5. Outside line, watch for the cutback and trying a little bit of slipstream there, I'm sure, on Adrian Nell. Shrin Naidu's out the car, but he's on the racing line. That could be a dangerous position to be in. We'll have to wait and see what Arlene Brown decides on. It's still a long way in the lap for them to complete. They might be able to get that car out of harm's way if they just push it across the track and maybe put it into the burnout zone here alongside our commentary booth. But we'll have to wait and see what the call is. You can see he's unfortunately stuck there, and a safety car has been deployed. There we go. Safety car has been deployed. So that's definitely not what we wanted to see happen here. And unfortunately, with that safety car being deployed, they haven't seen the safety car boards yet. I don't think they're still in full flight up that back straightaway. Let's see whether or not they see them now as they boards at all on that back straightaway. When they came into the chicane, they still hadn't seen them, and only when they came out of the chicane and saw Srin Naidu's car on the sideline did they realize there's a problem. Alright, so red flag has come out. Red flag has come out now. They will bring them back to the line and restart it. That is a interesting start to Investchem Formula, the MSA 4 class and Formula Ford Kents. They've got the safety car just bringing the cars around, but I think that safety car will bring them back to the line and they'll need to restart it. I think there's a problem there on Shrin's car. It may have broken something, which is why they couldn't move the car out of harm's way. There is a jack. I'm looking out of my left-hand commentary booth window, and they've jacked the car up completely to try and see what the issue is on the car. And they're probably going to try and move it on the jacks. I think something has broken that is not giving them the ability to get the car out of the way. So I think what they're going to do is they're going to bring it into the burnout zone, which is what I thought they might do. But of course, with the car not being able to move at all, they had to jack it up to try and move it on the wheel jacks, and that's what they're doing right now. So Srin Naidu, unfortunately, will not be in contention for possible top 3 overall in the championship unless something changes dramatically into what is the final round at Swartkops in 3 weeks' time. The 25th of October is where we go there for the final round of MSA 4. They leave it on those wheel jacks as well as the rest of the pack make their way around and back towards the start line. They'll have to do a full restart. Casey Insel-Smith had found a way through, but then lost out again to Michael Besaidenote. And Besaidenote, as you can see, was leading the pack when the cars came across the line. But of course, I think Casey hit the brakes and Michael went around him. That's why he's got ahead of him right now. But Casey was definitely at the front end as that red flag came out. Zala Corza, Kent Swartz and Jordan Moodley all had to take evasive action as they came through as well, as everybody climbed on the anchors to avoid marshals and our COC, who was standing trying to warn them that there was a car on the race line. But they didn't see the safety car boards or the yellow flags down the back straight or onto that turn 11. The one that brings them onto the back straight, so they wouldn't have been aware of any issues. They were racing flat out through here the last time they came through. So they'll come to resume their positions on the grid. What it will do, it'll give Casey Insel-Smith a chance to get a better start than he did in the first attempt. He was left on the line slightly by Michael Besaidenote, who got off the line rapidly. Lorenzo Rivera and Karabo Malamela alongside each other. Behind them will be Adrian Nell and Liam Palome. Then we'll look for Kent Swartz and Zalo Corza, Jordan Moodley and Nicholas Van Wheelie. That makes up all the cars involved in that MSA 4 class. The Kent cars weren't really affected. I think the only car that was affected in the Kent class was potentially Simpiwe Motlatlo, because she was starting at the back with the Kent category as well, realizing that she's not quite up to pace just yet to run here at Red Star. Hasn't quite got the pace that she wanted, so they probably made a decision to put her into the Kent class and just let her run with them, because they're on a similar pace to what she's got. You can't quite see her car, it's just on the left of the shot there. So it's Ian Schofield, Alan Mayer, Ronald Van Wheelie and Rick Morris who are ahead of Simpiwe Motlatlo. Right, looks like we are almost good to go for a restart here and a second attempt to get the second last race of the day done. 7 laps of race action coming away from MSA4 and Formula Ford Kents. Lights on, lights off this time. Much better start, but bogged down slightly off the line did Casey Enzo Smith. He got off the line initially well, but then in the gear change didn't quite work out. He goes to second. Karabo Malamela's up into third place. He sneaks up on the inside of Renzo Ribeiro, bringing along for the ride Adrian Nell. The Production X car has got going as well. They managed to get it fired up in the burnout zone alongside our commentary booth, and Srin Naidu is back on track, so he can try and salvage some points and still keep him in the hunt for what would be a top 3 in the championship in the inaugural MSA4 championship here in South Africa. Beside note from Casey Enzo Smith as they come through the triple left-hander at 5. It's Karabo Malamela who's in third place at the moment, looking to close down on the top 2. Behind him, Renzo Ribeiro. Ribeiro's got some big pressure coming from Adrian Nell and from Palome. Late braking there from Casey closes the gap down on Michael Besaidnote, who uses that good start to his advantage. Maintains the lead as they go into the dog bone for the first time. 7-lap race, and they're on lap 1 of the 7 at the moment. Shrin is up into already 2 positions higher up. He's managed to find a way through there on Anastasia and on Inzalo Koza. Schofield for Investchem leads out the Kent class. He'll be probably followed very closely or not too far behind there by Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer. Yes, Mayer into second. Mayer is second. I would say Rick Morris probably in third. Down that back straightaway for the first time now in full flight. MSA4 looking for slipstreams, trying to avoid them if you're in front. But Michael Besaidnote does just that. Null late on the brakes. Palome locks up under braking. Pressure coming from the back in the form of Naidu. Shiren Naidu in 1 lap has made up at least 10 positions as he crosses the line. Nice little run there from him, putting the pressure onto the back end of Liam Palome as they come out of turn 1, looking to dive back on the inside and get back into where he started on the grid. Didn't quite work out on that first start. Something didn't work. They fixed it on the sideline, and he's got back up and is now in contention. So can he find a way through on Palome and then go hunting for Adrian Nell and Renzo? A little bit higher up and a little bit further forward on the track than what he is right now. What is happening is Michael Besaidnote is backing them up all into each other, continuing that field. Casey Enso Smith, Karabo Malamela right on his tail, and Renzo looking to pounce if something goes wrong. Paloma Naidu down towards the turn 6 hairpin. These cars will go all the way down into first gear and then into second, short shift into third, back to second before they go down into the dog bone. They'll try and carry second or third gear here depending on the type of gearing that they're running through here. Oh, it's Inzalo. I beg your pardon, it's Inzalo Koza that I'm getting caught up with. Their similar looking cars. Shrin Naidu was picking up on my timing. That's what I saw. Sorry about that, so apologies there. So it's Inzalo Koza who's actually putting the pressure onto the back end of Palome. And then behind him, it's Nell. Ken Swartz joining the party. In front of them is Nell. Ken Swartz is behind them. So here comes Kent along for the ride. Getting into the slipstream. How far back is Nicholas Van Wheelie? Not too far away from the back end of this little battle. Palome hangs on. Inside line though from Inzalo Koza. Has he got what it takes to get through? Not quite. Oh, a little touch. And he loses the wing. Zalo Corza loses the wing there. And there you go. Ken Swartz capitalizes on it. He'll sneak through. That'll affect the front end of that car ever so slightly. So it might give a chance there to Nicholas Van Wheelie to maybe get through as well. You'll see he'll battle to turn the car now without that front wing on. Won't be as easy as what it is when you've got a full set of the front end on that car. Here they come. Out of turn 3. Zalo Corza with the left front wing clipped off in that little tag. Catching the back wheel of the car in front of him there. And it just cost him slightly. There is Schofield. This time he's not off track. Didn't finish the first one, but he's certainly looking to finish the second one and way ahead of LT. I think that might be Shrin who's closing up on him. Just have a look and see. As they head down that short straight. That's Nell. Down into the bottom end of the dog bone. Trying to close in on Renzo Ribeiro. But Besaid Note continues to control things. Only to the tune of about 0.7 of a second ahead of Ensel Smith and 0.7 down to Karabo Malamela. So equidistant apart, the first 4 cars on track. With about 0.7 of a second difference between them. Slightly bigger gap to Nell. And an even bigger one down to Palome. He's got Swartz on his tail now, and then Nzalo Corza. Van Wheelie and Jordan Moodley make up the top 10. I think it was Shiren who got through there on Ian Schofield. And here comes the battle for second. Rick Morris now ahead of Ron Van Wheelie. Alan Mayer down to 4th in the Ken class. So we're almost at the halfway stage. It's a 7-lapper, remember. So 3.5 laps completed by the leaders is the halfway stage. And 3.5 of Formula Ford Kent will be there in about 3 corners time. Besaid Note still maintaining a 0.7 of a second lead over Casey Ensel Smith. Oh, Ron Van Wheelie with a small mistake. Loops out of turn 1 by the looks of it. And drops to the back of the pack. The gap between Casey Ensel Smith and Michael Besaid Note is going to come down pretty rapidly. Casey came into the round with the lead of the championship. Besaid Note has done everything right to try and close that gap down. So it won't be decided here. It will definitely go to Swartkops for this championship decider. It's really evenly matched cars. The distance even between them was almost identical as they head down that back straight into the chicane. Besaid Note, Ensel Smith, Malamela, Ribeiro, Nell and Palome. .58.814 from Besaid Note, 58.780 from Casey. He's got a fine time. Oh, second spin now for that magnificent paint and hardware car. Ron Van Wheelie's having some fun out there. 2 mistakes there from the magnificent paint and hardware Formula Ford Kent. And it's going to drop him completely out of contention for that Kent class. Malamela in the 3 spot. Controlling the gap to Renzo. It's about a second between them. Adrian Nell just behind that as well, also to the tune of about a second or just over. Side note days could be numbered here, because Casey is definitely bringing that gap down. It was 0.7 as they crossed the line the last time, but I think it's down to almost half a second now. So he's made up a couple of hundredths of a second there between the two of them for the lead of this final race of MSA 4, courtesy of Investchem Chemical Logistics, the new single-seater championship in South Africa. Joining the regional side of the championship as the only national class today to get in those additional races that they needed to complete their inaugural championship. Oh, someone off there. Is that Palome? It is. Liam Palome making a mistake into the chicane, running a little bit too hot, and that is going to drop him right out and to the back of the pack. And that's behind even Ken Swartz and Zalo Korza and Nick Van Wheelie. So it'll just be Jordan Mudley and Anastasia behind him. So Liam Palome not liking Red Star. He got it wrong in race 1 coming out of turn 2, and he's got it wrong in turn 13. Lucky for some, unlucky for Liam Palome. As they come out of the dog bone section or into the dog bone section, gap maintains about a 0.7 to half a second lead between Michael Besaidenote. The Jogmeli team there having a fantastic run. It's of course Michael Besaidenote. Keon Spies, who's not here today, I think he's on some karting duties this weekend, and Ken Swartz, who's jumped into that car for the weekend. That's the 3 team members out of that team. Also interesting that the team decided to put a bit of an incentive prize together for the winner of the Senior Max class in Rotax South African Karting Championship, which turned out to be Charles Visser. So he'll get to have a test in one of these cars in the very near future. We know that he's concentrating his efforts on his GT3 aspirations in some Porsches here in South Africa, but also in the Porsche Cup in Italy. There's Srin Naidu on the inside, getting past on Mudley in the 76 Legacy car. So Srin has made his way back into the top 10 as he crosses the line now, having passed Jordan Mudley now. On the final lap though, so that was good timing to get into that top 10. I don't think Casey Enso-Smith has got an answer here to Michael Besaidenote, which, as I said, might have some bearing on this championship overall. They came in with an 8-point advantage, Casey Enso-Smith. That 8 points has definitely been dramatically dropped between himself and Michael Besaidenote, who's going to take the second victory here. Srin Naidu had to get out back on circuit because he's in third, of course, on 34 points. Karabo Malamela might overtake him to third overall as we head to Swartkops in 3 weeks' time. So this championship is wide open heading to the final round at Swartkops International World of Motoring on the 25th of October. It'll be pretty impressive stuff to see who can have what it takes to win the inaugural championship for MSA 4. Today, race 2 is going to be won by Michael Besaidenote. As the checkered flag comes out, he's going to be a happy man. winning out over his arch rival Casey Ensel Smith, Garabo Malamela, Renzo Ribeiro, and Adrian Nell, your top 5 in the MSA 4 class. Kent class still to be wrapped up here. And I think there's still a little bit of fight here still in the Kent category. Rick's not going to have it all his own way to the line. If Alan Mayer and Simpiwe have got anything to say about it. Remember, Simpiwe Motlatlo is in an MSA 4 car, but still learning the ropes, the young lady driver. However, this man has shown them how to race a Formula Ford Kent around Red Star. Didn't quite work out in the first one, but in the second one, he has been untouched. And the big boss man of Investchem comes through for the victory in the Formula Ford Kents. Well done, Ian Schofield, taking the victory. And I think it's going to be ahead of Rick Morris. Wait for them to come down that main straightaway and wrap up the single-seaters. And our penultimate race of the day, it is Morris from Meyer from Motlatlo. That's how they finish up the day's racing here for the Investchem MSA 4 and Formula Ford Kents. Top 5, Beside Note, Ensel Smith, Melamela, Renzo Ribeiro, and Adrian Nell. And then Schofield wins out over Rick Morris and Alan Mayer for the Formula Ford Kents. One more race to go. It is the BMW M Performance Racing Series, classes A, B, and C. They'll be on track shortly. So for our final bit of race action here from Red Star Raceway, we head into the last race of the day with BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C. And as we saw in the first one, some pretty spectacular action that unfolded, particularly with the return of the fastest Portuguese banana in the world, as we saw Paulo Loureiro and Rick Loureiro fighting hard, but Paulo particularly coming through from the back of the pack to finish up in that top 3 positions. And now we'll start alongside on the front row, Combined Racing 1 and 2. So and on pole position, in fact, as well. No, it won't be him on pole position, I beg your pardon. It'll be Leon. With the inverted grid, Leon, of course, will get the inverted grid and pole position. So Leon will start on pole, and the 2 Combined Racing machines will be 2nd and 3rd place. So with that inverted grid, we're also going to see a couple of changes just behind that, with classes A, B and C as well combined here. So Class B inversion, Class C inversion. Waiting to see how that pans out, because there were a couple of cars that had problems right in the closing stages. Most notably Anton Pommersheim, who was running away with Class B comfortably, and in the closing stages had some kind of an issue, so hopefully he got that sorted out. Rob Gearing had a phenomenal finish to his Class C Race 1 in the old box-shaped German touring car colours that he runs. Just a couple of changes there as we see Shane Krobler being shuffled around. He'll be starting on pole by the looks of things, alongside the 7-7 and then the German. So it looks like everybody that had problems has been able to get back on track. And of course with the rolling start, we'll get a chance now to see if that's the case. The Red Star is pretty low in the sky, so we'll definitely get to see why this place is called Red Star Raceway in a few moments time on a couple of the corners when you get those low angled shots and the sun in the background. If you're in the cockpit of a race car, that becomes pretty treacherous, I can tell you. Makes it very, very difficult to see, and visibility, of course, is always a big factor when it comes to the sport. As the boss man eventually decided to come and join us, he's jumping in. Your mark's on the right hand side there, Mr. Digavaya.
Hello, Mr. Greg.
How are you, brother?
Tired.
You had a good weekend so far, bud.
Yeah, I've been a bit sick, but I had a great turnout. So thanks to all the guys that entered. We had originally about 60 cars that entered.
Exactly.
So it was a nice, strong field, and personally I had 2 good races. I got a bit lucky with that second race with the red flag.
Yeah.
Because we came around that corner, and then unfortunately the leader just slowed down dramatically, and when I looked up, everyone was hitting brakes. I was either hit them or go on the grass.
Yeah,
so, and then
exactly.
I was fortunate it was a null and void race because it was less than 2 laps. So.
One cool thing, and I did have to mention, I've mentioned it already, but I want to get your point of view on it as well. Nick was suitably impressed. The fastest Portuguese banana in the world is rapidly becoming a force to be reckoned with on the return of that combined racing team and the 2 Loureiro brothers.
Yeah, look, us Portuguese Oaks had a lekker weekend this weekend. I had my pole, and Paulo had his pole, although he didn't make it out on time. There was a bit of issues on in the pits, and then he couldn't get out. So
when
unfortunately,
he got out, come out.
Yes, did you see him overtaking those cars?
It was up into the top 10 after 2 laps, so rapidly through a big field of cars.
He wasn't happy.
You can see that.
The red mist in that helmet must have been intense. But yeah, well done, Paulo. That was an excellent race there, though.
He's got more of the same to do now. He's only got one car to outgun on the line, and that's Leon Lopesha. Lopesha doesn't really worry about the two combined racing cars because I think they're not really involved in the overall championship for Class A.
Yeah, well,
so Leon's basically got to just try and finish this up, eh?
It all depends if Rick enters the last race. Paulo, I think this is his first. I'm not sure now. I can't remember now if he entered another race before. If he did and he enters the last race, then the points count.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have that because of guys that come maybe one or two races and then they mess someone's championships up. That's a
condition.
Yeah, no, but it's a person that's always at the events. You know, you don't want to upset them as well.
Jeopardize those guys. The guys that are making the effort must get rewarded.
But I think the Lorera brothers will be back next year. They're quite keen, so they've had a bit of development fixing up the cars.
Well, I'm saying they need to be back for Swartkops.
Yeah,
because if they can bring along those two cars, and hopefully Bob Neal's got his M6 sorted.
No. So that M6 was an Avis rental for East London.
Just a rental
because his normal E92 M3 Turbo had a gearbox issue, and the gearbox is still not fixed. So they're waiting for parts.
He's gonna be ready.
Yeah, no, he should be ready for then. He wasn't ready for this event, so unfortunate. Yeah. So it's a nice field now, and obviously now sun about to set. So I think last time we also had the last race of the day, and we had some beautiful sunset pictures.
You do, but I was just mentioning just you on your way here to the commentary booth. It's also why this place is known as Red Star, because that low red sun kicks in on certain corners, and if you don't have a tinted visor or a pair of sunnies on, you might start to feel the effects by the end of the race.
Well, one of the reasons, if you look at our BMW in performance parts banners on the windscreens, we specifically made it quite big. So it's a sun visor. No, really, that's why they're so big.
I like your thinking, boy. You got an answer for everything. We got lights on, about to go racing. Who's going to have what it takes down into turn one? Stand by for combined racing versus fast developments BMW. Here they go.
Well, Paulo's already got a jump start there. I just saw it now from the van. So he's already got a 30-second penalty. I don't know what the boy's thinking.
Yeah, no, he's got to stay behind Leon until they cross the line. But anyway, let's see what happens. It's Leroy, and then Lopesha. But as I said, Lopesha, I don't think he's too concerned about these two. He's going to let them go at it. They're going to have an epic battle, these two. I think brotherly love is lost.
No, you must see these two. I try and put them next to each other because it becomes quite eventful when they start wanting to hit each other.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but Paulo's now got to build up a 30-second gap to be able to win this race. So
you better get a move on. Look at the German right on Lopesha's tail as he gets a good start out of the gates as well. So not a bad start there from his point of view. And Class B, of course, the win in Class B was gifted to him after the demise of Pommersheim. So what happened there with Anton's car?
I actually don't know. I didn't get to.
No worries.
I've had busy days, so there was quite a few overtaking under yellow in race 1 in Class DEF, which I won that race because of that.
I did see you sitting in the office there having a couple of chats to a few drivers.
Yeah, so they all had a couple of 30-second penalties for overtaking under safety car.
Probably at this stage looks like he could be in contention, but has got to try and find a way to stay with the cars ahead of him. That's not always an easy thing to do when you've got the likes of Renier Smith in there too. You've got Leonard Archer, who's got a very fast BMW underneath him. We saw how well it went down in East London.
Yeah, well, Shane's cars, he's actually developing. That's one of German's cars that he was building and just never finished. And Shane bought it, and he's developing in his own Class B, where German wanted it to go. So, well done to Shane.
Well, that'll work. That's the kind of thing we like to see.
I
also mentioned it earlier on to Nick, just saying that it's incredible to see at this point of the season how many new drivers he's found.
Yeah, so we had 2 new drivers this weekend. Henry Harbour and then Mitch Kutsia. You know Mitch Kutsia. Yep. He's now joined in DENF, so his son is racing with. He's gone out to Class B as well. He's racing here, and the father's racing in DENF.
Oh, it's nice to see that. And of course, he started in F, and he's already been bumped up, I think, to D within the space of
no, he's in
two
E.
races.
No, he's gone up to E. Yeah, so well done to Mitch. He's first time out, so yeah, it's good for him. And also, we've got a nice contingent of the Durban-based guys in picture there. That the gold M4, one of the Durban guys. I think they were a good 10 cars that came up from Durban.
No, they're wrong. So you got the Durban-based drivers. I mentioned it earlier on as well. I just want to change this up to the classes so we can see exactly how things are
And
standing.
I see Amtech, at least he got his car out on time this time as well.
Yeah.
Old Reinhard Miller, he was one of the 2 cars that just didn't get out on time in race 1.
They run a tight ship here at Red Star. Hey? If you're not out on time, they're going to penalise you. But I was going to say, you've got Durban-based drivers. We saw in East London, I think there were about 10 or 12 cars that you've managed to bring along into the fold. Cape Town's got 18, so that's 30. Plus, how many in Durban?
Well, these are about 10 cars.
So
Yeah. So Cape Town, we've we've started.
Exactly.
Well, they started their own series now, and it's growing. It's one of the most popular series now in Cape Town, I believe.
But it's based on your rules and everything that works in this category.
Basically, I gave them the rules, and we had a few little tweaks to it. And they'll probably do some tweaks now because we've all got to hand in our rules for next year. We also, there might be a bit of a shake-up, maybe this year, maybe next year. We'll see how it goes.
So if you look at this, I mean, this is the battle for Class A at the moment between the 2 combined racing boys, and Paolo leading out over Rick at this point in time, but that's not done yet.
I'm surprised he hasn't managed to. He hasn't managed to get away from him. Because
I think they want to have some fun together. That's what they do.
Maybe because in race 1 he did a 1:55.8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is quick.
He knows how to get the car out of there. Hey?
No, look, he's a
Cooking around
bit
here.
crazy.
He's under
That
57 dead already, and that's in slightly cooler conditions. This morning was probably good conditions for engine power and delivery. Maybe not traction. Traction must have been a bit of an issue.
I actually thought this morning we should maybe run the winter times because it was very cold. Because we got an extra half second for the breakout rule for winter times, but it's only really May, June, and July. But it was very cold this morning.
Oh, nothing wrong with that, and it's nice to have that contingency in the background. But just going back to my point, you got 18 or so cars in Cape Town, 12 in the Eastern Cape, 10 in Natal. That's another 40 cars to add to your 60 here. That's 100 cars playing in potentially what could be a field of a performance racing series.
The Durban guys come and race here. They don't have their own series there.
No, but I'm saying
And,
they're based in Natal. So
Yeah,
you've got
but
guys
that's
that
part of the. Look, we had 101 actually up now. We 103 drivers this year that have entered and raced in our series. That's just the Gauteng car club.
There is Ethan Gutierrez, man, we're just chatting about right now. Suddenly to close the gap down onto the back of this pack. Looking for a chance now to maybe just spoil the day here for a couple of those Class B and C competitors. And if I look at the way things stand at the moment, he's right on Rainier Smith, your number 1 champion and championship leader.
And currently, he's leading. I think he's got quite a healthy gap at the moment. So that's also another thing we're looking at is restructuring a bit of the points. Because, Class B has been a very small class throughout the year. So it's quite easy for them to run away with the championship. So we're also looking at maybe making a few changes there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
bit more headaches for
some new rules coming into
yeah,
play.
It'll be a bit of a headache for the timekeeper, but it is what it is. Rick has gone to the front. So Rick's just gone past Paul. Maybe he's got a problem now.
Or they're just chopping and changing to have a go with each other.
Could be, but then it could be an interesting
Come catch me.
dinner tonight there at the Lorero household.
I think it might be a good drive home as well, if you're in those cars. Can you imagine? They'll be on their hands-free kits having a couple of serious maneuvers.
I see Leonard's under attack there from past Shane.
Oh, good dive on the inside there from Rainier. Getting up ahead of Grobler. And now moving into the attack mode to catch that ACD Welkom BMW of Leonard Archer. Archer at the moment 4th in Class B, so the German needs out.
Is Paulo slowing down?
3rd. Paulo slowing down?
I think his brother's got away from him. Yeah, he's obviously got an issue of some sorts.
Yeah, he's going to nurse it home. He's shown what the pace of this car is.
Look, the car hasn't been out for a long time, so I think they have to just get everything sorted out and settle on the cars. And then hopefully next year someone's off there. Is that Parmesan again?
It is.
I'm not sure what happened to him. Last time in East London he ran out of fuel, but this can't be. It's too early in the race.
Too early in the race.
And we've got 9 laps now.
Yeah.
So he's obviously having some issues with that car.
So he's parked on the sideline there of turn 4. That's not going to help him out. Unfortunately, I think he's in a safe position, so they might just keep it under a stationary or waved yellow for a couple of laps and then retract that so that they don't have to worry about a safety car.
And Nishal's another one of the guys that was in Class C, is bumped up to Class B this weekend. So he was also doing quite well in the championships, but now he loses 25% of his points for breaking out.
I like that rule, and I also like the fact that you make it an immediate break out and move up.
Yeah,
That makes it worthwhile.
There's no coming crying, and we've had that in the past where the guys come and cry.
But I just got in a decent lap. One decent lap.
That's unfortunate.
Well played. You're now in Class B.
Yeah, that's it. It's unfortunate. You go. Bye-bye.
No, that's the way to do it. I like that factor. That's the way to do it. This man, of course, is having a fantastic second run here. And the German in the 2-litre milk bottle is now starting to etch away slightly there.
Affectionately known as Clover.
Yeah, but you can see he's now got a big margin over Nish, over Leonard Archer and Shane Cobbler because of the demise of Parmesan.
So whatever he's done to the car seems to be helping or working, because he's, after obviously Anton going off, he's maintaining a healthy lead here.
Yeah.
So let's see if that Clover lasts till the end of the race.
Lead cars are on their second half of the race. We got to 4.5 completed for the Class A competitors as Class C come across the line. They're in full flight. Reinhard Miller, of course, is leading that one. He's in the Amtech machine. But this is big pressure now coming from Leonard Archer onto the back end of Michelle. But little smoke out of that exhaust pipe. And
there's a yellow flag. Don't overtake there, because then
you'll be in trouble.
Okay, he didn't, so good
and
boy.
Yeah, the man has seen it like live, so you're not going to get away with it. He'll go directly to this footage and show you where your error was. But I think Leonard realised that, backed out and tucked in behind Nish.
Well, it's a nice tight battle now. These 4 cars are fighting on track.
Here we go.
So this could be quite entertaining.
This is going to be a very late dive here from Smith to try and get on the inside.
Is he going to break in time there?
He's got enough.
Oh, no. Just saved it. Now it's a 5-car, possibly a 6-car battle
about
coming
to be
up
6,
here.
yeah. 6
That's
about
Class
to join
C.
in with Kutsia joining. And then I think the top end
That's Reinhard.
of Class C. Yeah, Reinhard coming along.
Yeah, and then Han just following him in second.
So Reinhard Miller and Hein in the mix there for Class C honours, but could be 8th and 9th. Or 7th and 8th, I should say, in Class B.
Looks like Rick's just come past the start-finish line. He's running away from everyone now.
Yeah, half.
Paul will slow down. Looks like Leon's going to be catching him soon. So yeah, he's obviously got an issue.
No, he's staying out. He's staying out.
And Leon's just overtaken him now at the start-finish line. So got to change up for second place in Class A.
Here we go.
And here's the big battle.
Along Miller. This is Renier heading the front, getting ahead of Nish.
No, he's gone into second, isn't it?
Yeah, second place, and now third place for Leonard Archer possibly. If you can hold that inside line and a bit of dirt as well. Well held.
Good catch.
Those Dunlops are good, eh? From the dirt to the tarmac, and they still hold traction.
Look at Class C. Reinhard Miller is now joining this battle. I hope he doesn't break out.
He is right up close and personal there with Ethan Utsia, who's side by side as they come into turn 1. And looking for a chance to squeeze through there. It looks like one car.
Yeah, it did for a shot.
Literally looked like one car heading
him
along
and Shane going through side by side.
Shane will have this corner. I think, hopefully. Yeah, he holds on. He keeps Ethan outside.
And that's a very tight corner. It's extremely tight.
And then a little squirt up short straight into 4. And here comes those 2 top Class C competitors. Reinhardt and Hein joining the party.
I see they've left the rest of Class C behind in the dust now, so I wonder if what's happening at the back of Class C. I see a little shot there of Rob Gehring's beautiful E30. It's a stunning looking car. Leon's gone off.
What are you doing, Leon? That's not the way to do things, buddy.
That's not very not a common thing that he does.
Is there something possibly at that corner? Look, there's another car. I wonder if there's a need of a change of surface flag there. There might be some debris or something on the circuit that's causing the cars to slip and slide down into the hairpin. You don't want to be sliding in the hairpin. That's horrible down there.
Everyone else, okay.
No, there's a couple of cars that have got issues down there.
There's a few guys going off there. Hopefully,
Nicky Dix is one.
Nicky Dix has gone farming, planting some cabbages there.
But he also went off at the same turn. It's just the reverse angle that we were looking at there. So I wonder if there's a problem with maybe something that's been dropped onto the surface at the entrance of turn 6, the hairpin. Everybody seems to have got through, fortunately, and all managed to catch it. Katsiana with a bit of pressure from Reinhard Miller.
And they were at the beginning of the day, they were in the same class.
Yeah.
So now, and Reinhard's come past Ethan Kutsia now. So look at that, an E36 was one of the newer BMW models. So you can see, you can come with an old car or a new car, we've got a place for you to come and race.
Doesn't matter what you got, bring it along, exactly. bring it along for the ride. I just wanted to see if I can pick up if I kept the breakout times that you sent me, or that Reinhard sent me.
Reinhard, if he does it quicker than a 2:04, he'll break out. So he's safe. He's done 2:05s, so he's fine. And then Class B, if they go faster than a 2-minute flat, they break out in Class A.
So he's okay.
Yeah, they
should be
about a second almost 2 seconds off. Yeah.
Okay. So they should be all right there then.
Fastest lap there is Hein van der Merwe with a 2:05.795. So at the end of the when I do the tally up the points tomorrow morning, he gets, if he maintains the fastest lap in Class C, he gets an extra point.
Bit of smoke coming out of Shane Krobler's car as well. That's a bit of a concern there. Watching for the smoke coming through. Green flag. That's just to tell them it's green from the car parked on the sideline. I don't know why it's taken that long.
So let's look at this corner now if anything happens.
This is where we saw potential problems. Hein has gone on the inside of Ethan Katsia as well.
Seems to be fine there.
All clear. It's all clear now.
Oh no!
There you go.
No, and Shane is smoking a bit. Who's that? Is that Nishal Singh?
That's Nish. Yeah. Nishal Singh's gone off.
I hope he doesn't park it there.
And the braking for the hairpin. I think he's trying to get through the grass without damaging the front splitter.
That too, and you also got to be careful with fires with the dry grass that's lying there. It's a big concern with fires. We had a car that actually burned yesterday, old Fabio Fedetto. The rear end completely in flames, but that was due to fiberglass touching his exhaust.
Sure.
And the whole rear bumper burnt off. It was quite intense. But luckily it looks superficial.
Alright, so continuing the battle here and moving into the closing stage. We've got about 2.5 laps to go for the lead cars. Still a couple of laps of action still to go for these guys further back in the pack.
Yeah, I think Krobler's got some issue there. The car is making a tad bit there. But he's still keeping on the
watching
pace.
that. He'll be considering potentially showing that black and orange flag to him.
Doesn't seem to be too bad of an amount of smoke coming out.
I think it's only in certain corners that it's starting to smoke out. So that's your leader. And clean and clear.
Yeah, I think he's just going to take it easy to finish off the day with a double win. Nice and easy, Rick.
Back.
So hopefully the next event you'll join us, Rick.
Yes, Rick. There is a definite concern that, and a big call out that both the cars are at Swartkops. I think that's a done deal now.
He hasn't got the fastest lap though.
No.
I see Paulo's got a 1:57.028 in the race 2, so Paulo will get the extra point. If there's only 2 cars, then neither would get points. But there's 3 cars, so they get points.
So one thing we can say is if he's watching us on the live stream via his onboard mechanism in that car, you can just say, listen, I need to find about, about 0.4 of a second to get the fastest lap on these next 2.
Look, I think also the book of excuses. I don't know what page they're on, but the biggest excuse is the tires.
I'm not going to go there, but there are. Oh, it's like I'm telling you, there's problems down at turn 6. There is some kind of an issue down at turn 6, and a change of surface is required there if possible.
Hopefully they can get those cars out there. But it's strange because some go off, some don't. Maybe it's a little spot there somewhere.
A little spot that they're braking on.
Look, I think they've done more than 67%, so if there's an issue, then we can at least end the race, but I don't think there will be. Otherwise, we can just finish under safety car. But I think their car's in a safe position there.
Well, we're on the final lap here. And Rick is just cruising now.
Is Paulo catching
Paulo's
him?
catching him.
Maybe they just want a last lap dice. So let's see.
They want a formation flying finisher. Hopefully the cameramen are standing by. Have you got your official cameraman standing on the sideline?
Well, that's your guys, so tell them.
Maybe Reinhard needs to get to the finish line for this. So it could be a perfect shot of both the combined racing cars side by side as they cross the finish line. It's not a handicap race, eh? They're not going to finish at the same time.
No, unfortunately not. No. So let's see how it pans out.
Sometimes it works out quite nicely.
Imagine, let's say it was 60 cars. Imagine 60 cars trying to finish at the same time.
It'll be fun,
It's chaos.
Yeah. Imagine the calculations you got to get right.
No, thank you.
Because you were talking about maths earlier on and how you got to change the points.
7 plus 2 is 11.
That's it. 11. Anyway, we are into the closing stages. This is the final lap, and it is going to be combined racing 1 and 2. Leon Lopesha unfortunately made a small mistake. Also went off, I think, under that turn 6 where we just see Leonard Archer in the foreground there going through. He hasn't been troubled by it. A couple of cars got through unscathed. A couple going farming.
Maybe it's a specific line that they're going through that's just catching them out.
Or maybe just one line, just with a bit of oil. There's someone off track onto the short straight. That's Singh back on track, I think, just going to nurse the car home.
I wonder if Paul will get any closer, but no, I think Rick's got this in the bag.
No, it's done.
It's easy for him.
There we go, round the outside.
Hey, look, a BMW with hazards.
What? That never has. That's a new car.
And there we go. Rick Loureiro takes the first place, closely followed by Paulo Loureiro. So well done to the Portuguese boys.
Oh, she's the Portuguese are going to be.
Let's see if the Burki
just see
comes
what
in
prize
third
giving is
now.
going to be like.
Where's Leon Lopesha?
Lopesha will be in
There we
third place.
come, Leon Lopesha. Well done, third place. Worm.
Nice one, Umi. Right, so Beamer's in class B.
And Renier got past. What happened to Andreas? He's dropped down to
dropped
fifth.
a long way back. Yeah.
We didn't spot that.
I think he went off at turn 6. He was one of the cars that went off there.
Oh yeah.
So I think he was one of the cars that got caught up with whatever was down there at turn 6. So that'll be Renier Smith for the win, Archer for second, Kutsia for third.
And like, there's Class C Oaks all ahead of them. Jeez.
Class C Oaks
Yeah,
way
well
ahead
done.
of them.
Yeah.
In the Hine, coming through there for the win, beating out Renier.
Shane had a nice dice there with Ethan, so that was fun to watch as well. Here comes Salvi in Class C. There's a beautiful E30. It's a stunning looking car with Nick Naidu just in front with a carbon-bodied M2. It's also a stunning car.
Incredible to think that that's a carbon-bodied M2. That's a 2025 model, I think it is.
No, that's
24.
previous shape. So
Okay, so
it'll be
22.
That's probably a 2022, 23 model.
Okay, but that's still
No,
fighting
22.
against a 40-year-old E.
Yeah, but you know what's in
Box.
that 40-year-old car?
Yes, I don't know what the engine. What about the engine? Tell me what the engine is.
It's now called
Don't
a
spoil the story with the
335 IS. So you guys do the maths.
facts. Don't spoil the story
So,
with the
no.
facts now.
Yeah, but
Right,
well done to Rob Geary.
Lopesha, your top 3. Renier Smith, Archer, and Miller, your top 3. And if I can get that right, we'll get that to Reinhard Miller, Hein van der Merwe, and Shane Krobler, top 3 in Class C.
Yeah, I think that oil at that turn has messed up the order quite a bit. A few
Yeah.
guys fell down the pecking order. I see a few DNFs. Well,
You might
a
have a
few laps
couple of
down.
boys coming to speak to you there, I think, huh?
No, they didn't crash into each other, so they're fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you're okay.
Yeah. Look, there's Red Star. Red
There it
Star's
is.
on your
That's
screen.
why it's called Red Star. That's the Red Star. Ladies and gents, thank you so much, Mr. De Gavea, for joining me for the final bit of commentary here.
Thanks, Greg.
And
It
what
was
a
a pleasure to be
spectacular
here.
day we've had. Thank you so much for all of our marshals, medics, and our, of course, live stream crew, courtesy of Two Wheels and Planet Margate. Thank you so much for the support on our live stream feed. We look forward to seeing you for the regional final on the 8th of November. But in 3 weeks' time, we're back at Swartkops International World of Motoring for the National Championship final of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. To our medical team and to the race control for another fantastic day's racing, and to Red Star Raceway for hosting us here today, a massive thank you. We look forward to all the action coming up in the very near future as we wrap up 2025's National and Regional Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. From my side, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.